Best game. Depression. Yay. Simon. No chicken run. Yeah, pretty curious how there's a perfectly good F2000 model in MGS3's engine. Never used anywhere, just for that trailer. And then it's not even MGS4. There's no bullpups whatsoever in MGS4. Which is sad, because it has the best gun details in the series. I would have liked to see the FAMAS and Single Action Army maybe in MGS4 as well, but originally, actually, there were going to be 108 guns, because, 108 sins, but it ended up being more like, what, 70? I guess, yeah, the P90 is technically a bullpup, yeah. The P90 is a bullpup. Fair enough. Alright, let's do some... Actually, no, let's play this. Let's let this play. But it's not exactly what people think about when you think about bullpups, the AUG, the FAMAS. What did they have back then? They didn't have shit like the Tawar. So this is the ending already. Snake's face is burnt, but they only show you one side of his face. Yeah, those are the only thing I can think of, the AUG and the FAMAS. I mean, there's the L81. No. People would have to jam every 2 seconds to be accurate. Yeah, the Walter 2000. And all that stuff is in Peace Walker, yeah. The AUG, the SUG, so-called SUG in Peace Walker. Oh yeah, that's right. The M82A2 was a bullpup. One of the few games, if not the only game, that has it. Alright. Fucking press start in time. That's gonna play the TV channels here, I think. Alright. Let's do it. New Game Plus, all the goodies. Just kidding. Let me load the other save. So we have Snake Eater. Now we're gonna flick through the TV channels in the world of MGS4. That's why everything's fucking crazy looking. A lot of production value went into this, yeah, but nobody really gives a shit. And it's also a clever way to hide the game's initial loading.
Your recruit workout was created by the drill sergeant when he was in boot camp, sweating all pounds and...
And how did you stay afloat?
Who the fuck is this guy?
You mean
That would be your...
you can change color?
Alright, Tim wants this one. Hold on.
Everybody!
Been observed walking on two
If I could read the
arms
crazy news at
imitating
the
a
bottom,
broken
does it or scrolling?
They're nuts, all right. Now, they
Mortician
mostly feed
prays
on
for another
mussels,
busy weekend
herring,
following Sunday's
crabs.
scheduled
Expensive taste,
World Soccer scrimmage. What? 21
When the
hospitalized
Hungarians were in some sort of danger, they
after
also
renegade
seized
chef
his
mistakes
tail. Oh,
anthrax
they all
for
ate
baking
arms.
powder.
That's right. And if we're lucky, we may get to see what's called jet propulsion. It's the only time you'll see an octopus go fast. And I mean real fast. Really intelligent creatures. Really
I can't tell you how many times
Hey, where'd it go?
I've
Yeah.
contracted polio just making grits. What
They
the
often
fuck?
find their way out of captivity.
Beheaded by unstable condition.
Really intelligent creatures.
Oh fuck, one of these days we should read all of those crazy news. If only we could find the head, yeah. Unicycle collision leaves 2 people dead. Now you got a bunch of PMC commercials. Let's play the Booba one. I say Booba, but that first girl is kind of flat.
Une mort superficielle. Superficielle et la mort. Qu'est-ce que la vie sans la mort? Qu'est-ce que la mort? Une vie ennuyeuse. La vie est surfaite. La mort. Pieuvre armement. Attraction irrésistible.
The world has gone mad, and us with it. There's a call talking about Battlefield ads, PMC ads. Otacon talking about how there's people who make a living off of it. And things like, the world has gone mad, and us with it. In the not too distant future of 2014, it's French because it's a French PMC. The major PMCs in this game, you know, there's American, UK, French, Russian, and that just happens to be the Russian PMC commercial. I mean, the French PMC commercial. There's also a Russian and PMC commercial in there. The Russian one doesn't really do anything though. It's just kind of there, but you don't fight them or see them. And they're called Ocelot something, Cat something, I forget. It's kind of like one of those PMCs that they're part of Outer Heaven, I think, but they're not seen anywhere. They're just kind of there in the lore. We will see them in the briefing. What would the English name equivalent be, FIFA?
War
Oh,
has changed.
Clawing Ocelot, nice. I didn't know that.
It's no longer about nations, ideologies, or ethnicity. It's an endless series of proxy battles fought by mercenaries and machines. War and its consumption of life has become a well-oiled machine. War has changed. ID tag soldiers carry ID tagged weapons, use ID tag gear. Nanomachines inside their bodies enhance and regulate their abilities. Genetic control, information control, emotion control. battlefield control.
Shit, you're right. DSR is also bullpup.
Everything's monitored and kept
I
up
was
to
just
code.
thinking of rifles, like assault rifles, I guess.
War has changed.
There's no
The
bullpup
age of
assault
deterrence
rifles.
has become the age of control. All in the name of averting catastrophe from weapons of mass destruction. And he who controls the battlefield controls history.
These guys suck. Snake is just salty. He's on the losing side with these noobs.
Has changed. When the battlefield is under total control, war becomes routine.
Yeah, this is like a really bad MGO2 match, I guess. Are you guys ready for the best feature in MGS4? The transition from cutscene to gameplay is pretty smooth here, but let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 seconds, and Otacon starts nagging into your ear. The best feature of MGS4 is Otacon's listen-only little codec messages during gameplay. Yep, and if you don't move here, the game will literally play itself with Otacon, more of Otacon's backseating. There you go. Okay. I wasn't touching anything, the game will do that. All these guys manage to do is shoot one PMC in the shoulder, slightly injuring them. All of them get fucking obliterated. All they manage to do is shoot one guy in the shoulder. Apparently already had the Metal Gear Mark II, but okay. Let's go this way. The cutscene will change depending which way you go. I haven't gone this way in a while. It's a trap. Ah, we have to fuck with the volume. Yeah, if you have a gun equipped and which way you go. Look at this guy. He actually managed to hit somebody and immediately gets wrecked.
Hit him hard!
What?
It's the Moobots. They're using like old decommissioned nanomachines, but yeah, they do have nanomachines. Oh, nice. You get to see the gecko kick the truck if you go this way. I should go this way more often.
Snake, do not engage.
Shut the fuck up, Otacon. There's gonna be a whole lot of shut the fuck up, Otacon. There is this. He thinks we can't win. If you just know where to shoot them, they're pretty easy to take down, even with just a regular gun. Yeah. I don't remember which one, but is the UK one. It might be Praying Mantis, but we'll see in the briefing when Campbell talks about it. It might be. You know why? Because the Praying Mantis commercial has a guy with a British accent narrating it. I think. So it might be the UK one. Yeah. Nice. Oh, I thought it would break. So now there's like complete chaos here, but give me your gun.
Didn't you hear me, Snake? North. Go north.
Thank you. The gecko music will play forever, but things are actually evolving and changing on the battlefield in this game. Imagine that, right? What the hell do we do now? Running around with no gun. If you wait long enough, these last few guys are getting slaughtered by the geckos, and eventually it kind of becomes like a sneaking zone, with the geckos just patrolling, taking over the entire area. Yeah, I don't remember. We'll see which one it is. Just take ammo from people.
Stop fighting.
Yeah, it makes sense then. The commercial makes sense. Give me that ammo. It's better using my hands. We can see some of the stuff the geckos do here if we climb up here. Now how the gecko climbs up in the cutscene is chasing Snake around. They do the same here. But, hold on, we gotta make it appear first by jumping down, I think. It could be here. Maybe it's after they kill everybody. There should be a gecko that jumps down here in this corner. But maybe it's... yeah, what's this guy doing? Maybe they need to kill everybody first. And unfortunately the geckos respawn forever, so you can never get rid of them completely. Otherwise it'd be totally doable like this. Let me see if we can do it from here, maybe. Oh, there you go. Ooh, that was close. Don't mind me. Is it this one that jumps over there? Yeah, okay. So if we climb up the building, you can see all the moves the geckos do. Climbing up here, searching. Big grenade you too. What's up? Here comes a grenade. You can actually get this guy's weak point from up here. That's the weak spot. This guy. Yeah, anything useful? Don't mind me. Nope, they got nothing. Ah, clearly it's a weakness. Also, if you engage the legs from the front, it takes a lot more ammo. And doing it in the back. Oh shit. Okay, let's see if the situation is calmed down here. Oh, hello. This must be the other one.
You have no chance of winning this fight.
Shut up. Okay, I think these guys are mostly dead now. I kind of wish the music would calm down when that happens, you know, because the gecko's just going to start patrolling around normally. But I guess I should also stay out of sight too. Oh, the back works a lot better. Oh shit! And they do a lot of damage. It went through the 2 rations. See the little strings on Snake when you die like that? From the very beginning, the first screen, literally, when you die, if you look carefully, fuck it, let's die again. When Snake ragdolls, you can see strings.
Snake?
It's kind of hard to see because of all the flashbacks. But let's do one more. Shit, I still have the ration equipped.
Head north. Snake, you
See
can't
those
die.
strings?
No! Snake!
Those are
Snake!
Screaming Mantis' strings, indicating that you were being controlled, and that's what led to your death. When Snake dies, it's Screaming Mantis controlling you, leading to your death. Yeah, they're a little hard to see, but if you look around Snake's body and arms when you ragdoll to your death. Let's do one more. He missed. Come on.
Come in, Snake! What happened?
Hey,
Snake?
see those strings when you die? That was a pretty nice jump there. You're gonna have a lot of fun just ragdolling to death. Damn.
Come in, Snake! What happened?
Okay, those are very clear there with the dark background.
Snake!
Yeah, there's the strings from the very beginning, which doesn't really work because Snake doesn't have nanomachines right now, but whatever. Or he doesn't have the system nanomachines, but yeah.
Head north. And
Alright,
try
let's stop
not to
fucking
run into
around
any
here.
Gecko along the way.
Should we bother with this? Nah, fuck it. We also have another thing here. So Otacon hasn't been introduced yet formally, so when you call him, instead you get the
Snake,
philanthropy
the Gecko
logo.
are starting to hunt down the militia.
To let the
Those things
world
are
be.
deadly. You've got to avoid their close
That's
range
also
attacks.
what's on Snake's vest here. Snake's chest rig. It's kind of hard to see, but there it is. To let the world be the exact opposite of Enjustu, you know? Now their philosophy has
It's a
changed.
slaughter. With the firepower they've got, the militia don't stand a chance against the Gecko. Be careful not to get dragged down along with them.
Enjustu, when Raiden asks, what are you and Otacon fighting
Stay
for?
out of that monster's
The
sights.
future, we need to pass the torch, you know? To fight for change. But in MGS4, it becomes to let the world be. That tells you everything. MGS4 being the exact opposite of MGS2 in a lot of ways. Just the undoing of the series and the characters in a lot of ways. Another very subtle, crazy thing in this cutscene here, when Snake is finally revealed, he takes off the militia disguise. every time characters are introduced in this game, you could see their voice actors. If you press what is it, L2, R2, changes to the motion actor, so you can do that as well. But for Snake, the very first few seconds that his name appears, you see Solid Snake, but it changes rapidly into Old Snake. We're about to see it here. And Kojima said that if you take, the letters I and S out of Solid, you end up with Old. I and S also spells is, which is being, the essence of his being. We're about to see it just as I am pause here. So yeah, I and S as in is, as in being, the essence of Snake's being is taken out of him. Again, to go with what I was saying, the exact opposite and the undoing of the characters in the series. It's a little bit of a stretch, but since Kojima himself fucking tweeted about it, then we know it's a thing. Snake, Solid Snake minus IS equals Old, and you can see it at the bottom here as soon as we pause. When Snake is introduced, you see Solid changing into Old rapidly. There you go. Gallons, thank you for the Prime sub. Yes, the undoing of the series and all of the characters' development and their messages is the best game in the series. Whatever you say, man. If MGS3 is a game made for people who don't like Metal Gear, MGS4 is a game made for people who don't understand Metal Gear. Also, of course, we had the box here with No Place for Hideo. In the trailer we looked at earlier, it says Alan Smithy for the director. That's a pseudonym used by directors who wish to disown a project because they're not satisfied with it, because they feel like they have no creative control over it. Same reason why it says No Place for Hideo on the box. So on the box you also have a link to Kojima's blog back in the day, which is pretty much call for help of desperation. See that? No Place for Hideo and the link there. We're about to see it again after the box gets destroyed. No place for Hideo's creative control over this. In a lot of ways, really. The game's existence in the first place. But also other things like, the ending, the characters, all that stuff. And then the next thing that factors into that is the love theme, Semen song. We're about to see in the credits that the song, the love theme, Semen, was written, the lyrics were written by none other than to show up here. There you go. Opening theme, love theme, lyrics by the man himself, Hideo Kojima. And if you, I think it's in Hebrew, but if you translate it, it more or less translates into, okay, I don't have it in front of me right now, but it's something like, I am switched into despair. My heart is broken. I'm in the middle of the battlefield. Yeah. Actually, okay, let me just fucking read you the exact lyrics, because it's very telling and it connects to the blog we were talking about that's on the box. Closing my eyes to the sound of gunfire, uttering a howl. In a flash, I am switched into despair. Everything for the one who lives inside that nightmare. Missing you from the bottom of my heart, wishing for the world that ran out of tears. My heart is already dead. The hope, missing it so much, it hurts. They're not entirely a cheerful song. Now, I'm not sure which part of it is semen, but these lyrics are written by Kojima talking about, the despair of the battlefield and how he has no hope. Now, that connects to the blog because if you actually go read his blog entries, he would often compare the development of this game and series and the work environment at Konami to a battlefield. So when Kojima is talking about the battlefield, he's talking about the development of the game. So he wasn't exactly the happiest at this point in life. Middle of his midlife crisis, 42 years old. Snake is also 42 in this game because of that. Snake is old. Snake is dying. Snake has to see this through to the end, though. And exactly like Kojima felt making this game. He didn't want to make it. They forced him to make it. Death threats, whatever, Japanese work culture, all that stuff came into play. And now we have, Kojima basically trying to undo the characters, show how nobody learned any lesson from the previous games in the characters, in the development team, in the fans. That's what very much what MGS4 is about. The characters doing things that complete opposite of their nature. They should have learned from their character development. Snake getting fucking injected with Fox Die again, and a million other things. Yeah. The despair of Konami, yes. So it was quite a handful, this game's existence, and trying to kill off as many characters as possible. Of course, they didn't let him do that. It's part of the lack of creative control, It's more like the direct consequences of the MGS2 backlash, the MGS3 fanboyism. It led to this. We're about to see the trailer here. Sorry, not the trailer, the briefing. Right after the scene, which, at least Snake has a nice ass in this game, so there's that. Yeah, if Nastasia wasn't MGS4, she would be a proponent of nuclear energy and anti-smoking. The exact opposite. After this, we're about to see the briefing for Act 1, at least the beginning of it, with Sonny's hands, making the eggs, but for some reason, it doesn't play the whole briefing in the game. It only shows you the beginning with the hands. So if we want to see, maybe they felt like it was too much cutscene time at the beginning, I don't know. But if you want to see that Act 1 briefing, we can go to the menu to play the whole thing. So, and it will be, the same thing. Starts with Sonny's hands, which are actually not CGI. This is live motion. There is a credit. There's an actress credited for Sonny's hands in these scenes. Oh shit! First, we have all this shit first. I forgot. Sorry. So you have random shit like, Snake goes to salute Big Boss's grave, which he would never fucking do. But of course, we had more epic salute in MGS3, so now we gotta do it again. And there's a lot of beating the dead horse in this game. I forgot there's this whole fucking thing. Campbell's retired like 5 times by now, but he keeps coming back.
Otacon, even the dead have ears.
Snake, we've got to go. an old friend waiting for you.
Otacon. The test results.
Proteome analysis was possible.
No, Otacon, you know,
But the mRNA
the whole thing
analysis
with
turned
Rex and
negative.
Naomi, I mean, he pretty much repeats the same mistakes
Wrinkled
again.
skin, hardened arteries.
Everybody either
Aging
repeats
symptoms
mistakes that
look
they
like
should have learned
massive
from, and
flares.
yeah, does complete fucking opposite things that they should
But
do.
none of the tests were able to pinpoint the cause.
So,
Well, judging by how rapidly the aging has progressed, I'd say
a year at best, right?
It's hard to say if any characters are themselves in MGS4. They're all, you know, being deconstructed due to people not understanding shit.
Snake.
I want to get to the briefing
Try another
because
doctor.
the very first line of the briefing is very telling.
It won't make any difference. I'm not an ordinary man to begin with. Not to mention Fox die.
You're right. But we don't know where Naomi is.
Naomi.
Who are these random guys flying out of this helicopter anyway?
Colonel. Good to see you.
Well, I'm not a colonel anymore, Snake.
I figured the only place I'd see you dressed like that would be at your daughter's wedding. What are you doing these days?
I'm working for an organization under the UN Security Council. The Analysis and Assessment Staff of the PMC Oversight and Inspection Committee.
Yeah, I remember the resolution being passed a few years ago.
Snake, I came across some information in my work.
Huh?
We found him. In the Middle East.
Yeah, the flashbacks look pretty dumb if you don't do them. They just sit there. That's true. That's why I don't like missing flashbacks, but God, sometimes
I'll
it's a pain in
explain
the
along
ass.
the way.
Like, oh, Liquid, let me just stare off in the
Got to
distance.
stop him. Now. Before it's too late.
Liquid's made his move. We found him.
Maybe Snake is senile. Huh? Who? What? What?
He's preparing to unleash his insurrection. Liquid is lying in wait in a Middle Eastern war zone. Track him down.
He still doesn't. Nah. Okay, I think now we'll get the hands and the eggs. And Simon.
Only 2 eggs today? Solidus must have taken the day off. 7, 8, 9, 2,
Yeah,
9, 0, 3,
the revolution, and he still just wants Big Boss's body. Nothing's changed,
5,
right?
5, 4, 8, 8, 2, 4, 6, 6, 5, 2.
So this is the beginning of the briefing. But like I said, for some reason it doesn't play the rest of it. It goes into Simon.
C'est mère.
So we'll do the Skull and Otacon and then go look at the briefing. Nice ass.
This is Snake. Do you read me?
What's the situation?
I'm just inside the city limits. This place is crawling with lizards.
Ah, AT Corps' unmanned bipedal weapons, officially designated Irving by the US military. They've spread like wildfire among the PMCs. There are more of those things now in service than tanks. They've got tough armor plating and are highly agile to boot. Your best bet is to stay out of their sights.
Unmanned. Pretty soon they'll have put living, breathing soldiers out of work.
Even so, that's an awful lot of Gecko for this scenario. Their numbers exceed the war price for that region. It must have something to do with Liquid's arrival on the scene.
You really think he's here?
You'll have to find the Army's operatives and ask them yourself. Oh, and Snake, I went ahead and used the Mark II to scout out the area before your arrival. You'll find it up ahead.
Mark II.
Oh, really?
It's a remote mobile
We don't have the
terminal.
Mark II right
Sonny and
now?
I built it.
What does it
Mark
say on the
II
left
provides you
there?
with a map of the area as well as any battle situation data. You should find it before you do anything else.
Okay, got it.
The rendezvous point is marked on your map. I'll be waiting for you there.
I don't understand. The entirety of your start menu is the Mark II's interface. And we have it from the get-go. So, Metal Gear Mark II. But then we gotta find the Mark II. The figure they just said, fuck it. Nobody's gonna notice. Let's have this thing, or they have to find it first. But still give an interface. There should have been like a more minimal interface maybe before that. I don't know. It's Bluetooth from the Solid Eye. We don't have the Solid Eye. That's you don't even have the Solid Eye. Anyway, let's quit here and do the briefing. And the very first line of the Act 1 briefing is the thing that I always talk about. A huge backlash that MGS2 triggered, yeah? Huge shift in the series. The black backlash from MGS2. And what's the first thing they say here? I guess I'm wrong because it's eggs first.
Solidus must have taken the day off. 7, 8, 9, 2, 5, 9, 0, 3, 6, 0, 3, 3, 0, 5, 3, 0, 5, 4, 8, 8,
Yeah,
2.
MGS2 triggers some serious public backlash. We gotta backpedal now, or we gotta.
The Manhattan incident triggered a serious public backlash.
Yep.
Now the U.S.
It
has to
sure
think
did.
twice before intervening militarily in other countries' affairs. This has fueled a push towards military privatization, with PMCs at the heart of that movement.
PMCs. Private military companies.
That's right. PMCs have no basis in nations or ideologies. They are private enterprises, driven by profit. In addition to dispatching mercenaries to war zones, they secure weapons and train local soldiers. They're contractors for war itself, and business is good. Their clientele includes developed nations like the US, rebel factions looking to seize power by force, smaller countries lacking armies of their own, even terrorist groups. They're in the Americas, Asia, the South Pacific, Europe, Africa, the Middle East. The rise of the PMC has spawned a war by proxy, and it's spreading across the globe.
They're
Sonny, we'll eat them later, okay?
Every age has its mercenary. These PMCs are nothing new. We've been dealing with them since before the turn of the century.
No, Snake. They're nothing like the mercenaries of the past.
They're ready.
Sorry, I'm a little busy right now.
The Pentagon's new battlefield control system has produced a decisive difference between hired guns and the PMCs of today. The system was developed by Arms Tech Security.
Arms Tech? You mean AT Corp?
Yeah. In recent years, AT Corp has shifted focus from weapons development to security tools. And since the establishment of AT Security, business has been booming. The system makes it possible to integrate not only micro-level information on individual soldiers and units, but also macro-level information about field conditions and order of battle.
So they've finally achieved total real-time battlefield control.
That's right. And as a result, the global presence of PMCs has grown explosively. Truth is, the rise of system-controlled PMCs has led to a dramatic decline in civilian casualties and human rights violations on the battlefield.
Yeah, as soon as Otacon puts down to Mark II, we can do it.
Makes for nice propaganda.
Snake! You were smoking again, weren't you? This is a non-smoking flight!
There's more. State governments and rebel groups can't match the maintenance price of standing forces. PMCs, by comparison, are reliable, easy to use. It wasn't long before everybody had them on the payroll. And, as a result, regular armies began to decline worldwide. It's hard to believe, I know, but PMCs are beginning to overtake conventional armies in terms of scale. Nowadays, it's the PMCs who serve as standard battalions. They already make up 60% of all combatant forces in zones of conflict.
60%?
The fact is, the world now depends largely on PMCs for waging its wars.
I thought it was the UN that authorized the PMCs in the first place.
The US abstained from voting on that resolution. In effect, Washington was endorsing PMCs without ever revealing its true intentions. Until they got wind of the uprising, that is.
The US has exported too much military power. And now, she's paying the price.
That's exactly it. America has now turned war into a form of economic activity. Analysts are calling it the war economy, in that it's picking up the slack for the downward-sloping oil market. But I, for one, don't intend to simply stand by and watch it happen. For the PMCs, market expansion entails fanning the flames of war. It means more refugees.
War orphans. Child soldiers.
Yes. Even as PMC soldiers get more specialized, they're also getting younger.
Mercenaries spun off from state armies. Unmanned weapons. Child soldiers. Proxy battles in a new Cold War.
There are hundreds of PMCs in business worldwide, and their numbers are growing. Currently, 5 of them are big enough to be labeled global powers. 2 in the US, and 1 each in the UK, France, and Russia. Reconnaissance has revealed that those 5 PMCs are run by a dummy corporation.
See, that's the Russian PMC we never
mother
see.
company.
All the others are there.
This mother company embodies the 5 largest PMCs. Her name is Outer Heaven.
Outer Heaven? You mean?
That's right. It's Liquid.
Liquid?
He's taken command of this immense army and is now preparing to unleash an insurrection.
I watched him die.
His will lives on, in the body of the man once known as Ocelot. He aims to fan the flames of war even higher, to create the perfect
I
world.
guess they
once
didn't want to make
envisioned by
another
Big
game with
Boss.
Russians being the bad
One
guys.
world in which soldiers will always have a place.
He must be stopped before it's too late.
Alright, here comes one of the actual best features of this game. Taking control of the Mark II during cutscenes and being able to look around, interact with things, look at things from any angle you want, look at other things in other rooms.
You want Liquid dead.
What a nice feature. I sure hope they keep it for a certain... Yeah, fuck it. It's not even funny, man. Imagine, just imagine.
It isn't justice. It's a covert attempt.
Mostly we use this to spy on Sonny.
A wet workshop targeting the
Alright,
head
let
of
me
a
through.
major multinational
Damn it.
corporation.
Move. God damn it, Sonny. I want to go downstairs. Damn it.
Because of the military might of the PMC and
Yeah.
the effect they have on the economy. War is to the 21st century what oil was to the 20th. The pillar that supports the global economy.
Thank God Otacon sends her back upstairs.
You'll recall a rather alarming report issued
Maybe
by
she
the
goes back
American
around, she
think
sits
tank
there,
during
then-
the Cold War. One that described a new model for perpetual war. What we're facing now is a
When she
whole
says
new
Solidus
ballgame.
must have taken a day off.
Means Delphi technique.
That was fiction. It existed
Sonny's
only on
egg
paper.
memo. Solidus
It's far more serious.
has only 3 eggs.
The global community is concerned, but they're all too afraid of the war economy collapsing
Also, this
to
must
do
be
anything
March.
about it. The UN
January, February,
too.
March. Solidus, liquid and solids, eggs.
Snake. This mission isn't an order from Washington. Unlike
Damn it,
the
Solidus, give me egg.
It's not something the UN can officially sanction either. But we can't just look the other way while Liquid plots this insurrection.
Yeah.
If we fail to act, we'll become the greatest threat the world has ever faced. We're the only man who can
Limited edition. It's close enough.
Our intelligence on Liquid's uprising originally comes via reports from U.S. Special Forces, who were mobilized after we at the UN reported our findings.
What you doing?
They're tracking Liquid's movement. About 18 hours ago,
He's not doing much right now.
in the Middle East.
Wait, no, put the porn back on.
There's a rebel army in the Middle East, made up of ethnic minorities, waging civil war against the regime in power.
The core of that regime's army is provided by one of the PMCs under Liquid's control.
You can see the Canon non-ID weapons here, and Sonny's shoes and
The
toys and
local
shit.
militias hire small numbers of
The
operatives,
knife.
trainers, field commanders.
It's weird because
They've got help from the
he does have
local
normal
PMC.
shoes, but she wears combat boots.
Right.
They're way too big for her.
Proxy war between hired guns.
We have the AK DSR, the
PMC
1911,
versus PMC.
and the Mark II
Quagmire
knife.
of war.
These are the only Canon weapons
Typical victims of
before
the new
nanomachines.
world.
Yeah.
Snake, you'll be sneaking into the conflict zone via transport truck, disguised as one of the rebel army's hired operators. Your first
No, no
objective
weapons don't
is to
appear
make
there.
contact with our informants. Rat Patrol Team
You have the
01.
B&B statues that appear here, though. After.
They're a special
Again, if it wasn't for the railgun, yeah.
PMC Investigation Unit, CID.
CID. Real rats.
I mean, clearly the M4 is Snake's main
Doubtful and perfect.
weapon of choice in this game. But It doesn't show up here.
Transportation to the area will be provided under cover of a UN humanitarian.
Oh, it's now that Otacon sends her back.
with support from the U.S. military. From there on, though, you'll get no protection and no guarantees from anyone.
Sonny, we're looking at Portland
And
here. You
must
can't
not
be
leave
here.
behind any evidence of your involvement in the area, let alone that of the UN. If word of this ever leaked out,
Poor Sonny.
it would spark a global.
Go learn how to cook eggs. Yeah, the M4, the operator. They're forcing your inventory all the time. The
Will you
music.
do this for me? Will you terminate Liquid?
I'm not like the PMCs. I don't need your money.
Thank you.
But if you're going to spark something, spark this. Fine. I'll start my own fire.
Nice timing. Alright. There's Act 1 briefing. The Manhattan incident triggered some serious public backlash. Shit. It sure did. Alright, we're back here. Now, the extra calls of MGS4 are always in the same order at least, so you just get comfy and do them all. There's the one about the Octocam. My back hurts.
Snake, your first order of business.
Yeah.
Octocamo is a newly developed camouflage technology that's capable of almost exactly mimicking the appearance of objects and surfaces. It's easy to use, too. All you have to do is press up against a wall or object, or lie flat on the ground while wearing the suit. It can be a powerful tool if you use it right. So tell me, how does it feel?
Not as itchy as I'd have thought.
That suit can mimic the color, pattern, and even the surface texture of walls and floors. Kinda like procuring your own camo on site, right?
I do just fine with the regular stuff. I'm not a chameleon.
You've got it all wrong. We're not talking about lizards. This is Octocamo. In other words, it's based on the camouflage capabilities of the octopus. Octopus are sometimes called ninja of the sea. They fool their enemies by mimicking not just the color of their surroundings,
Who the
but
fuck
also
calls
the shape of the
octopus
terrain.
ninja? What?
That suit takes its cue from defensive deception found in nature.
Maybe
Besides,
nerds
you
like
may not have
Otacon.
known this, but there is a snake that can change its body color too. It's called the Capuas mud snake. It's a poisonous reptile indigenous to the Capuas River on the island of Borneo. Its coloring is normally a reddish brown, but sometimes turns to white. So, snakes can sport disguises too.
Hey, what happened to stealth camo? You used to wear it all the time.
All that does is create an optical illusion. It's no use against Gecko with their infrared sensors. Octocamo, on the other hand, has micro-Peltier arrays that regulate the absorption and release of heat, harmonizing the wearer's body heat with any background IR radiation. Which means it can offer you at least some camouflage protection against enemy infrared sensors. With so many unmanned weapons in the field these days, I'd expect it to outperform the old stealth camo. But if you start walking or running, or making a lot of noise, you'll risk getting spotted by the enemy.
And get this, the suit also reduces the weight load on your body and amplifies muscle power. The inside lining sends a weak electric current through your body that stimulates phospholipid production inside your cells, improving circulation. That should make your life gauge recover more rapidly when you're hurt. In other words, Snake, it's a bit of a crutch.
You can cut the senior citizen crap, Otacon.
Yeah, you gotta understand, viewer. Dim is from a small village in Scandinavia where they eat octopus regularly. Then, when he was a small boy, things get bad. Some call it crazies who, for some reason, hate the village. And then they get some weapons. And oh, fuck.
Snake, you know how that first gun you found stopped working? Well, from what I can tell, it looks like the problem was with the ammo.
The ammo?
I'm betting it's because they were using cheap local ammunition. The ammo probably triggered abnormal combustion, which excessively raised the pressure and caused the cartridges to stick in the chamber. It's a pretty rare phenomena. I guess you just got lucky.
More like unlucky.
Look on the bright side. It means there weren't any problems with the gun itself. I don't think it'll happen again.
Weird that they have Snake have a malfunction in a cutscene, but then maybe they didn't want to bother with that during gameplay. Like, this isn't Far Cry 2, but that would have been interesting. If any game in the series is gonna do MGS4, would do it. Okay. Well, we're gonna take it easy here. Take a look at all this stuff.
Otacon, those two.
It's just a bunch of calls first.
They're not like the Metal Gears I'm used to dealing with.
Right. Strictly speaking, though, they're not Metal Gears.
What are you talking about?
The gears you fought before were all basically designed and produced to serve as nuclear platforms. Ray was an exception to the rule, but even that was an anti-Metal Gear weapon designed to defeat the Metal Gear clones popping up all over the world. Its value was still measured in terms of the framework of nuclear strategy. It's been 25 years since the end of the Cold War. We live in a world of regional conflict and asymmetric warfare, and it's getting worse every year. The age of the war economy is upon us. The value of Metal Gear as a weapon, the very concept itself, has changed with the times. You might even say it's evolved. Nowadays, a Metal Gear needs to be more than a nuclear attack platform. It needs to be adaptable, well-suited to fight in large numbers, traverse urban settings, and work alongside infantry. The Gecko were the answer. There are different types of Gecko designed for different missions, and not all of them are equipped with nuclear capabilities, so technically, they're not Metal Gears. Of course, there are still some of the old Metal Gears around. Their primary job is to launch nuclear strikes. But these days, Gecko are the first name in bipedal war machines. They may have gotten smaller, but they're as ferocious as ever. Whatever you do, don't underestimate them.
Don't worry. I wasn't planning on it.
I think we had to close the codec.
Snake, that circle that appears around your body is called a threat ring. It's a visual display of the sense you get from entities all around you. When you're crouching or lying down and concentrating, it forms a perfect circle. Your sense is represented as waves. The stronger the sense, the greater the wave. Hostile entities are displayed as colors. Get acquainted. It'll save your life. Oh, and one more thing. Your senses will suffer when your psyche gets low. The ring will reflect that, too. Keep it in mind, okay?
The threat ring, you can tell those people that way, makes a comeback in Survive, of all things. That's a neat little mechanic. You don't really need the solid eye when it's there, yeah? Yeah, there's guys around this building, so we can see the little wave there. MGS4 has a lot of little gameplay details. It's a shame that the game's existence and writing are, you know, sad. Okay, let's see what we got next.
Snake, I'm sure you've noticed the dust bins used for trash collection in that area.
Here we go.
I'll bet they're big enough to fit inside. It could come in handy if you need to stay out of sight until the coast is clear. To get inside a dustbin, stand in front of it and press the action button.
Stand in front of it. Press the action button. Got it.
Once you're inside, tilt the 6-axis wireless controller to sneak a peek outside.
6 S's.
You can also launch
TM.
a first-person attack that way. When you're ready to get out, press the action button again. Snake, I know you already know this, but there's no point in hiding if the enemy sees you doing it. Make sure no one's watching.
Really, Fever? Wow. Let's get in. I am a dumpster. A talking dumpster. Beat me. Feed me copies of Phantom Pain. So you can either do this with the D-pad, which works a lot better. Or, here we go. Motion controls that kind of fucking does whatever the hell it wants. I don't know. I can't get it to stay open. I don't know. Fuck. Gimmicks. Whatever.
How did it go? Did you manage to hide?
Yeah, I did like you said. Looks like this is where they dump their household trash.
Huh. How can you tell?
Because it stinks in here. Bad. Leftovers from last night's dinner, probably.
Ooh, leftovers.
Ooh.
And there's some bugs crawling around on my face.
Ugh.
It feels like roaches. There's a whole bunch of them scurrying around.
Make sure you get the smell of them off you before coming back here.
Yeah, I'll see what I can do.
Ugh, seriously, doesn't it make you sick?
I'd crawl into a toilet if it kept me out of sight. Something crawling up my leg.
Ugh, I can't even imagine.
Fucking Otakun's reaction. Ew.
You might want to get out of there as soon as the coast is clear.
Yeah, not the best place for a nap.
No kidding.
So now we have stress going up from the smell. And even if we get out, now there's flies all over Snake. And the stress is still going up. So you have these environmental factors that influence your stress level and your stress. A lot of people ask, what does the stress do? When the stress reaches 50%, your psyche starts going down, which is essentially your stamina in this game. So when that goes down, you recover health more slowly, your aim is moving all over the place, the threat ring isn't as effective, all this stuff. But you got both stress and psyche in this game. And like I said, environmental factors like the sunlight and the smell from the trash can decrease it. And things like, well, let me see actually if this, we can't do it, never mind. There's other things like shooting things that's fun, that increases your psyche, and oh shit, the crouching, fuck, I fucked it up. And like resting, looking at pretty things, scenery, paintings, art, that does it. You can get a combat high if you shoot a bunch of times during an alert. Yeah, that's the only way that the stress will go to 100%, otherwise it caps at 80%. But when you do that, you get like an artificially inflated psyche, maximum psyche for a while until the alert goes down. So Snake can't figure out how to get the smell off of him.
Snake, you've attracted a swarm of flies. I think that odor's really stuck on you.
Yup, I stink.
The stench must bother you, right? And it can't be good for your mental well-being. Also, the fumes could alert nearby enemies to your presence. Odor carries downwind, so be especially mindful of enemies in that direction.
Believe me, I know. I learned all about how deadly smell can be back when I was a scout.
Then why not hurry up and find some way to get rid of the smell?
Right.
That's right. You can also, they can smell you. They can also smell the cigarette smoke in this game. So even if you're trying to sneak up on somebody, you're really careful. If you get too close, they will smell you. But how? How do we get the smell off?
Snake, I really think you should get rid of that odor you're giving off as soon as possible.
I know, but how do I do it?
Oh, good question.
I don't see any showers around here.
That's it. I've got it. All you've got to do is get whatever's causing that smell off your body.
Ugh. How?
Well, by rolling around on the ground.
Rolling around?
Right. I remember reading somewhere that horses roll around on the ground to get dirt off their bodies. You should try the same thing. I bet it'll scrape away the source of the stench.
You mean like a sand bath?
Yeah. It's basically a shower. For horses.
Okay.
Give it a shot. I'm sure it'll work.
Here's another thing. When you stink in the Phantom Pain, do the enemies smell you from afar? Because something tells me... Well... Alright, so if we start rolling around, look at the stress still going up, but if we start rolling around, now the smell is off, stress is going down. So as long as we're in the shade, the stress won't go up again. If I step into the sunlight, that's another thing that increases stress, so now it's increasing slowly. And also because of the camo index, you gain 10% camo index in the shade. So I got 45 here, it's gonna be 55 here. Yeah, you always want to be in the shade. Anyway, so... okay, let's move on for now. As if this game already didn't have a million more mechanics in the Phantom Pain, yeah. I think we should test the smell thing. I don't think they smell you when you when you stink. But not surprised.
Avoid unnecessary combat whenever possible. In this war, neither side is your enemy.
Another mechanic is that when there's shooting going on, because you know there's actual different sides fighting, the camo index gets a bonus. See, now it's 95%, it's blue. When there's distracting factors like shooting, explosions, you know, because there's actual factions fighting and you can influence things in this game, you get slightly different enemy AI, you know, they're more distracted and you get more camo index. We gotta change the camera pattern here. Okay. Forgot the trick to farm alerts. Oh, just have the rebels hate you and... No, actually have the rebels like you and go in and out of the drum. The drum alerts, you come out of the drum and then they instantly cancel the alert because they like you. And then the drum alerts them again and then you come out of the drum and the alert cancels. They have to like you. Well, just think about it this way. They have to like you to cancel the alert when they see you. Right? We'll do some copulation.
We're under attack!
freeze.
And we should just stun both of them. Get another star. There you go. It's capped at 2 on extreme, so. Get some regain in here. It's kind of this game's equivalent of the calorie mate. Okay, so now we listen to that Battlefield ad that was playing in the background there. There should be a call about it.
Snake, the PMC soldiers are using ID guns.
ID guns?
See how the word locked appears in the weapon list?
Yeah.
ID guns are equipped with locks. As long as the lock is engaged, you can't pull the trigger.
Any suggestions?
The locks are only disengaged when they recognize the nanomachine ID inside a soldier's body. Anyone not possessing nanomachines keyed to the system, or anyone who's keyed but not authorized to use that weapon, won't be able to pass the ID gun's verification process.
So I can't use PMC guns?
I'm afraid not. You're not registered with the system. And it's not just weapons either. Vehicles, buildings, everything used for military purposes is secured with this ID control system. Without the proper IDs, it's impossible for
Maybe the
PMCs
neutral
or
rebels
state
also
armies to
work,
fight.
but
Think of it as a
it
soldier's
would have to be in
dog
a
tag,
war zone.
only at the nano level.
So, I shouldn't even bother picking up ID guns.
For now, at least.
You can just do it in
But they might come
disguise.
in handy later on.
Disguise and drum should work, no matter what. Yeah, I'm pretty sure actually neutral should work as well, but I did it with the disguise. So it's like they always like you with the disguise on.
I've got some intel on the PMCs deployed in that area. They're a part of Praying Mantis Corporation, based out of the United Kingdom. It's one of the 5 largest PMCs in the world. Its business activity includes soldiers for hire, supply and logistics services, education and training for state armies, everything you'd expect. During the Iraq War, Praying Mantis contracted with the US government to send large numbers of its soldiers into combat zones, which is why the local regime opted to hire Praying Mantis, a UK-based company, and not their regular army to fight the rebels for them. They were buying their experience. Snake, I've said it 100 times already, and I'll say it again. Do not let the enemy see you. If the enemy catches sight of you, they'll dispatch reinforcements to your location. You're on your own out there. No backup. There's no place to run and no place to hide. That's why...
You worry too much, Otacon. Believe me, I know what'll happen if I screw up.
Okay, then. Just be extra careful and stay out of sight.
Otacon, seriously, what's with all these ads?
Oh, you mean Battlefield ads.
Battlefield ads?
Snake's been on Twitch lately.
Is that what they're called?
On the street, anyway. It's what people are calling any ad having to do with the war economy. Privatizing the military has inevitably created intense competition for market share among PMCs and defense industries. Everybody wants to expand their market, get a bigger piece of the pie, so they're churning out truckloads of ads, exactly like the ones we see every day.
But war's not something you can just write off.
It may seem that way, but the war economy is an enormous driving force in the world today. There are people whose livelihoods depend on those ads. Same goes for internet ads, TV commercials.
The world's gone mad. And us with it.
I know. But that's reality.
There are people whose livelihoods depend on those ads. The world has gone mad, and us with it. Snake would not approve of Twitch. Seriously, who wants to watch other people play games? Just play them yourself. Yeah, let's see these two guys here. Well, are they still there? They might be gone already. Shitty camo. What?
Hey,
Nah, I'm good. Oh, what the fuck? I guess the humping gets you caught too. I should have stopped completely there. That sucks. I had plenty of camo index, but I guess just the fact that you're moving does that. Even if you're just humping the floor. Alright. Now it's ugly. Let's see if we can lose this somehow. That's gonna get ugly if I go in there. Oh, if I just keep shooting them, the alert goes back down. Oof. That was ugly. See, the thing in MGS4 is they actually hurt on extreme. Enemies, bosses, they do a lot of damage compared to MGS3. I think they're just gonna investigate there. Oh shit. Oh, did they notice the dead body? Nice. Oof, yeah, that was kind of ugly. Yeah, and alerts, of course, increase your stress, which increases your, or decreases your psyche, but now we're coming off of it, so stress is going down again, and everything is recovering. It must be scripted that way. After they notice you, even if you have camo index, that's enough for the distance. If you just don't stop moving, they alert anyway. It's definitely not like that in MGS3. Yeah, I just don't want to get in there with a caution going on. But I guess it doesn't matter. Because we'll have plenty of time to play around in this next area. We can actually help clear it with the rebels. Because there's two actual factions fighting in real time. With conditions that you can influence and benefit from in this game.
Snake.
Let's just leave it at that.
While running to execute a roll. Rolling can help you dodge enemy attacks and get past small gaps and obstacles.
I know, right? Wonder what they'll think of next. Hello.
Hands up.
Give me your balls.
Find what you're looking.
Yeah. Put this guy in here. Yeah, I mean, I had to kill those guys, but better than getting continued. Aha. Now we're talking. Playboy. They actually have a fucking licensed Playboy as the porn magazine in this game. One of the many, many licenses that probably mean we will never see this game re-released ever again. Staring at one in first-person view curiously raises Snake's psyche. The babes of the world's top PMCs, games and beyond. Hideo Kojima interviewed. He wishes it was interviewed by Playboy. Come on. Nano Boost or Nano Bust? The truth behind Nanodrome. Best FPS of the year. Can you believe we used to pay for these things? You know, the thing that Eva's talking about in Act 3? These FPS games are distributed for free by these companies. Seventh Circle. Sadistic joke becomes primetime sensation. Is Seventh Circle the... which show is it? It's one of the shows on the TV. Before you start the game, you can flick the TV channels. Seventh Circle is the it's the quiz show, right? Yeah, with the stupid lady who doesn't know that the PMC with the French name originated in France. Melissa. Oh, Melissa. You stupid bitch, Melissa. Yeah, it's that one. Oh shit. Got any of them frames? So we can put this down, and of course we can look at it in first person. And see how I'm missing a little bit of psyche right now? It's going up. And then with circle we can flip the pages. Snake's grunting. Each page kind of has a set amount of psyche you can recover from it. Yeah. I wonder... I don't suppose these are actually Playboy girls, are they? Maybe they are. Like, I don't know. Like, how would they license Playboy and then... We must do more research for science. You know, it's Metal Gear lore. Metal Gear trivia. I actually never stopped to think about that. It's weird. I don't think they're credited, are they? But it's weird because there's license Playboy. Okay, let's. We should be able to load another guy up here. There he is. Yeah, we must do some research.
It's my lucky day. Oh yeah.
The shivers. I'm gonna fuck with him a little bit. Oh, it disappeared. Sometimes they say, "Hey, you think that's funny?" before they alert. Alright. That's fuck it. I'm just gonna drop him down here. They don't even deserve a spot in the locker. Oh shit. Well, he dropped down. And when guards drop down from somewhere in this game, they die like in midair. Like the second they have gravity applied to them, they're already dead. Doesn't matter how short of a fall it is. And we can see it better here actually. There's another guy. Oh shit, I meant to do that. Come on, come up here.
What was that noise?
Hands up.
Grab him. And then we just flip him into the hole. And he's dead. Not a kill, by the way. Yeah. Here's another feature that would have been nice to have, being able to stick out like this and then go into hanging directly. Infantry death syndrome. No. Oh shit, I should have stood up there. Let's see if there's anything before the Mark II.
Rendezvous with the Mark II.
Yeah.
Rendezvous with the Mark II.
Shit, Sphinx, really?
Rendezvous with the Mark.
Okay, I guess that's the only thing left.
Rendezvous.
Alright. Damn. Sphinx. Some advanced research.
It's me, Snake. Snake, it's me.
Huh? Otacon.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Snake. Allow me to introduce Metal Gear Mark II.
Metal Gear.
That's right. Just like Rex.
Of course, we can't say just like Snatcher, yeah, but there is a picture of the Mark II from Snatcher there.
But this gear's not a weapon. It's a remote mobile terminal designed to provide you with operational support.
Where are you?
I'm in the Nomad. Where else?
Does this Snake think that Otacon's in
I'll
there?
be watching you through the Mark II.
That trailer where Snake lights a cigarette with the
I'll be with you,
scorching wall there.
Anyway, because you had to dress up as a militiaman, I had the Mark II bring you some goodies. Starting with this. Put it on your left eye.
Looks like an eye patch.
I call it the Solid Eye. It's an all-purpose goggle that displays radar images and other data in 3D. You can also switch it over to light-amplifying night vision.
The rebels are out there.
It looks like they've got the government's PMC troops beat, at least in numbers.
And this is their home turf.
Snake, I know this is a sneaking mission, but you'll need to protect yourself.
An operator.
I installed a suppressor. And here's a tranquilizer gun.
How thoughtful.
It predates the implementation of the system. By some miracle, it was never recycled. It's getting tough these days finding decent guns that aren't controlled.
You coming?
Of course. I'll follow you wherever you go, like this. I'll activate stealth so it doesn't attract any attention. If you need it, just bring up the start button menu.
Got it.
Snake, the informants who said they saw liquid here should be a little further up. Head for the rendezvous point. I've placed a mark on the radar in the upper right corner of the Solid Eye. It's a war zone out there. Stay on your toes.
Alright, if we hurry here... Yeah, he put on the safety on the AK when he put it away. If we hurry, it's easier to maybe run out with the Mark II.
Snake, it's kind of...
Fucking thing. Why does it have to stretch? I hate when that shit happens.
It's got a lot of other functions as
Come
well.
on. Okay. If we look here, see that building in the background? It's gonna get fucked up, and you can see it collapse in real time. And that's the building that we go through after we meet Revan. And there's a call about it. So, if you don't notice that, you might be confused about what building they're talking about in the call. 'Cause you can still get the call if you don't see that. Okay. Speaking of which, there's a bunch of calls now.
Snake, you've got to rendezvous with our informant.
Hey.
I created the Mark II to provide you with mission support. It's outfitted with a full suite of support functions. It can transport weapons and items, assess your condition, conduct recon, provide map data, and analyze the state of battle. You can also use its menu screen to adjust camouflage settings and change equipment. To access the menu screen, press the Start button. I've set the Mark II to shadow you at all times. It'll be there for you to call upon whenever and wherever you need it.
Tell me something, Otacon. What possessed you to name it Metal Gear Mark II?
I named it that so I'd never forget that I was the one who designed Rex. But the Mark II's no weapon of mass destruction. It's a remote mobile terminal designed solely to support you. I want to show the world that technology can work wonders when it's used the right way. I'll bet that 50 years from now, robot buddies like the Mark II will be a vital part of our society. Even now, 30% of all snipers use robot spotters. I don't think it's quite what Asimov imagined, but we may already be living in the caves of steel. Let me give you a brief rundown on controlling the Mark II.
Nah,
Use
I'm good.
the left... Snake, the weapons you pick up will be temporarily stored in your backpack.
Yeah, okay. But it makes sense now that Otacon says use the left stick to move the Mark II, because look what Snake is using to control the Mark II. That's right, we're on PlayStation 3. It's actually insanely detailed, that controller. So you can get a good camera angle on it. Here. To even have, it's kind of hard to see, but the first light LED is on for later. Look at that USB port. DualShock 3 6-axis. TM. They probably even had the label there under there, but it's kind of dark, hard to see. Now, if only Snake would actually move his hands the way that you're pressing buttons, yeah, that'd be crazy. Wow. Back when games were made with a certain console in
Those guys
mind.
really know how to put on a show. I'm sure it was old and decrepit already, but I've never seen a building go down like that.
That's it. That's the tiny call about the building.
Don't forget, Snake. This is a battlefield. Conditions are changing all the time. Sometimes those conditions make it easier for you to lay low. Sometimes they make it harder. Always be on the lookout for the tides to turn. If you see an opening, grab it. For example, if the enemy is locked in battle, they won't be watching their backs. You might try sneaking behind them.
Yeah, so if there's like combat going on, like right now, if you... Oh, they're a little far now, but... You can like make noise behind these guys. They don't care. You know? There's still the exclamation on their head, but... Okay, now they care. At first they don't care. I was gonna take him down anyway. Not exactly like this, but... Once we take all these PMCs down... the rebels will start liking me more and more. And we're on New Game Plus right now, but say you aren't on New Game Plus. There's a call about it. There's a call about... Oh, that's right, the vehicle's not there yet because it comes now, I think. There it is, there it is. This guy's scared. He has... And he gets wrecked. He has emotions showing up in battle. Now there's that vehicle there. And say that you learn you can plus this is an RPG here.
During manual control, the Mark II maintains a wireless link with you. But the control signal range is deliberately kept short by an attenuator on the transmitter circuit. The distance varies by environment, so I can't give you an exact figure, but even under the best conditions, it can't exceed 50 meters.
50 meters? That's pretty short. Why impose a limit like that? Seems more useful if I could control it from further away.
Of course, I need plenty of signal when I control it, but in your case, you have to be conscious of the danger from DF. You can't risk using a high-power electrical signal for too long. It's like holding up a big sign saying, "Hey, I'm over here." So try and keep the Mark II close to you when you use it. Keep that in mind, and the Mark II should serve you well. Snake, this should go without saying, but just so we're clear, you're practically defenseless while controlling the Mark II. So if you're gonna use it, you should do it from someplace you're not likely to be found. Right now, the militia and PMCs are at a stalemate, and just about the whole area is lit up with gunfire. Things are dangerous there, even for a guy like you. But if you could somehow tip the balance...
I might be able to divert the hotspot elsewhere.
Bingo! I'll bet you could shape battlefield conditions to make sneaking easier. Maybe by destroying a key weapon that one side relies on.
Wait, there's two sides fighting in real time, and I can influence and benefit from the battlefield? The key weapon. Alright. Such advanced gameplay mechanics. Okay, we're supposed to only have the RPG right now. So if we don't take this vehicle out, the PMCs and the rebels will just keep spawning and killing each other endlessly. But we can change things a little bit. So there's two of these. Once we take this one out, which apparently that didn't do shit. What the fuck? Oh, that was weird. It was still turning. We usually only need one. Maybe it was just delayed. But once we take the first one out, oh, my back hurts. These guys start advancing. And now they'll still spawn and kill each other endlessly because there's another one. But the main area has shifted. You know, the main battlefield area has moved. Now we can take these guys out. Maybe. How'd you do that?
Nice one.
That laugh. We should look for some stairs here. Where is it? There you go. This is what you would find your second RPG. And no weird animation. It's only used here, as far as I know. This weird balancing on the wooden beam animation for Snake. We can take out the second vehicle from here, actually. Okay, now the PMCs are pretty much gone. So these guys are happy. And now they like me and the fighting is over. If we look at them, their names are blue. There's a bunch of other data that shows up with solid eye. There's a call about it too. Let's see.
I see you found yourself an operator uniform. As long as you're wearing it, you can do what you need to do and the militiamen won't suspect a thing. It'll be a useful tool in certain situations. But be careful. Hurt a fellow militiaman while wearing the uniform and you'll blow your cover. Got it? Snake, you need to rendezvous with our informant. Head for the building where our
Come on.
Head for the building where our
I think we gotta close now. He definitely has more calls.
Otacon, you gave the Mark II stealth capability?
Yeah. The Mark II doesn't have to worry about damage from EM waves because it's a machine, and its surface area is small enough that cost isn't a problem. The trade-off being that it can be easily spotted by heat-seeking unmanned weapons. Keep that in mind, okay? Snake, you need to rendezvous. Head for the building where our informants are. The device you're wearing over your left eye is the Solid Eye.
3D glasses, huh? I remember having a toy pair called Tobit Acid back when I was a kid.
Tobit Acid? Okay. Never heard of it. The Solid Eye is a multi-purpose goggle equipped with a variety of functions. It has the same night vision capabilities as ENVGs, as well as a monocular function. It can also display a wide range of data as called for by the situation at hand. It's capable of using visual cues to pull up target data on any soldiers or weapons within its field of vision. Say, for instance, the target is a soldier. The Solid Eye will display the soldier's physical and emotional state based on body temperature, heart rate, and even sweat secretion. You can toggle the Solid Eye's functions in the item window.
Alright, so all the stuff we can see here, we can see there's kind of like a reputation system going on with the rebels. Depending on whether you hurt them, help them, or just ignore them. They can be friendly, like now, because I helped them, their names are blue. Or they can be neutral, their names are yellow. And that's when they get suspicious if they see you. Or in battle, they ask you to help them. Or, of course, red is for enemies, and they will attack you. So we can see that, we can see the distance, so you can see his health, his psyche, his weapon he has equipped, and then his emotion. The little colored square is his emotion. If we look here, we have the New Game Plus emotion rounds for the tranquilizer, and orange is rage. We can change his emotion, but with the ammo, but each enemy or each NPC, I guess, has his own kind of an innate emotion. It's just that it's not manifesting right now. It's the square isn't full. It's not fully colored. So every action that they take in battle, when they get hit, they get shot, you grab them, CQC, you punch them, or anything like that, increases their emotion until it fills up. So if I grab him a bunch of times, that's full. It changed to the full icon, and he is raging. Remember that guy who was screaming in the middle of the battlefield there? It's because his emotion was screaming, and which is basically being scared, and I guess he must have gotten hit or something, and it triggered. This guy's yellow, so this guy is laughing. If I grab him a few times,
Damn it!
It's not quite full yet, but you can see it filling up the more you grab him. And laughing is a dangerous one because it actually makes them attack friendlies. They don't attack Snake, but they attack friendlies when they're laughing. Probably just a couple more.
Damn it! Hey!
Oh, come on, it's almost full. It just needs to change into the icon. There you go. He might even go look. Yeah, he's gonna go look for someone to shoot. Some of his friends. There's a guy here, but yeah, he's too far. He's just gonna pass out. After their emotion. Oh shit! He's going there to shoot him. He might pass out. Yeah, it only lasts a few seconds, and then they pass out. They're stunned and they're foaming at the mouth.
Hey!
Joy. Oh, nice. This guy's raging too. But like I said, we can change it just by shooting them with the tranquilizer round. I mean, the emotion rounds.
Get up. You okay? Damn it!
Now he's gonna shoot him. Ha, that was funny. He killed him. Nice.
Snake, the Solid
that was
Eye's
weird.
night vision mode can give you a clear view of footprints left behind by the enemy. Use this feature to help you determine. Head for the building where our informants are waiting. I designed your radar exactly to your specifications, Snake. The baseline map, shown in the upper right of the screen, shows a visual representation of what your senses tell you, including scents you're not even conscious of. It compiles and amplifies data on surrounding temperature, humidity, sounds, and smells. Think of it as a digital expression of the feel of your environment.
The feel? You mean by close-range senses?
That's one way of putting it, yeah. The stronger a feel is, the more vividly it shows up on the radar. But if you're somewhere with a high baseline, in the middle of a combat zone, say, or a panicking crowd, it's tougher to pick up that feel. Granted, you tend to stick out more when it's quiet around you, and it's easier to slip by unnoticed in a commotion, but it also makes you less alert to threats. Living organisms, such as soldiers and moving objects like unmanned weapons, give off strong feels, so they'll show up clearly on your radar. The radar also displays the strength of the ripples you yourself send out to others. The more you stick out, the bigger and brighter your radar presence will be.
The feels.
On the other hand, keeping quiet, staying still, and using octocamo to blend in with the environment makes your radar presence smaller, indicating that you're less likely to be detected by the enemy.
So basically we can see how effective the camo index is. If we get a bunch of camo index. See that? Oh, there's this guy right here. He's making a lot of noise. At 85%, you can see the circle being that big around Snake. We shouldn't have this right now, but just for the hell of it, if we put on the face cam, it goes to 99. And the circle is basically non-existent. They have to be right on top of you to find you at 99%. If I move, it goes down a little bit, so the circle becomes bigger. 90%. You don't really need the face cam for anything in the game, but like we can have something tiny, something minor. All this shit applies to MGO2 as well, by the way. We can have something tiny like a magazine. If I throw that, it's gonna create little small ripples on the radar. Just barely anything, sound. But something like a grenade. See, the impact of the grenade itself is a small sound, and then there's a big explosion that even gave me a camo index boost. You can create your own distraction, and it gives you camo index. Yep. Yeah, in Peace Walker, the size of your weapon determines your camo index. So, let's see. The top of the fuck. Sorry, almost choked. The Tobit acid thing that Snake was talking about when talking about the Solid Eye. He said that it was toy 3D goggles that he had as a kid. That's a reference to the real life Solid Eye, which is Tobit acid the Japanese name for it, maybe? Which was not too exciting. It was a piece of cardboard that you snap on a PSP to see in 3D. What was it? Metal Gear Acid 2? In 3D. You know, you could play Metal Gear Acid or Acid 2, one of those, maybe both, with 3D attachment, cardboard attachment to the PS3. I mean, to the PSP. That's what the real life Solid Eye is. Nice. And that's Snake. That's what Snake references there. Yeah. So Tobit acid is the Japanese name, and Solid Eye is the Western name. Is that it? Good little grenade dance. Okay. We can also if we get some rations, regains, noodles, we can give them to them just in case, you know, they don't like you enough. You can make them like you that way.
Here. Don't have to twist my arm. Thanks.
So this also increases like the
Don't have to
reputation
twist my arm.
with them.
Thanks.
And once you've given them enough items, there you go, they give you something back. And this is the only way you can get some of the music in the game, some of the iPod tracks. But other than that, they give you generic shit like ammo, whatever, rations. Sometimes they give you back the exact same thing you gave them. Like I gave him noodles and he gives me the noodles back.
Don't have to twist my arm.
Let's
Thanks.
see.
Yours.
Oh, let me just... a huge fucking crate of RPG ammo coming out of his ass. Let me just pull this out in my pocket.
Here. Don't have to twist my arm. Thanks. Here, take it.
Another one. Nice. Oh, that's funny as fuck. You can do something else though. Shit, that guy here died, didn't he? One of these guys died. I think he might have respawned though. Yeah, no, he's here.
Here. You sure? Need this?
You can also troll them. You pretend to give him something,
Here. You sure?
and then you take it out of your inventory. And... whoop.
What the hell are you doing?
You can get some unique lines that way, just by trolling them. The best one is this guy. If he didn't stop, this guy would be the first F-bomb in the game.
It's you.
Because you can clearly hear him say, "What the f... what the fuck?"
Here. Hey.
Just kidding.
What the?
Almost the first F-bomb in the English script. But that goes to Laughing Octopus at least. Yeah. Imagine all these interactions and factions and details in the gameplay. It makes me so fucking mad.
Here. Don't have to twist my...
Oh fuck, I think he already took it. We were too slow, yeah.
Hey.
Oh, he gave me some noodles back. Nice. Now they like me so much that I can even do this.
Damn it.
He's okay with it. I can shoot him a little bit.
Hey.
Meh.
Cut it out.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Imagine if somebody shoots you twice and you're like, "Hey, cut it out." And now he's just strolling around. This is my swag walk. This is me giving a fuck. Oh yeah, of course we gotta do this here.
What's going on?
Statues. You can disguise yourself as the missing statue with the octo camo. How nice. Oh, we have to cover this dude's dick. Okay. But you can't use this trick too many times because... oh. The dick fell off. And if there were guards around, that would probably get you caught. I don't actually do this with guards around. It's kind of a pain, but... yep. My dick fell off. It's on the ground now. I'm gonna play with it. Alright. Streamer plays with dick on stream. You can't pick it up, but you can toss it around. Yeah, I think you can still do it. Yeah, it's just a one-time thing. Yep. Now you can do as much as you want, as there's no dick to break. That's right. Where'd my dick go? Damn. Oh, there it is.
What was that sound?
That's a noisy dick. Look at that shiny statue camo. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what I expected. It's called statue camo. Hey, what's up?
Damn it.
Here.
Just kidding.
Who? What? Why?
But why? He feels so betrayed. Alright. There's a ration here. I mean, if we really want rations, we can do this. This only works in certain areas. Generally speaking, it has to be a big, wide open area like this. And hopefully there's some bodies in the way. And it's about, what, maybe 25-30% chance. But something will happen. Reload. Here we go. If it catches something, like a body, gets yeeted into oblivion, and free supplies for days. Look at all these rations. Cast. Why is it so funny? Me, because I'm tired. I didn't mean to put the solid eye away. He's doing his best. He's patrolling. Alright, let's see if we got any more calls here. Maybe we can move on.
The militia fighting against praying mantis are mercenaries belonging to a small-scale local PMC. Most of them are from around here, but it was more than ethnic ties that motivated them to pick up their guns. The country suffers from chronic high unemployment. There are lots of households just barely scraping by. Kids that grow up in that environment don't have the chance to get a decent education. And there aren't enough opportunities for them to go abroad and find work either. PMCs are one of the few options they have to earn a living.
And for that, they go out and risk their necks.
It's not a respectable trade by any measure. Still, for some reason, I can't bring myself to condemn them for it. It's complicated, you know? Snake, you need to rendezvous with our informant. During the Cold War, this region was the site of irregular proxy wars fought between the two superpowers. Now that it's over, the ethnic conflicts that were simmering beneath the surface have erupted into full-scale civil wars. Even today, the political situation is fragile. The land and its people have been ravaged and exhausted by years of constant warfare. With food scarce and the economy near collapse, the country's barely being kept afloat by aid from developed nations. And despite all that, the current regime is still hiring PMCs to put down the anti-government militia, or terrorists as they call them. I know security's a big issue, but come on.
If you've got the money to buy bullets, you should be using it to buy your people bread.
That's how a lot of people would put it, yes.
Makes sense to me.
Notice the camouflage option on the...
Yeah, okay. We're probably done with the interesting calls now here.
Snake, you need...
Yep.
Snake.
Okay. Now that I helped these guys a lot, I don't have to worry about going through here because they like me. Basically, it acts as if you have the disguise on. They think you're one of them.
It's pretty dark in there. Switch the solid eye to night vision mode.
Oh, you again.
They need backup. Move out. On the double. Roger.
So that... You mean you're a friendly?
Yes, clearly. Hey, I punched that guy. I'm a friendly. The special effect won't work here, so it's just an old gun.
Hey, they need reinforcements up top. You ready to roll?
Yeah, I'm good.
Great. Let's go. Right behind you.
I don't want this next guy to notice me because it might interrupt this conversation here.
Get hurt.
You're gonna be okay. It's not that bad. Just hang in there.
Oh, man. It hurts bad.
We'll get you patched up. Just hold on a little longer.
Damn it. What the hell were those freaks?
What's that?
You didn't see them? There's 4. Weird looking.
What are you talking about?
The way they moved. It wasn't human. More like beasts. They slaughtered us.
Oh, he said it.
Beasts. So many of them. Yeah.
Okay, take it easy. Just don't try to talk. Hang in there.
B&B's foreshadowing into these conversations here.
What's going on?
Sir, their appearance may be strange, but they demonstrate incredible combat ability. We've already lost several units of them.
Here, one of them even flies.
One of them does seem capable of flight, sir. At the same time, it also maintains control over several UCAVs, increasing its air attack capability.
One of my men recovered what he claims to be UCAVs.
Now, they appear capable of working together or acting independently. I guess that they're building an aerial surveillance network, sir.
Let's see. The more intel they have on the area, the more effective their ground units are in battle.
You can tell by the way they're placing their snipers. They've got an edge. They must be getting full terrain data on the entire area.
In other words,
Otacon,
Yeah, I heard it too.
a special forces unit with advanced gear. Who are they?
Some kind of mercenary hired by the PMCs? Anyway, if you do run into those guys, don't get caught off guard. And Snake, remember that guy said one of them has UCAVs under his control.
Right. One of his men picked up some pieces. That must be what they had in front of them. Look the same as the one that bombed that building. They may be small, but they bite. Hard.
You better be extra careful they don't see you.
What the fuck? He just ran into the desk.
so you're on our side.
Here we can actually see the layout of the next area. It's blocked off, and you know, this is the building. with Meryl and what was that? We would be going that way. You can either follow that line that's raised. I think no, this is barricaded.
Oh, it's you again.
So you can either go this way or this way. Damn it. I'm using the map.
Damn it.
And then yeah, this is the building in Meryl. It's a laser pointer. Nice. This guy likes his new gun.
Not this one. How'd you manage that? I thought all the weapons were locked out. Normally?
Foreshadowing thing that's like 30 seconds ahead.
Get the locks off.
Removing the lock on a gun. Otacon, can they really do that?
Sorry, don't know the specifics. Give me some time, I'll see what I can dig up.
Let me know if you find anything.
Will do.
Oh, so you like your new gun, huh?
So that's what
I'll take it. Thank you.
What's going on?
Every time they notice you, it interrupts their conversations. It's a little annoying.
Pretty sweet, huh? Oh, hold it. Watch where you pointing that thing.
Who are you?
Neither enemy nor friend. Voila.
All the
You're
people
not with the militia, and you're not PMC.
getting ready to listen to me ramble about the controls again.
All shapes, all sizes.
Awesome Master
But there's no
Collection.
need to worry, 'cause all my
Cool,
shit's
but not for me, basically.
Laundered.
I'm happy that more people have access to the games, but I'm gonna stick to PS3 because of the controls, pretty much. And yeah, Drebin is Smuggler. Same exact role and same voice actor. It's kinda crazy to think about.
You see, I take ID guns like the PMCs use and make some mods. Then you can use them without having to match IDs. In other words, I'm a gun launderer. You can call me Drebin.
Drebin.
Yeah, they use that for all of us.
There are more of you.
All over the world. Not that I ever met any of them personally. Me, I'm Drebin number 893. You ain't a registered PMC employee, are you? You need a guy like me. Consider it a welcome gift. Take it. The M4, the official carbine model used by the U.S. Army, developed from the M16 service rifle. This one's a top-of-the-line model, real popular with the big PMCs. High precision, not like that government-issue shit. It's, free-floating, of course. Relax, that barrel's clean.
Is the hider CQC compatible?
The beauty of this sucker is that it's got a lot of customizable parts. Change it up the way you want to meet your everyday needs.
Flip-up sight, rail system. Not bad.
Yeah, well, you know, I get a lot of noobs around here. And if you need them, I got a wide selection of aftermarket parts as well.
The frame's pretty rigid. No rattle.
Go ahead, give her a squeeze.
I can't pull the trigger.
Really? That's weird.
What's weird?
Wait, I got it. I bet you're using an older generation of nanomachines.
Older generation?
Sometimes they don't really jive with the new system.
Seriously, who are you?
Whoa. Slow down. My day job's working at AT Security. I'm in charge of production control. So I get my hands on all the ID chips before they even register. Have a sip. It's a side of AT the public don't see. From the looks of it, you ain't with any state army. But you ain't exactly green, neither. You've got last-gen nanomachines. So I'm guessing former U.S. Army? I don't know what you're here for. But you want to be well-equipped, am I right? So, can we talk business or what? You won't regret it.
What's your take on Emoticon?
I don't particularly like the guy. But it looks like we'll need his help with those ID guns. Sonny's been doing a little sleuthing for us. Drebin, a well-known gun launderer in war economy circles. He's a businessman who deals mainly in selling black market firearms to small PMCs and local militia. Somalia, the Balkans, Lebanon, Darfur, Chechnya, Timor, Peru, the Punjab, Kashmir, Colombia. This guy really gets around.
How's he pull it off, anyway?
You can create a non-ID gun by replacing the ID recognition chip with a counterfeit version. This enables you to bypass the ID recognition process and use the gun. The problem is that there's still a record of the chip being replaced on the system side. Drebin's an employee of AT Security. He must have connections on the inside erasing records for him.
You think the Patriots are involved somehow?
I'm not so sure. If the Patriots were running the system from behind the scenes, then a weasel like Drebin would be a real pain in their collective ass.
Can he be trusted?
Remember, Drebin's a green collar. He makes his living off the war economy. He doesn't let emotions get in the way of business, and he never gets his own hands dirty. The only thing he trusts is money. I share your concern, but what if we keep him at arm's length? Use him only to get intel and the supplies we need. Keep it strictly business.
All right.
So, we ready to make a deal or what? Okay then, let's talk business. This is a war zone. There's product coming in here by the truckload. And you'll be picking up a lot of guns in the field, I'm sure. Whatever guns you don't need, I'll take and buy them off you. That'll earn you points you can cash in for services.
Like what?
I'll launder your ID guns, no more locks. And I can also sell you the guns I've got in stock. Let me show you. To ensure you can use non-ID guns, I'm gonna have to suppress the old nanomachines you got in you. Otherwise, they'll interfere with the system. Here, stick yourself with this. It's full of suppressor nanomachines. Relax, it won't hurt. You're scared of needles or something? See? No sweat. Now you can use non-ID guns, no problem. Hey, be nice to our guest. Step outside. Boo. There you see? No problem. From now on, when you pick up an ID gun that says lock, you just let me know. You name it, I can launder it. Of course, it'll cost you. The going rate depends on the war price at the time. Man, I gotta give this shit a rest.
Looks like you're doing pretty well for yourself.
You might say that. What with the war economy and all, and the system clamping down on things. System codes are the law now, and control's essentially absolute, paving the way for fat profits if you're willing to bend the law. Demand keeps on growing thanks to the war economy. I sell ID guns to the PMCs and state armies, and naked guns to terrorist groups and paramilitaries. And these ID guns can't be sold on the black market. System's practically a license for us arms dealers to print money. Privatizing the military's made the PMCs big and bloated. The fatter the PMCs get, the line between civilian and soldier is gonna get real blurry. Sooner or later, the whole damn human race is gonna be green collars. More like we're all gonna be fighting proxy wars. But hey, this war economy puts the food on my table. You're a green collar too, aren't you? Yeah, it's in your eyes. You've seen a lot of combat.
What makes you think you know me?
Nothing to be ashamed of. I'm the same way. I grew up here too. I got no interest in the outside world. All right then. If you need me, holla. We specialize in speedy service. Catch my drift? I have you.
See how Drebin calls non-ID guns naked guns? And his name too, Drebin. Naked Gun, Drebin. It's a reference to the Naked Gun movies, Frank Drebin. Which, I don't know, it's a little bit out of place because those are like, you know, funny movies, but it's a serious business. Subtle reference. And Drebin's attire too, his half business and half war, you know, he's got the suit jacket and he's got the camo pants. You symbolize that.
I know what you're thinking, but Drebin does have a point. The world depends on war, on the war economy. Can you imagine what would happen if war just disappeared overnight?
Otacon, you and Drebin both mentioned something about a war price earlier. What did you mean by that?
It's a kind of market price, one that fluctuates according to demand, not only for PMCs and military industry, but for the production, distribution, and energy supply networks that support them. It's been growing by leaps and bounds, and investors are really starting to take notice. As the fighting in any given area becomes increasingly intense and prolonged,
It's called
the war
Abstracted
price
Camouflage
goes up.
version,
No doubt
touche.
Drebin's rates are linked to that war
Snake
price.
Eater Abstracted
The longer and
Camouflage
bloodier a
remix.
battle becomes, the higher service prices are going to get. To put it another way, the quieter things are, the better the bargains. Snake, we'll use the Mark II to deal with Drebin from here on out. He's what you might call a street vendor. The Mark II can act as a kind of delivery boy, connect you with it. I'm adding a Drebin menu item to the Mark II's weapon menu. Whenever you pick up multiple units of the same weapon, any extras will automatically be sold to Drebin. Any ammo that's inside gets added to your cache. In other words, you keep the ammo, and the weapon itself gets traded to Drebin for points.
I see.
You can then use the points you've earned to unlock ID guns or buy new weapons.
Sounds good.
We should assume Drebin has other agents collecting guns for him besides you, Snake. You know, freelance green collars who collect weapons in exchange for services?
Guess I'll have to rely on him for now.
Okay. Now go meet up with our informants, Rat Patrol.
Alright,
Snake, hurry and get to
let's
the
put on some
rendezvous point with
music.
our
I've been
informants.
ignoring the iPod.
First, you'll have to get to the other
So
side of that
far.
collapsed building. The only way across is straight through.
There should be a call about it too. I don't know if it requires music actually be playing. Let's see. Maybe not actually. Just have it equipped.
Snake. Snake, I'm not thrilled with the idea. In fact, I don't like it at all. But business is business. From now on, you'll be using the Mark II to deal with...
Yeah, okay.
How you liking that iPod, Snake? They say certain types of music can help relieve stress. If you're feeling run down, why not take a break? Listen to a few tunes.
A few tunes, Three Dog would say. So yeah, the music is not just music. Some of it also has special effects while you're playing it. Like increasing your stun damage when you punch people, makes your aim steady, or it makes people fall asleep when you grab them in CQC, or helps regenerate your health faster. Depending, some of these tracks have special effects. You even get Snake Eater. Snake Eater is actually the hardest one to unlock, because it requires getting all emblems, which takes a minimum of 8 playthroughs, if you know what you're doing. One of which has to be a 35-hour chicken emblem playthrough. And Snake Eater has most of those effects combined into one. Fuck it, I guess I mentioned it, we gotta play it now.
Careful, Snake. The walls could come down any second.
With darkness and silence through the night.
This guy's getting rugged here.
What a thrill. I'm searching and I'll
We've been spotted! Return fire!
What a fear in my heart. But you're so supreme. I give my life, not for honor, but for you. In my time, there'll be no one else.
We should put this on the ladder. Get some noodles here. We could jump down here, but we can also go this way first. There's just some extra stuff. Or sold Playboy. Non-ID playboy.
On a tree frog, it's ordeal.
Peak moment here. The story in this game just writes itself in there.
Who's there?
Go away! I'm not done yet!
Stop!
No.
Stop right there!
No!
Get back here!
And Snake notices that the box is old and destroyed here, it's useless. But the drum is much better. Especially with Johnny's farts in it. Yeah, stick your head in there. Take a whiff. Lovely. This is...
The trial to survive.
Snake, is that a drum? And what, pray tell, do you plan to do with it? It's bigger than you are.
That's the point, Otacon. It has to be at least this size. How else am I going to fit?
Fit? Oh, I got it.
If the enemy's after me, I can hide inside until they're gone. And, unlike a cardboard box, in a pinch I can roll into a quick getaway.
Say, that does sound pretty good. To hide inside a drum, simply equip it as an item. To roll, press the crawl button to lie down on your side, then move as you normally would. Nice find, Snake. No wonder they call you a professional procurer on site.
Yeah. So these guys actually alert from the drum, but if you're rolling, they don't know there's somebody inside, so they can spot you rolling for a little bit and they don't alert. But I don't know, those guys they're off to get killed, whatever. And like we were talking about earlier, you can farm alerts for the various emblems with the drum, because they don't like the drum. If hello? They ignore me. Okay. Maybe if they see you put it on, they don't care. But if you just a drum, they should alert from that. All these guys getting wrecked here.
Back me up. Roger that. Okay.
There's a couple snipers up there, and as soon as these guys run out,
Let's get out of here.
the last guy tries to get away. Alright.
Snake, watch out. That area is covered by PMC snipers. Boy, this is gonna be tough. If only you could find a route.
Oh, it's because they like me. They know. Oh. Wait, now I'm forgetting this shit too. I thought that's how it worked. I guess they... how did it work? Maybe if they like you, it doesn't work. They don't care about the drum. How did we do it? It's gotta be... Hold on, maybe that's the difference the disguise makes. Huh, if that's the case, I never noticed. But it should be the same. When they like you, it should be the same as this disguise. Yeah, maybe I need them to... So does the drum cancel the alert? I thought the drum caused the alert. Hold on, now we gotta figure out again. Just wait for them to respawn. Hey, he got wrecked.
Help me out, okay? So you're on our side.
So this, okay, so they have to be hostile. But if the drum causes the alert, then why does the disguise count inside the drum? Fuck it, okay, let's make him hostile again. I can probably kill a few before they turn completely hostile. That would only make sense if the drum actually cancels the alert. Now, let me see. Shit, I wanted to kill him. Come on. We gotta get a bunch of kills here anyway for a little Easter egg. But maybe they don't respawn if you're looking. They respawn elsewhere. Yeah, they respawn over there. Now they're neutral. See, it's yellow. That's red. So, how does it work? Let's see. So they have to be hostile, and you need the disguise, and you need the drum. Maybe. That's gotta be it. Because I guess the drum counts as not having the disguise. So whatever you have going on without the disguise counts with the drum. That's gotta be it. Now you don't even need to move. Do you need to move? I don't remember. Let's see, so hostile plus disguise plus drum. So you need all three. I thought you only needed two. There you go. Oh, you do have to move, yeah. Basically, the drum carries whatever non-disguised reaction you have. So it's like changing in and out of the disguise real quick. So if you want to farm alerts, that's how you do it. We should get. Is there? Oh shit! I shouldn't have killed him with the disguise on. Fuck. Hold on. Let's. I guess let's restart then, because it's fucked now. The strings again.
No! Snake! Snake!
Is there maximum cap to the alerts you can have? I know it can go into the 3 digits, but
okay, Snake.
now we have to make it hostile again.
Your radar is marked with which way to go.
What if we farm a fuckload of alerts? Maybe it caps on 999. I'm curious if it goes into the 4 digits. Yeah, I'm actually curious. And then we give the save to 3 dog, and he sees the score screen after each act, and he's like, "What the fuck? 1,000 alerts?" Oh yeah, the items go up to just under 10,000. Yeah. Basically, the drum counts as the octo camo. I'm actually a little bit curious. Oh, does it really count as 2? Because there's two guys.
Help me out here!
Wait.
It's the enemy!
There you
It's
go.
the enemy! It's the enemy! Help me out here! Help me out here!
Wait.
Help me out here! It's the enemy! Help me out here!
Is it one per dude?
Help me
Are you
out
sure?
here! Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
I don't know about that.
It's the enemy! Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! Help me out here! Help me out here! It's the enemy! Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
I don't know about that.
It's the enemy!
Maybe.
It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
It shouldn't take that long. I mean, compared to the fucking Peace Walker farm.
It's the enemy! 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 Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
Nice.
It's the enemy! 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 Help me out here! It's the enemy! 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 Help me out here!
I mean, I don't think it can go any faster than this.
It's the enemy! 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 Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
You can also
Help me
just
out
keep
here.
moving,
It's
right?
the enemy! Help me out here! It's the enemy! 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 Help me out here! Help me out here! It's the enemy!
This is what we do. We experiment.
Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
Yeah, you can just keep moving for it.
It's the enemy! It's the enemy! Help me out here! It's the enemy! 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 Help me out here!
Shit.
It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
If this really counts as two,
Enemy!
then that's not that bad.
Enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
Too bad we can't play some music.
Out here! Enemy!
Now the other guy's saying it. It's an enemy drum.
Out here! It's the enemy! 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 Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
Is there any other spots where we can do this? Maybe more than
Help me
two.
out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
Fuck it.
It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
Is it faster if I tap the movement? You have to wait for that little animation, I think.
Help me out here! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy!
Whatever alert can we get? It's gonna look interesting in the score screen. Maybe over there. Let's do another minute of this or so.
Help me out here! It's the enemy! 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 You got my back? It's the enemy! You got my back? It's the enemy! 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 You got my back? It's the enemy! You got my
You
back?
start hearing other things.
Help me out, enemy! It's the 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 enemy!
I apologize, guys, but
Help me out here! It's the enemy!
this is for science.
It's the enemy! It's the enemy! It's the enemy! You got my back?
Alright, let's take a break.
Over here! Form up! It's the enemy! You got my back? It's the enemy! You got my back? It's the enemy! Sniper, high ground! Hey,
Snake,
The rendezvous
watch out.
point is to
These
the
guys are.
He's covered by PMC snipers.
Would this count as 3 then?
You could find a route that takes
Higher efficiency,
avoids them altogether.
50% more.
The enemy's here! The enemy's here! Help me out, okay? The enemy's here! The enemy's here! The enemy's here!
Man, 3's pretty good.
The enemy's here! The enemy's here! The enemy's here!
Oh, we 4 now? Oh, nice. Because there's 2 guys coming from there too. Can we get 5? Wait, before these guys fucking go kill themselves there. I must know. There's another there. Shit. If I it's okay. If I die, does the Lord stay? If only that guy would get closer. Oh, he got wrecked. No, no, don't go kill yourself over there. 4 again. It doesn't matter if I don't save. I continue will keep the alerts anyway. Ah, fuck, he died. Down to 3 again. At least they're safe here. I'm saving their lives. Ah, shit. We lost them. Alright. We'll fuck around with it some more in front of the palace. We gotta farm kills. And for the hell of it, we can do alerts too. Oh, well, one more alert. Whatever shall I do? This one doesn't go away. Oh shit. Yes, we needed one more alert, Zero. Thank you. Hey, guess what? It's the enemy. Wait. Oh, they're not hostile now because I took some PMCs down. Hold on. Can we do the MGO quick offline? For the Muslim account? Wait. Yeah, you can. The backstep.
Understood. Regroup and engage.
And the roll does it, but that's a quick one. So the roll reloads the most nugget. Increase rate of fire. What a clusterfuck. Okay, so we would have to change back out of the disguise, get hostile with these guys again. And then I guess we'll go in here. We can also check our alerts if you go to the briefing. You can check your stats more or less real time, mid game. And then now we put on the disguise again. Give you some healing items. And oh shit, I don't have noodles. Okay. And the rum again. Zero with the bits, $3 this time. Nice, thank you. Let's see. There's 2 guys here.
The enemy's here! The enemy's here! The enemy's here!
Maybe we can get some more show up. Yep, we're 3 now. It's not bad. Oh. What's up? So I actually just learned that the disguise and the friendly reputation is not the exact same, because it has this thing with the drum. Alright, we should start working on kills too. This is the enemy, and he's here in the barrel. Let's get some high penetration stuff. And let's get something to shoot down a helicopter too. Let's go to a comfy spot. Put on some music. Okay, if we want to kills though, we gotta use the metal camo. And even though I have no stamina right now, so the aim is all over the place. That's not even wobbling that badly. Oh shit. He gets stunned. We've got the RPG raging. If we put on Snake Eater, I should be able to keep the aim steady. I think. Oh shit, that hurt a lot. Does Snake Eater have steady aim? Maybe not. Thought it did. It's so wobbly. Maybe. Oh. Maybe just. Yeah, that's worse without it. See? So it does steady your aim, but not completely. I actually didn't know that. Yeah, that's moving a lot without it. I'm not moving anything. This is the game doing it. But with the song on, should be better. Yeah, it's definitely better. No, Snake Eater is a bunch of shit, including restoring health. I'm curious now, what is it with the full stamina or full psyche? Oh, it's just completely still. So it steadies your aim, but not completely. It's not like the Animals camo in MGS3, actually. I thought it might be, but it's not. My frames. Frames Eater. Okay, so the reason we're getting kills now is once you get a bunch of kills, maybe 100 or something, there will be a flashback. Ah, shit. Come on. Ah, fuck it. We should also get a combat high pretty soon because we're shooting a bunch of ammo during an alert. So the stress 80% is now climbing to 100. We have the combat high there. Oh shit. Yeah, it feels lower than 100. This guy's raging. If we get to the other side. Oh wait, I know what I can do, of course. Lead ball. And Peace Walker is just called ball. Here we go. Let me fix my inventory. Fashion noodles regain syringe. That's the ending. Oh, here comes the frame kick killer. The helicopter. He must be frames. PMC frame strike. Oh, now they like me again. Look at that perfectly balanced RPG. That's pretty rare to see in MGS4. Oh, it's gone now. That aim. Shut up. Here we go. And unfortunately, like all MGS1 voice acting flashbacks, this one too is from Twin Snakes. Snake should puke after you do this, but if you press against the wall, it doesn't, and then it plays again. If you wanna hear it more. It's Twin Snakes voice acting. Whoa. Okay, cool. Need some ration, do some drugs. Okay, now how did it work? Skies and drum. Honestly, I don't know if it works like that. It's one per person who spots you. Alright, just bear with me for a few minutes here, guys. You can also do a little bit of this you can do it during Act 2, I guess. Nice. Rank terrible. Well, since the topic came up, shit, if only that guy would turn around. That's not the only reason, Starknator. I also want to find out if it goes into the 4 digits. But that is assuming that it counts to 1 per each person who spots you. Because if it doesn't, then it's kind of bad, I guess. Science. Yeah, that's what we do here. This thing up. Oh, nice. One shot at it. Oh, it might not work. I wonder how it works in relation with real alerts from the PMCs, too. That's weird. I guess we'll just let it go. Wait, how did it refresh? Fuck it.
And engage.
Let's... Alright, I'm really showing off all the features here. Why don't we find out how many alerts we have right now? Let's... Ah, fuck, there's no predictions in this channel. We could do a poll. Nah. Boring. I wanted to do a prediction. But there's no channel points in here. It's ass wipe. This is an MGS4 ass wipe. Hey, it won't reach the end of Act 1 for a while more, so... See, the thing is, Dim was saying that if two guys spot you at the same time, it counts as 2 alerts. I'm not sure about that. Am I... Hey, briefing. So if we go to the briefing... I guess it's a spoiler. To go to the Act 2 briefing right now. But this is how you would check. If you go into the briefing and then skip to where you can use the Mark II, then you can see your stats. And they start scrolling on the screen kind of slowly, but alerts should be one of the first few ones that shows up anyway. So we'll find out quickly. Is it here? I think we need to skip. Yeah. There we go.
How long was I out?
It goes pretty slowly, but it should be soon.
Life.
Yeah. It could have been Meryl and her boys.
News. Alerts. Alert faces. 513? Holy shit. See? Okay, then maybe Dim is right. Dim's right. They have to count for each guy that spots you. See, I just wanted to see if it goes into the 4 digits. We're halfway there already. Yeah, that's about 60% of the reason I want to do this. So the dog is like, how the fuck do we have 1,000 alerts? If it even goes there. Maybe it caps on 999. Who knows? I want to find out. That's the other 40% of the reason I'm doing this. And it doesn't take that long then. Oh. Here we have 2 guys.
Back me up.
What the fuck? We gotta make him hostile first. But hey, we can get that set up with the 4 guys spotting me. That's pretty good. Ooh, that looks chunky. Okay. Neutral, this should ask you to help him out, you know? Okay, so we got 2 here. See if I can get this one out. Okay, now it's 3. It's not that bad. So each of these is 3 alerts. Oh, there's another guy there. Okay, that's 3 here. Are they neutral or are they hostile? Fuck, how do I not have the solid eye? This will be remembered as that one time that we found out this. They are hostile, okay. Shit, he died. Yeah, I guess so. It's not exactly like friendly. Fuck. Shit. It's doable. See, if that was only like 100, maybe 200 alerts, then yeah. It probably wouldn't work that. It means that it doesn't work that way, but 500? We definitely didn't do this 500 times. It starts with two guys here.
Help me out, okay? The enemy's here! 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 Help me out, okay?
We have...
The enemy's here!
Shit, I can get those guys to turn around. Okay, 3 again. 4 would be ideal. Maybe we can do 5 in the other corner. Until those guys get wrecked on that side. Turn around. Okay, he respawned here. 3 again. Yeah, it really wouldn't take that long, maybe 5 minutes. I guess there's no reason why I should cap 999. 240 alerts per minute. Wow, I like that people do the math every time you do this shit. So it would only take about 4 or 5 minutes for 1,000. Yeah, it's really not that bad. Viewer does the math too. We're doing it at 3 now. Wait, that guy's blind. That's gotta be the fastest you can get alerts in any of the games. These guys are not dying now, which is good. We're going at a decent pace of 3 alerts. 3 guys alerts for drum views. Poor analog though. If I could get that 4th guy in there, so it's okay. We'll do 2 more minutes. Fuck it. There are reasons beyond your comprehension. Sorry for the, I know, all the alert noises. Yeah, the mousetraps, that was not my intention. I heard that the mousetraps fucked up the fear fight, but I was genuinely just trying to catch the Tsuchinoko with all the mousetraps. I wasn't thinking about what it would do to the fear fight. I have to go back to the VOD and watch that. Yeah, they do count as alert. Oh shit, it's Nighthawk. What's up, man? One of the OG viewers. Alright, we'll do another minute. Oh, he kept getting poisoned because they were all poison frogs, huh? In-depth trolling run. Slowly these marathons are gonna turn. They're all gonna be about trolling each other when we switch. Will be just one things that happen. Nah. Okay, I think another 20 seconds or so. Okay, let's go check. Oh no, he died. That guy, that's probably the longest that guy's been alive in this game. Because we kept him there. Hey, on foot road. It would be kind of fun though to have your save set up by someone else and then they kind of give it to you as a puzzle. Yeah. Alright, predictions. Yeah, kind of like that, Sarknado, yeah. That thing in MGS1 though, unless you glitch it, there's no way out. That would have sucked. It was really close. I figured that would already be a thing. Alright, so does it cap? Are we over? Should be enough by now. Oh, shit. Ah, not that one. That one doesn't give you the stats. Sorry, we gotta skip through this one and select the Act 2 briefing. Because this only gives you the controls. It doesn't give you stats there because Act 1 you haven't done anything. Okay. Loads of in-depth content. There you have it. Alright, here it comes.
How long was I out?
A whole day.
How long was I farming alerts for? The whole day.
Yeah. It could have been Meryl and her boys.
It was only like 10 minutes of gameplay. Alert faces.
They're doing fine.
Oh, 861. Dang it.
Liquid got away.
Dang it. A little bit, just a little bit more. Maybe If some good soul actually wants to count the alerts, like the individual alerts, then we can find out if it counts per person or not. I don't know. At this point, I'm not sure. Even if it doesn't, we'll be done in a couple minutes now. We could do, yeah, we could do 10, but I don't want to do all the loading and shit in between. Once it's done, I wanna, yeah. Okay, so these guys are hostile. So okay, hold on. See, okay, I guess bucket for science. We'll find out. Those two guys saw me. Does it count? It was 1 or 2. We had, what, 861, right? So it's either 862 or 863 now. Let's find out how it works for science. One, you're welcome. Thank you, Music Box. That helps. I didn't want to go through the fucking loading thing again, but I guess we're figuring out a key game mechanic. It's worth it. $862 or $863?
I out.
A whole day.
Someone saved my life.
Yeah. It could have been Meryl and her boys. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's how it did. 862. Did they have to see you at the exact time? See, if we were getting about 40 to 50 per minute, then going by what viewer was saying, then that sounds about accurate. I guess we did 500. That did feel like a lot. More than, I don't know. It's the mysteries of the human mind. Okay, this guy's... I didn't feel like I did it for 10 minutes earlier before we got here. You know, at the beginning of the area. Alright, here we go. What's up? With the drum, you know that it's at the exact same time, though. I think it's just the face. Just when it changes into alert, no matter how many people there are. We'll do a little polling. We get 1,000 alerts. That'll wake you up at 4 AM. Yeah, it also goes by really quickly, like, what, 1 per second or so? Maybe every second and a half. Now we've come this far. We gotta do it. Wait, 3 minutes? That's a lot. We're probably got a minute already. I mean, we're doing 3 guys again, but... Sunk cost fallacy, exactly. Ooh, can we do 4? Probably doesn't matter, but... That guy's a little far. Alright, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, we'll be done. When the counter goes to 43. Maybe it's the sound? I don't know. I know for a fact that it counts as an alert phase when it says alert on the screen. Sometimes you hear the sound, like from a gecko at the beginning, for example, and it doesn't count as an alert. I don't think it's a sound. Has a certain rhythm to it.
Help me out, okay? The enemy's here! The enemy's here! The enemy's here! The enemy's here! The enemy's here!
Now, we will definitely remember how to farm alerts in Edges 4.
The enemy's here! 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 Help me out, okay? The enemy's here! 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 Help me out, okay?
I don't know, viewer, I'm just going by time.
Help me out, okay? The enemy's here!
10 seconds.
The enemy's here! 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 The enemy's here!
Alright. You guys want to find out now, or should we actually play until the end of Act 1 to find out? I need to know. Okay. Alright, let's find out now. Wow, saving those alerts. Do it until Doc comes back. That way, we might really find the cap. Do this for another 5 hours. I think we would drive everybody insane, including myself. "24-hour stream of alert farming." Dude. Dog wouldn't suspect a thing. I mean, if you do want to do 9,999, assuming that this took, how long did this take? Maybe 20 minutes? 200 minutes? Yeah, about 5 hours. 4 or 5 hours and you would get it.
How long was I out?
A whole day.
Someone saved my life.
Yeah.
Look, that was like another
Could have been
6
Marilyn,
minutes of
boys.
gameplay.
Don't worry.
Here you go.
They're doing fine.
1,095.
God
It does go over 1,000. Total kills only 64. And we got the flashback. So yeah, it's definitely less than 100. It's gotta be 50 then. Dude. I have never seen that alert counter in the 4 digits. Okay, we're good. I'm good. No, we're not doing 10,000 now. Fuck that. I'm good. I learned something. Fuck. Now, this is going to the 5 digits. I mean, if you look at the other stats, like the Drebin points go in the 100,000s, maybe million. So, yeah, I don't want to find out that way. Maybe we can do like a world record of alerts. Yeah. Oh fuck. Let's move on, please. Now we know that it goes into 4 digits at least. 10 people. What the fuck? Come on, you guys can't be serious. Come on. No. My poor. Maybe not during a marathon. Maybe we'll do a dedicated stream for that. No way. Jesus. What a save. 4 digits alerts. It should be enough to make three dogs go like, what the fuck? 1,000 alerts. It should be enough to make him go, what the fuck? Alright, let's fall asleep here. There's a little detail. If we lose all the psyche. See, if you do fun things, Snake regains some of his psyche back, because it's fun. Like shooting the bottles. See, every time you shoot the bottles, it goes up by a little bit. Of course, the bottle shooting is not as detailed as MGS2, but it's there. This would actually be a lot of fun. I'm not going by that pole, fuck that. Okay, now we're back. It's the enemy. It's the enemy. Alright.
Drop your weapon! Drop your weapon!
All right. Here.
Easy now.
Ah, shit, damn. Yeah, I forgot to tell you about that. It looks generic as shit. But after all, what do you expect from a game about kidnapping and prostituting girls? I mean,
safety off, rookie.
it's the kind of games Dim plays.
I'm no rookie. I'm a 10-year vet.
Yeah, that's the thing.
How the hell did
Also, the two images you sent me kind of look different. One looks like fan art. Was it the Type 63?
CQC. Real big boss, huh?
Oh.
Lower your
Type
weapon.
64. The closest thing I can think of, but it's probably not right. The Chinese suppressed Type 64 because of the way the suppressor is shaped.
Fox.
But no, probably not it.
Snake? Snake?
Merle, we killed you.
Meryl.
Is that you? What happened to your face?
Accelerated aging. They don't know the cause.
Oh my god.
Meryl, you're my informant in the U.S. military.
Meryl, I have Ligma.
You must be the inspector sent by the UN. Akiba!
Commander!
I mean, I just looked like a Tokarev, dude.
Sorry.
This is Rat Patrol Team 01. We're with the CID, one of the bodies investigating PMC activity.
But yeah,
First hounds, now rats.
like I said, the two pictures look kind of different that you sent me.
What is your problem? You okay? Stomach pains? Diarrhea?
It's been 4 days since Liquid arrived in the area. And since then, this woman's been with him. She doesn't look like a combatant. Probably some kind of advisor. Maybe a scientist.
So, you're the commander of this O1 unit?
Why? Something wrong with that? Here, I'll introduce you to the team. That's Ed, our radio man and sniper. Sleeping giant is Jonathan.
Not again. No. Enough.
Don't stand behind him. He hates it when people go around his back. And finally... Johnny. Everybody just calls him Akiba.
Commander, I've finished installing the sensors. Whoa.
Okay, Akiba. Anyway.
You're all grown up.
Maybe it's because someone taught me well. A certain legendary hero who suddenly disappeared.
I was farming alerts.
Me? Huh. I never gave up on you. Or on Foxhound. Back then, I just wanted you to accept me. I wanted you to turn around and see who I was. But I've put the past behind. I'm done playing little love games. So, what are you here for?
Threat assessment. The PMCs.
Really? Because I heard a rumor there's an assassin out there targeting their leader.
Well, that's some rumor. I'm only here because the UN wants me to assess the impact and effects of PMCs on their refugee protection efforts.
That's all?
More than enough for a retired vet like me.
I know he's plotting an insurrection. But as long as AT Security's system is in place, there's no way he'll succeed.
How can you be so sure?
They've implemented a system that monitors in real time every single soldier engaged in combat action, whether he's State Army or PMC. Each individual soldier has been fully ID tagged with nanomachines injected into their bodies for that purpose. The nanomachines keep track of the soldiers and their real-time personal data 24 hours a day. They monitor each man's position, movement speed, reserve ammo, firing accuracy, wounds, rations, water intake and supply, sweat secreted, heart rate, blood pressure and sugar levels, oxygen. All the data gathered on body condition, on sensory organ data showing pain and fear, data on every internal response within the body. All of it is collected by an AI at the system's core. This data is monitored at HQ to enable command to make quicker, more precise, more rational decisions. It also enables crisis management for each individual soldier. It's being used by the US military, by state armies in allied countries, by PMCs. Even police agencies are starting to adopt it. Unless they agree to implement the system, PMCs aren't permitted to send troops anywhere.
You've got these system nanomachines in you too.
Of course. Our unit plays by the rules, same as everybody else. It was creepy at first, knowing you're being watched 24/7, but I've gotten used to it. It gives us a lot of advantages in the field, too. We get a clearer picture of what's going on around us, so there's less confusion during missions. And our nanomachines communicate with each other, making teamwork a lot smoother. And that's not all the system does for us. It's also a security guarantee against the PMCs.
Security guarantee?
That's right. The PMCs are combat groups without states or ideologies. They're not fighting out of nationalism or for a cause. They don't care why the war is being fought. They're just bodies fighting on someone else's behalf. They're mercenaries, a commodity. So it's easy to imagine them betraying their clients by joining the enemy or refusing to fight, or committing humanitarian atrocities. To keep these things in check, they ensured that no one can use firearms or military vehicles without the proper system ID. It's true for every piece of equipment out there. So even if the PMCs tried to mount a terrorist attack or coup d'etat, their weapons and equipment would automatically be locked out. They wouldn't be able to move, attack, or engage in combat of any kind. And there's more. All the data on their position, personnel, and combat strength is leaked to us by the nanomachines. Even if they managed to circumvent the system by getting the nanomachines out of each soldier's body, they'd be losing their IDs in the process, so they couldn't use their weapons.
And the Patriots are behind this.
Lalilulelo, what are you talking about?
Never mind. So this system is foolproof, huh?
Completely. They call it SOP.
Sons of the Patriots.
The AI that controls it is a tightly guarded secret both at Arms Tech Security, where it was developed, and at the Pentagon. There's no way a third party could get control of it.
I just met a guy who said he can launder ID guns. The system does have holes.
There can't be more than a few hundred of those gun launderers. It's just a grassroots movement. It's not like they can affect the entire PMC war machine. Anyway, Liquid would have had to register as a PMC in the system to assemble an army that massive. His PMCs might even exceed the US military in terms of numbers, but as long as they're registered, their soldiers' activities are constantly being monitored. So long as the US responds immediately when Liquid makes his move, we can take them down by force.
By force, huh?
When RSOC heard about Liquid's plans, they sent us to sniff around the PMCs. Even with this SOP keeping an eye on things, there are always trouble spots to deal with in the field. Disorderly conduct, disobeying orders, contract violations. We act as backup for the system by monitoring the soldiers. PMC inspections are always carried out on the battlefield. That's why we're authorized to carry and use weapons. We've lost 5 inspection teams in the past few months alone. They were all undercover, inside Liquid's PMCs.
Then, if you got caught...
we'd be exterminated like rats. But we're smarter than that. We've been mingling with the PMCs, and after 3 months of searching God knows how many battlefields, we finally tracked him down. When we reported that we'd found Liquid, our superiors ordered us to provide the UN investigators with intel. But I didn't know it'd be you.
Didn't the Colonel tell you he was sending me?
Colonel? Don't tell me it's Campbell.
Yeah.
He put you up to this?
You didn't know.
You've got to be kidding! You expect me to work with my uncle?
Meryl.
Meryl starts raging here.
This is
but then
bullshit. He's not my father.
we can hear the system nanomachines sound effect here. Kicks in and regulates her emotions. That's why she calms down.
Meryl. So, you knew.
Yeah. Little violation of the need-to-know rule.
Then, why are you still calling him Uncle?
You're still calling him Colonel.
He's your father.
As far as I'm concerned, we're still uncle and niece. I will never forgive that womanizing piece of shit.
Meryl.
He, remarried.
Really?
His new wife's about my age. I hear she's even got a kid. It's as if he's given up on making up with his own daughter.
Ooh, tier 3 sub from Music Box. Nice. 5 months, thank you.
Selfish, egotistical pigs.
Grumble, grumble, grumble.
Commander.
What is it?
There's 20 of them. And they're not from that PMC praying mantis either. It's the Frog.
His private troops.
Oh, crap. This is not good.
Were you being followed?
No.
Nobody saw me. No alerts.
Akiba!
They might have seen the reflection off my scope lens. Whoa, wait. Hang on. You guys think it was my fault?
I don't know, Dim. I don't go that far back in U.S. history.
Oh, no. Oh, it wasn't my fault. I swear. It wasn't my fault. Oh, man. Oh, look,
Dumbass! We're moving out.
Meryl, where's Liquid?
At a camp up ahead. I'll fill you in later. If we're still alive. Follow me. contact. These guys are with Liquid's private army. Shoot first, think later. We'll use the stairs and get out through the back door on the first floor. We'll change the route as necessary. I'm on point. Stay close. Got it?
Got it.
Akiba, breathe deep.
Got it.
We've got a real live legendary hero with us. Try not to choke. Move!
Alright, since the frogs have helmets on higher difficulties, unless you have a weapon with high penetration, it takes like 3 headshots to kill someone. So we can see that each gun has its own damage, shock, penetration, stability, reload, speed, and lock-on distance stats. So 45 E in penetration, it's not enough. EM4 C, that's still not enough. Technically, you know, the 5.56 should have more penetration, but I guess since it's the default stuff for a majority of the game, then it just doesn't work for gameplay reasons. You want something more. VSS has A in penetration. The P90 has B, that's enough. You go through helmets. 5.7 should also have B. There you go, the 5.7 round and the P90 will do it. And there's a few more, like sniper rifles. The tranquilizer goes through it, even though the penetration's E, the tranquilizer just works differently. But yeah, I guess you need at least a B in penetration to go through the helmets. The MP7 also does it because it's pretty much the 5.7 equivalent for the round, you know, the HK equivalent. What else do we have? The M14. But you know, you had that trade-off of penetration versus damage and stopping power. But like the 45 will have more stopping power but less penetration. So roughly speaking, mirrors, you know, the real life behavior of the rounds. Let's see. We'll just kill them. Fuck it. I'm pretty sure that railgun has an S in penetration. Yeah, there it is. S in damage, shock. I guess that's like stopping power or penetration. Also, the 5.7 here has a little reference to Ghost Babel because that's the gun the Snake used in Ghost Babel. Boasts one of the highest penetration powers of any pistols. Bullets tend to maintain high velocity, provide relatively high stopping power against distant enemies, carries large 20-round magazine, has low recoil, making it easy to use. Also used by Snake when he infiltrated Galloway. So Ghost Babel is canon. It's referenced here. The stopping power kind of sucks though. But it's the penetration I don't want. If we get a headshot, the stopping power doesn't matter, you know? Shot placement. So yeah, if we use a 45, see, it blocks it. 2, 3 headshots to kill someone.
Seriously, Akiba, what the hell?
Alright, going on down here.
What's wrong with you?
We have... I guess we'll do this now. We have a couple details with Meryl's unit here. We put somebody to sleep.
Are you alright?
Oh, Johnny walked in front. He has his signature pose, you know.
Get up.
Face down, ass up. So, they will kick each other awake. Johnny doesn't know what to do. If you put everybody to sleep except Johnny. He doesn't know what to do. He's just standing there being a pussy. So they kick each other awake, with the exception that Johnny doesn't know what to do, and if Meryl's down, oh, fuck, why'd I wake him up? Get the fuck out of here. Let's wake somebody else up. Damn it, not him. Come on. Johnny, okay, Snake likes Johnny, I guess. There we go.
Are you alright?
You alright?
You okay?
From gun.
Get up!
You alright?
Come on, I chose such a bad spot to do this.
Are you alright?
Okay, so when Meryl's down, since she's the leader, you know, they respect her. They don't kick her awake. They just gently pat. They just gently pat her awake.
Get up.
You okay?
Get up.
What?
Get your ass up!
He still says get your ass up, though. Also, they can take headshots like it's nothing. It takes 2 headshots. If we kill Meryl, of course,
Oh my god! Meryl's dead!
we get the just
Are you
one
listening to me?
flashbacks.
Snake!
Oh, the emotion rounds don't work on them, unfortunately. Even though they have nanomachines, you know, they just work differently. Their AI is different. So, who else was an MGS1 that would give us MGS1 flashbacks? So Johnny, yeah, takes 2 headshots.
Snake! What did you just do?
There's
Have you lost your mind?
MGS1 Johnny with his underwear.
No! What are we gonna do now,
Because
Snake?
this is based on the Japanese version, although the flashbacks are taken from Japanese screenshots.
Move!
So, we have Johnny with his underwear instead of the pixelated ass. And it's kind of a shame that killing Jonathan Ed doesn't give you, police knots flashbacks, but I guess that would be too obscure for some people to notice. Yeah, it's him taking a shit too. Let's see. Let me get some ammo. Although we'll get a bunch of ammo from the P90s anyway. The metal camo is basically the body armor of this game. That's why it's really useful. Cuts damage in half. I gotta turn around magazine, but I must reload. Compulsive reloading. Maybe I should use stunts here. There's just too many of them. I put on some music. Be something good. Sure. Yes, no, shoot the wall. She often does shit like that. Took like a whole magazine. You're good.
From behind!
grenade launcher bitches. So called because they don't care how close you are to them, they will grenade you in the face and stun lock you. Oh, did I get to him? One shot.
What's gotten into you?
Now the next scene, you might think maybe it depends on, you know, how many enemies there are, how many enemies you gotta kill. But no, in reality it depends entirely on the scripted animation of Johnny shitting himself. That's when the fight ends. That's when they decide to move on. And they blame him every time you do that. So now they're gonna like align and start moving in formation. And that's when Johnny starts shitting himself.
Contact!
If you put any of them to sleep, they're scripted to die. They get hit by like a stray bullet after a few seconds. So yeah, you don't want to put them to sleep. And it's Meryl's kick that does it. Let me shoot my Desert Eagle one-handed so I can plug my nose. Nice. Okay, now that Johnny's done shitting himself, we can move on. Okay. Let's put some traps here, actually. If we're lucky, we might get some more from Johnny. If you approach him with something that you're out of evil geek stuff. But I guess he's leaving already. Okay.
Out of the way. What's gotten into you?
Hold on, we gotta pat him on the shit stain.
Snake, Akiba's been knocked out.
Oh shit, hello. Hey, what? Nice, another double. It goes all the way through. Oh, are they done already? Nice. There's a tiny detail here if you pay attention to when Johnny starts typing in the password to disable the trap. He starts by typing on the M. He's typing Meryl's name, Meryl Silverberg. on his keyboard. That's the password. Get the fuck down there.
The enemy sent in a squad.
Yeah, okay. Wait, maybe the call I'm looking for is...
You need to get out of that building.
It's after this, I think. Death Dog, thank you for the 33 months. Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast. Okay.
Metal Gear Solid 4 Integral Podcast.
Wow. World renowned. Oh, what the fuck? She didn't die from that. I think it might be after the scene here. Or right before it. I forget.
The exit's on a... The exit...
Okay, maybe it's after. Yes. Go into Johnny's asshole. And just in case you didn't notice before, they really want you to pay attention to the shit in his pants now.
Hey.
Juicy. It sticks just right.
Jump already!
Snake has his pose after a cutscene.
Snake, are you watching Meryl's team?
That guy just shot himself.
They're incredible. The best of the best in special forces are pretty deadly, but Meryl's team is even better than that. They're like a well-oiled machine.
Sons of the Patriots. What a system.
I'll tell you one thing. I'm glad they're on our side.
Then you better not make Meryl mad, for all our sakes.
No kidding.
You gonna be alright? I mean, you two do have a history.
I don't think that's oil, Otacon. I think that's some other substance. Okay, let's bust out the grenades here. There's another little detail. And they can take a lot of abuse. If you grenade them, usually, if they have the time, sometimes they don't, they try to get away from it by rolling. But, yeah, they kind of suck at it. Come on, roll away.
What's wrong with you? What was that for?
Maybe they need to get to their spots first. Okay. They really suck at it today. There you go. And Johnny's roll. Stop! Johnny's roll is a little unique. He lands on his ass. Roll there. You bastard! Ah, fuck it, we already saw it.
Stop!
That's all the damage they took from all those grenades.
Are you all right?
The nanomachine network inside each unit member's body lets us share each other's senses. They can see what I see. And it helps control pain.
Is that part of the system, too?
So if Johnny was in the system,
My team can literally operate as one.
they would all feel shit in their pants.
Well,
Good thing he
for a
isn't.
certain someone who's not much of a team
He's trying to
player.
get shit off his hands.
So, what do you think? Is your age of heroes finally over?
I'm no hero. Never was. Never will be.
You haven't changed at all, Snake. But... your body... are you gonna be alright?
This getup doubles as a muscle suit. I can still get around.
Uh-oh, my frames.
Liquid's camp is up ahead. I'll mark it on your map.
Thanks.
I mean, Johnny says he can keep track of people's data on his computer, but I doubt it can upload his data somehow. I don't know.
Akiba!
Unless he puts it in manually. You know, I just shat myself.
Can compromise the whole team.
Everybody feel the warmth.
Sorry, Commander.
Uploading ass warmth
Be careful, Snake.
and stink. Alright, we got a couple interesting calls here.
Otacon, I know where Liquid is.
Yeah, I'm confirming the location. It's to the north of where you are. Meryl's really changed, hasn't she, Snake? She's a lot more self-assured.
I wonder how much of that has to do with the system. The senses you used to develop through extended training and experience can now be obtained without even working for them. Seems once you're under the system's control, you don't even need experience at all. It even beats that VR training that was all the rage a few years back.
Yeah. The growing need for PMCs has led to the creation of a more reliable, cost-effective supply of elite soldiers. It's also made the child soldier phenomenon more problematic than ever.
Can the nanomachines do anything to counteract post-traumatic stress disorder?
Good question.
Explanation.
They might provide a degree of psychological stability.
You'd think so? That geek kid, Akiba, He was really starting to lose it.
And technologically, the system should be able to optimize each soldier's
Johnny's on the
personality
Discovery
traits.
shitting out the place.
That big guy. He didn't seem to be feeling any pain at all.
Augmenting the soldier's existing experience and psychological fortitude.
But a soldier's gotta have more than that.
The times have changed, Snake. Just like Meryl. Snake, hurry to the PMC camp. Based on what Meryl told us, liquid should be there.
What do you think they use for poison gas in Shadow Moses? Johnny's ass pointed at it. Ready to shit. On command. Alright, let's do a few calls here.
Okay, time. Snake, start by... Hey, Snake. That emblem on Meryl's uniform, that's Foxhound, isn't it?
Yep.
I thought Meryl was with the 01 unit. I mean, I know she's attached to Foxhound and all, but still...
Covert Special Forces units do this kind of thing all the time. They use emblems that don't mean anything, like skulls and stuff.
Like disinformation?
Something like that.
I wonder if that's really all it is. Maybe she's still got some lingering attachment.
You think so?
I meant to Foxhound.
I knew that.
It's okay if Meryl wants to cling to the past. I just want her to be happy, that's all.
Here comes what is probably the best optional call in the MGS4.
Hey, Snake. Since when did you learn how to use CQC?
I got the training back when I was in Foxhound, but I never
Meta
used it in actual
commentary
combat.
on the series.
You had those skills all this time and never used them? Why?
The man who taught me was my former commander in Foxhound.
Big Boss?
Never felt right using a technique learned from a man who'd betrayed his unit. Thinking back, CQC as a concept was way ahead of its time. Nobody was using it yet. Not the Green Berets, or the SEALs, or the CIA paramilitaries.
And then earlier this year, the Pentagon declassifies Big Boss's file for some reason. All of a sudden, his story is the stuff of pop culture. Books, magazines, the net. And now people are taking another look at CQC.
The war criminal, reinvented as a hero.
Big Boss's exploits as a Cold War secret agent back in the 60s have made him a legend.
The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize.
Is that why you finally decided to use CQC? Because it's no longer just his anymore?
The CQC soldiers use nowadays is a pale imitation. They're learning from reading about it. I learned through doing, and there's a world of difference.
Then you want to teach them the real thing. The way you learned from your Big Boss.
That's not it either. Some things aren't meant to be passed down to future generations. When some guy comes at me using that cookie-cutter imitation of CQC, my body just reacts naturally, that's all.
Ah, I get it. An eye for an eye. Well, maybe not quite. I reckon they'd lose more than just an eye when going up against you.
This is super meta commentary on the direction of the series after MGS2. You know, with MGS3, it's basically commentary on MGS3 fanboys. Snake's disdain for it, Kojima's disdain for it. I can kind of see that. So, the war criminal reinvented as a hero. Everybody's looking at differently at Big Boss now. His story is pop culture. You know, everybody's a fanboy of Big Boss now. His exploits in the 60s as a Cold War agent have made him a legend. So, MGS3, basically. Yeah. And Snake's not too happy about that. But that's what happened. Exactly what happened with the series in real life and its development, yeah? Big Boss reinvented as a playable character, reinvented as a badass action hero, all the fanboys following, all the other people, you know, oh, MGS3 is the best, MGS3 is the best, Big Boss is so badass. The less people know about the truth, the more they can fantasize. It's really much deeper call. I mean, it talks about CQC too, but that's not why. It's probably my favorite call. The CQC, the real reason that there's CQC in MGS4 is because there was CQC in MGS3. It's a previous feature in the previous game. We must have it again, you know. But the commentary on Big Boss and his fanboys there is exactly what happened with the direction the series took. Goratorn, thank you for the Prime sub. Let's take it easy in the next area. You can go slowly. Put down the guys trying to destroy the tank. If anything, everybody else fell for it. Yeah, MGS3 is very much the series attempt to trying to win people over and be... Oh shit, these guys are hostile. Hold on. Fuck. Win people over again and please them after MGS2's backlash. Good thing they haven't noticed me yet, because they are hostile. We can do the tape call during Act 2. You can do it right here as well, because it's about the frogs. We just fought a bunch of frogs. But you can also do an Act 2. I kind of prefer doing it there because that's, you know, there's that bit about Vamp. And that's when Vamp... What the fuck? Get missing. That's when Vamp shows up too. They can talk about Vamp in Act 1 as well, but you don't know that he's in the game yet in Act 1. So they've got the BMP here, and if you protect it, it will actually go all the way to the end. But we gotta take down these guys with javelins. There's one there, one there. There he is. Oh, good thing it can take 2 hits. Oh, you don't need to be next to a frog to get it. You can just keep calling Otacon. It's not location based. I could have gotten there in that basement just by calling Otacon again right away. It's just when the frogs show up, you don't have to be next to a frog.
Otacon, it looks like the militia have got themselves an armored tank.
Yup, a BMP-3. It's an old Soviet-designed IFV. It's not quite up to MBT defensive standards, but it's got enough armor to protect it against medium-caliber machine gun rounds. The militia could use it as a barricade against PMC gunfire. Use it to your advantage to help you proceed without having to face the PMCs.
Although some calls definitely are location-based. Sometimes I have trouble getting the call about the French, the French PMC advertisement on the billboard. I try to get that in the area where the power station is, but sometimes I have trouble getting that call. So normally this thing gets taken out pretty quickly. We can't protect it until it gets to the very end here. Oh shit. I think that guy misses with his first shot. Yep, there goes what, $70,000 to hit the wall. Then once it gets here, there's nothing you can do. There's another javelin coming from behind the building, and That always gets it. This is as far as it gets. Hey, look, another alert. This shit might hurt, actually. Holy potato aim. Just... That's better. Oh, nice. That would have been quite a death. But at this point, the PMCs should stop respawning when the tank gets this far. There's maybe 1 or 2 left somewhere. And the rebels can capture the area. We did it! Yeah, we did it. And that's the last we'll see of these guys, because they all get wrecked after this. Who are they shooting? Is there a guy somewhere? That's weird. They're not saying it. There must be someone left somewhere. There you go. This enables us to go through the main path here. This would normally be closed off. You have to go around otherwise. If you get the tank all the way here, then it's open. And then these guys are sitting here. There should be another one. I'm not sure why there's only 2 of them. Maybe he's asleep somewhere. Maybe he hasn't respawned. I don't know, it's weird, but okay. Like I said, this is the last we'll see of these guys. So, if we play around with them now, it won't matter if they get mad. Let's see. Place your bets. Who's gonna win? Come on, guy on the right. Oh, fuck, he has to reload. His gun was empty. He can still do it. I think they're both gonna pass out. Oh, never mind. Left guy wins. Just for outer ops. Damn. I guess he got a headshot or something. Yeah, there they are. See, there should be 3, so there's this guy and 2 more. Eh, you're cool. Except now he doesn't have a gun, so he's kind of useless for this.
It's you.
Whoops. Oh, they're cool with that. Does it respawn? He should respawn. Hold on. If we want to make it fair, we can get all 3 at the same time with a smoke grenade, a yellow smoke grenade. Oh, there's 4 even. Okay.
Someone there.
No, the floor is not made of rifles and MGs4. Come on, get to your spot. Here we go. Oh, that was quick. Front guy's gonna win. Come on. Yeah, come on. They keep fucking missing. Nope, they're gonna pass out. Alright, we're down to the 2. These 2 guys in the finals. Yeah, wake them up.
What was that for? Hey.
Come on, wake them up. God damn it, you're slow. Are they gonna fist fight each other now? And they're gonna punch each other now. Maybe not. They just stare and pass out. Come on, punch him. Maybe they just don't do punches for that. Okay then. This is just...
Hands up.
He shot me in the ass.
Hands up.
So crying and screaming effectively disables them. If you somehow run out of regular tranquilizer, you can cry or scream, tranquilizer people, and they'll be useless. Laughing and raging is still dangerous because they're still conscious. Raging actually makes them just mag dump into you, so that's kind of dangerous. That's why the green and blue smoke grenades are really useful. Because there's no sleep gas grenades in this game, but the green and blue smoke grenades effectively disable people. Ah, fuck it. Let's see. Yeah, you also have the emotion mags that do the same thing. The Beauty and the Beast mag. Which, depending on which page you flip, they also give different emotions when people find them. So, Raging Raven red, Crying Wolf is blue, and Screaming Mantis is green for screaming, and Laughing Octopus is yellow for laughing. These are actually different on New Game Plus. On New Game Plus, you get to see the actual models that they're based on. But on New Game, I think you only see the Beast or something like that. I forget what it looks like in New Game actually, but they change. God, she really does have that hairstyle, huh? Yeah, she needs a different hairstyle. Will he look at it during the alert? Maybe not. I actually haven't used these in a long time. Let me see what it looks like when they find it. It doesn't really alert them, but they do notice them and they go like, what the fuck? Oh shit. Right, hold on. Here, look at this. Wait, come back. Oh, did he notice the other one?
Damn it.
He says, damn it. And then he starts screaming. I forgot that they say damn it. Yeah, he found the screaming one. They look at it like it's born for a second and then they start doing the emotion. He's gonna pass out anyway. So there's all these different ways you can get emotions from people. You can use the tranquilizer. Both the Mosinagant and the Mark II have emotion rounds.
You've been equipped with a dick for this
and a dick.
Be careful, it's noisy.
Nice. You can use these. You can use the magazine. You can use the camos. Actually, I think these might be DLC camos as well, but you also have laughing, raging, crying, screaming camo. Yeah, they're download. So these work by. It just has the character all over it, and these work when you grab someone in CQC. It gives them that emotion.
It's the enemy.
Maybe it doesn't do it right away fully. Let's see this. Oh, it's closed though. Okay, so this guy has laughing now. Let's say we switch to crying.
Let me go.
That's blue, and now he's crying. Can I change it while he's still doing it? Probably not. He might just pass out. Screaming. Nah, he's still crying. He has to pass out first. I noticed something weird though. His emotion changed when I changed the camo before I grabbed him again. Wait a second. What's going on here? Okay, it's blue. We got green right now. If I just grab him, does that just change? Oh. Oh, it's not when you grab them, it's when they spot you. Sorry, my bad. It's when they spot you, the emotion changes. See? That's why it changed. It's green now, it's almost full. It changes it to almost full. Ah, I actually forgot how that worked. So if he spots me now, it's gonna turn red. Come back! God damn it, my back hurts. Yep, now it's rage. Torn Table 24, thank you for tier 1 sub. Oh shit. I thought it was CQC because that's what happens with the iPod music. I forget which one it is. I think. Hold on. It is this one? No. Shit, I don't remember. There is one track that makes them fall asleep.
I can handle it.
Maybe it's this one. Maybe it doesn't work because he's raging. We're all just punching each other.
Let go of me.
Does that work? There you go. Yeah, takes a second. Now he's asleep. So you can put people asleep with CQC too. Takes a second out of the work. That's why. It's like whispering in his ear. Sorry, there's no Cuervo rounds. There should be another emote. Drunk. Kiefer Remake is gonna have a drunk emotion. Okay, let's do some drugs and move on. Yeah, you can cheese 3 out of the 4 these fights, so probably wouldn't be that big a deal. You can one-shot Raven, you can stun lock Grime Wolf, and you can, I mean, the thing with the dolls, Screaming Mantis is always the same. Laughing Octopus is actually the toughest, I guess. Takes the most hits. Who knows? More than 60 FPS? Damn, dude. I'd be happy with just stable 60, but which the game can do, yeah, but not when there's too much shit around. But at least it's programmed to be able to do it. So technically all you need is better specs, and it's not gonna fuck with the physics, the timing of things, yeah. A lot of rifles is self-drabbing, yes. Except if you try to loot all of these, I tried. There's no way to loot the rifle all the way in the back there without Otacon telling you that you're going the wrong way. So if you try to get this last rifle here, even slowly approaching it.
Head northwest.
He always has some sort of line telling you you're going the wrong way. That one was actually kind of okay. Usually he's like, wrong way. Yeah. This game doesn't break at 60 FPS, but who knows higher than that. MGS3 kind of breaks at 60 FPS, for example. And anything higher than 60 would be even worse, for sure. There are several things that are kind of broken in the HD edition of MGS3 when it runs at 60.
Freeze. Freeze.
Those things just wipe the floor with the militiamen.
Must be the special unit that wounded militiaman was talking about.
And now the wreckage is blocking the way. Snake, head straight for Liquid's camp.
So why do you guys keep saying 5? There's only 4 of them.
Snake, there are more differences between the militia and the PMCs than you may think. For one thing, the PMCs are flush with cash, so they usually have the latest gear.
Looks that way. Weapon systems, combat suits, tactical vests, communications equipment. All the latest toys.
On top of that, they're running on the SOP system, which keeps them in constant contact with each other during battle. The militia, on the other hand, are little more than amateurs. Most haven't even had basic combat training. And their equipment is nothing to brag about either. They're just barely scraping by.
Their weapons don't seem to be controlled by the system. The ones I've picked up work for me just fine.
Right. But the PMC's weapons won't. You can steal their guns, but they'll most likely be locked and unusable. Remember that.
Let's make a small list of the things that are broken in MGS3 when running at 60 FPS. All full auto weapons have a double rate of fire. Your oxygen and grip gauge, which is your stamina gauge, drain faster. The pain can't hit you with the bullet bees if you're looking at first person. And the worst offender is the Fury. The Fury's flames move at double the speed, and he can leave behind a lot more little flames on the floor. There might also be something about the timing with the CQC counter for the boss. So trying to think if there's something else. Those things break, kind of. The bike chase, flying platforms, really? What does that do? Is that the thing that makes them fly closer to you? Shit, my frames. 1 frame, 2 frames, 0 frames. No, the PS2 version didn't run at 60, that's why. It started shitting the bed with Bluepoint. And I'm not sure how many of those things happen, for example, if you emulate a 60 FPS versus Bluepoint's meddling a 60 FPS. Yeah, it's different. Not all of those break. I'm not aware of the flying platform thing, Platonic Guy. MGS2 did run at 60 FPS, so it doesn't break nearly as much. Also plays a lot smoother. Oh yeah, the close at the end on the wig with Ocelot, yeah, 2 FPS uniform animations. Trying to think. Those are the ones I can just remember off the top of my head, but there might be more. Like MGS4 wouldn't suffer from that because it's already programmed to work at 60. It just can't because of fucking specs, but it does sometimes when there's nothing around. Oh, we kind of need some ammo. Yeah, but we were talking strictly, you know, FPS related issues. If you want to include all the issues, yeah, there's all that shit. And all the messed up calls. The gorgeous ears. Beautiful. Look at these geckos folded up on the truck. Ah, there's still a guy here. Hear him walking around.
Are those gecko on that truck? I always pictured gecko as these big, hulking things. But I guess they can fold up pretty small, too. Imagine that. I'll bet I could fit one through my front door if I tried. What do you think?
Thinking about redecorating?
Come on. You don't think I'm that weird, do you?
What's weird is this fucking call is weird. I don't know. Alright. We can leave and look at the glorious score screen in between acts. So I'll probably be handing this over to 3Dog in middle, maybe towards the end of Act 2. So yeah, he will get to see it a few times.
Hey, you! Get over here!
Yes?
We're having connection problems. Go check it out.
Yes, sir.
Otacon, wait here.
I always like that little side panel, side window on his glasses. It's weird, but I don't know, it's unique. Hey, thanks, Harry.
Snake, you're here to kill Liquid, aren't you?
That's the mission. Are you going to stop me?
My mission is to inspect the PMCs. I'm not in a position to take action. All I can do is stand by and watch. I can't help you, understand? I'm a peacekeeper, here to keep order.
Understood.
Activate it.
What?
Yep, you can shake the controller to reset the camera. Most cutscenes and in gameplay. No, we're not doing another 8,000 alerts. I'm good with alerts for a while, thanks. Cheers, Mitch. Like you're enjoying it.
Commander!
It's the best community. I mean, look at this. Metal Gear fans discussing their favorite series right here. I like the guy with the rifle just whacking the other guy.
I never thought it would be so easy. But these results... refreshing. Don't you think?
we do a donation goal to replace Phantom Pain or something else before it's too late. Like, I don't know, $500 play Rising instead. Alright. Fuck. It's that bad, yeah. Yeah, you guys can ask Dog about it.
It's been too long. Liquid. Rejoice! We're not copies of our father, after all. We are freed of the shackles of fate. Snake, brother. We are free. Watch, Snake. Watch.
Yeah, maybe 30-40 yards. And doable with a pistol.
That would explain everything.
Serious heck. Did you change names? Little tough, but doable. Also, where did that M4 go that we had the whole time? It's difficult. It's both. It's difficult to cover, and it's not enjoyable. It's just a slog. It's just 25-30 hours of fucking nothing. The only thing in it is the glitches and bugs and nonsense that I like to show. That's the only reason, honestly, that I play that game.
Snake, if you won't be a prisoner to fate, then go.
Hello, Cuervo.
Fulfill your destiny.
I always like how instead of buttoning his trench coat, Liquid has his little straps to keep it just open enough to be cool. Because, you know, he could just button it up, but no. He's got to have the little clasps there, the little straps to keep it just partially open to be cool. Like, come on. What is that? The little buckles. The ID, the nameplate, it makes sense because he's the head of big PMC, right? He's like the PMC CEO or some shit. Not even a PMC, but the group of PMC, mother company of the 5 PMCs. So that's why it always makes sense to me that he has that ID because of that. Hello, my name is Liquid. Oh my god. 1100 even alerts and 100 kills. Wow, those are some pretty round stats. We should get 2 more continues for 10 continues and 2 more healing items. 1100 alerts. Wow, I didn't think that was possible. Yep. We were just testing if it would go over, if it would go into the 4 digits. Next time, 5 digits.
8, 13, 21, 34, 55, 89, 144, 233, 377, 610, 987, 15, 97, 95, 84. Uncle Hal? The eggs? They're done.
Should we do the podcast for Act 2?
Snake!
So, back from the dead?
I don't remember the sun being so flat.
Sorry. I'll dig in right away, Sonny. And would you make some for Snake, too?
Okay.
Hey, none for me, Sonny. Shh.
See, that's the thing, Starknator. The picture of Olga here, I always thought it was on the tanker too, but like it kind of looks like where Snake first finds her in the tanker, right? But it might not be. I forget why. I mean, she has her hat. It kind of looks like the New York skyline behind her, but oh, that's why I thought it's not, because there's a date on it, actually. See that little piece that's missing at the bottom right? It's not. Fuck, I can't see the number on it, but I saw it somehow before.
You were lucky. Some of those guys' hearts simply stopped.
18-hour thing doesn't matter.
Did you see her?
How the fuck did I see the number?
But you're right. Naomi was there.
Because it's hard to see, but
I found
it's...
traces of her DNA in that syringe you were holding.
If it's the year or the month that you can see the date, it's not like 07 like it should be for the year, you know? How the fuck did I see it before?
Right
It's
after
really
that,
hard to tell.
I got a video mail from Naomi. It was sent to my old address.
Merchant Chap, thank you for the 3 months. Integrated podcast. I just remember seeing that number and being like, oh, that can't be the year or the month.
But you haven't even eaten any.
And the rest of it is hidden because it's missing a little piece. How the fuck did I read this number before? Maybe it looks different than the other briefings.
You're not watching your naked me intake.
Sonny!
Rogue Shadow, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Let's go spy on Sonny.
Yeah. Why don't you teach her how to cook eggs then?
Oh, like I know.
Oh, that's right. That's how you see it.
Hey,
when
check this out.
when Naomi gets here and they talk about Olga, the camera zooms in
Kate
on
has
it.
been quarantined. No viruses. The voice print matches Naomi's, And I'm fairly confident the video isn't digitally synthesized either.
Yeah, when Naomi's here.
Snake, I'll make this quick. I'm in South America. I've been captured and forced to do research.
Who cares? Let's go look at Sunny. For her noodles. She gives Snake the shitty eggs and she keeps the noodles for herself. And the PSP.
To do that, he needs to analyze the nanomachine structure and find out how they communicate with one another. The nanomachines currently in use by militaries and PMCs are third generation. But their design is derived from that of the first generation. And the basic technology is still the same.
First generation.
I was the one who created the first generation. The nanomachine process, part of which was Foxtide. 9 years ago at Shadow Moses, I injected it into your body. The technology used in Foxtide was incorporated inherently by enemy. That's why Liquid has me helping him hijack the system, because I know how Foxtide works. You must rescue me. Liquid found a loophole that can use to get into the system.
Even the inside of the noodles changes when she puts the water in after she opens it again. It's kind of crazy.
There's no time to waste. Snake, hurry.
Naomi sent her location data in the second file. What the hell is that? It's a type of encrypted data. Sonny decoded it. Remember now?
You can briefly see the XMB on the PSP as well.
From the Soliton radar.
She sits down. There it is.
I'm guessing Naomi wants us to know the message truly is.
She has Snake's Ceres in her pocket.
Sending them up to Soliton radar format. Pretty clever. And Mei Ling's helping us out from Hawaii.
The data she sent was 4D sound data. I don't know how Soliton radar works, but all I had to do was change the audio data into video data. It was easy. This Naomi lady seems pretty cool.
Sonny renamed MP3 into MP4. Hacker Mans.
Campbell.
It's Campbell.
Snake, as you'll recall, following the Shadow Moses incident 9 years ago, Naomi was detained
Arnold looking
by the
good.
authorities.
Arnold,
Someone
you've
arranged
changed.
Yeah. I hear they had it back by a rap sheet, you know.
I suspect it was actually Liquid. He must have taken her prisoner himself and forced her to do research in his facility in South America. Chances are, the location Naomi gave us is the
This
site
is now
of
Sonny's
Liquid's
screen.
main base.
There's no actual proof.
There's an ongoing skirmish between the new regime
Playing Penguin Adventure, the first game that Kojima worked on PSP. Must be a hack PSP.
The rebels have hired
Or is it Penguin Racer, something like that?
Stir things up. It's the quintessential example of a war economy market. The new regime is so gentle. Really, if you heard Ramamo, one of the PMCs under outer heaven control, that's calling the shots. You might say it's the perfect place for Liquid to make his But even so, the payoff will greatly beat our efforts.
Let Sonny trace the origin of Naomi's mail. The address is fake, but Sonny was able to track the message back through its proxy based on access date timestamps and data transfer volume.
Oh no, sorry, Nada.
The message
That's fucked up.
in South America. I wouldn't exactly call it 100% credible.
Colonel, where's Meryl?
I know she left the Middle East in pursuit of Liquid. I'm sure Arstock is on to us by now. We can't chase that line too far.
Which leaves Naomi as our only lead.
I've secured you landing clearance at El Dorado International Airport. You'll be acting as a UN inspector.
South America. That's about 20 hours from here. Then what's the plan?
I'll arrange for them to get you a 4x4. The location Naomi gave us, the PMC's base, is in a mountainous region surrounded by forests. Use the 4x4 to get as close as possible to the PMC security perimeter. From there on, Snake, it'll be a solo sneaking mission.
Roy.
Thanks.
So that's famous Rose cooking.
The rebels are still
That's
pitching
terrible,
battle
apparently.
against the PMCs. The commotion should help you slip into the facility unnoticed.
20 hours until we land. Got it. I'll have a look at the documents. Maybe I'll even have a smoke while I still can.
Yeah, Rose definitely overcooks the steak.
C'est mais
Colonel, how deeply are they involved in all of this?
The Patriots, you mean?
The data we got from Arsenal Gear was a load of crap. 12 founders who have all been dead for 100 years. Give me a break. We know they exist today. If the purpose of this battlefield control system is to control IDs, it fits in with their plans perfectly.
Seizing control of the world's ID systems, and then using them to manipulate the economy and information flow. For the Patriots, that's the ultimate prize. You might say the Patriots are the embodiment of the war economy.
Everything that Solid has feared 5 years ago, it's all come to pass.
The Patriots are trying to protect their power, their own interests, by controlling the digital flow of information.
Now, with the media and global opinion under complete control, not even the UN can stand up to them.
Then Liquid's insurrection is against them.
Exactly. It would seem as though Liquid has taken up Big Boss's cause. An age of persistent universal warfare. A world where mercenaries are free from domination. In a sense, the Outer Heaven Big Boss envisioned is already a living reality.
You mean the PMCs and their war business?
Right now, Liquid is a slave to the Patriots, forced to fight their proxy wars for them.
He must be dying to break free of their spell.
Beneath the surface, a new Cold War is brewing between Liquid and the Patriots over who will survive.
And no matter who wins, the world has no future. Until we stop Liquid and destroy the system, we'll never be free.
Snake, what we call peace is an equilibrium kept in check by the war economy. Destroying the system means wiping out the information society, the end of modern civilization. Like it or not, we may have no choice but to protract the system.
Snake, here's what we know about the current battle. Rebel guerrilla units are advancing on the base of the government PMC troops. That base appears to be Liquid's safe house. According to Naomi's data, she's being held prisoner inside the compound.
That's where she is.
Assuming the data is correct. And one more thing.
What now?
The government PMC troops have been operating at high altitudes. We have reports that it's starting to upset the balance of the nanomachine control system.
Meaning?
Meaning the low blood oxygen content seems to have an effect on their nanomachines, giving them a slight edge in battle. Be careful.
Steer clear of altitude sickness. Got it.
Leave one.
Don't forget this face. This is the face of the bastard who killed your comrades.
More guerrillas will be coming to storm the safe house. He must be among their numbers. Sooner or later he will come. Don't let down your guard.
Otacon. What the hell?
That was Vamp. I'm sure of it. I'll never forget that face.
Those were PMC soldiers with him. Is he involved in Liquid's plan?
We watched him die in Manhattan. Damn it, he won't leave us alone. Snake, could Vamp be immortal?
Not a chance. This is the real world, not some fantasy game.
I swear, the next time he shows up...
Not now, Otacon.
Right. I know. Snake, according to satellite imagery procured by Mei Ling, the facility where Naomi's being held is to the north, along a mountain road. I'm sending the location to your map.
Mei Ling? What's she up to these days?
Taking command of the Missouri, apparently.
The Missouri? That's a World War II battleship.
The museum contract in Hawaii expired some time ago. I hear it's now being used as a virtual training vessel.
No kidding.
Not for actual combat training, of course, but rather to get sailors used to seamanship on an analog vessel. Or so I hear. After the mess at Shadow Moses, Mei Ling kinda got put out to pasture.
Even so, making captain at her age, that's pretty impressive.
Rumor has it she caught the eye of some lecherous old admiral who got her promoted. She always did have a thing for older men.
Maybe it's too early to retire after all.
Thinking of taking a little training on an analog vessel, Snake?
No. At this point, I've got no need for any more training.
Fair enough. Listen, Snake. When you get there, remember, the conflict between the PMCs and the rebels has nothing to do with your mission. There's no reason for you to get involved or take sides. That said, creating some sort of impact on the battlefield could produce better conditions for sneaking. The rebels are targeting the facility being used by the PMCs as a base. This is more or less the same spot where Naomi's being held. If you aid the rebels, they might get rid of some of the PMCs and help carve a path for you to sneak in.
That freak I just saw, with the tentacles, was it using the same octo-camo system as my suit?
Yeah?
I thought that technology was of your own design.
Actually, I kind of based it on some designs Sonny snagged off the net.
And the data came from?
DARPA.
So in other words, we're on equal ground technologically.
Sorry. I guess I should have told you.
And by the looks of things, they know I'm coming too.
Yeah, it could be a trap. Stay sharp.
Alright, let's see if we can avoid fucking with things here so that we can see these guys get executed. It's been a while. If you don't disturb anything here, those guys get slowly executed one by one. Kind of want to do a playthrough with, kind of like a ghost playthrough, like not getting noticed by guards at all, not interacting with guards at all, not even like putting them to sleep or anything. I think for Act 1 and 2 would be pretty satisfying in this game. I'm not sure how it's going to play out after that. I might fuck around with that. Another stream. Now there's that guy there, that's right. Probably use the face cam for that. Yeah, the bike chase, I mean, unless absolutely necessary, yeah. There would be a lot of rolling and crawling and camo abuse. And waiting, especially. Learning when these guys look away and turn the other way, yeah.
Move along.
Also, there's a couple different spots where they get executed, I think.
Move along.
Shit, they might actually come in here. Oh, there you go.
Eat this.
Is he get his extra lines? No, no, eat this. Oh, nice. We can get 90% here, even though it's in the sun because of the grass. Should probably get rid of that guy because he keeps going back and forth here. Oh no! Don't move. Just don't move.
Stand up.
Must be imagining things.
March.
Grass coming out of his ass. Let's see. I think they might go somewhere else now. Where are they going?
Move along. Eat this.
Do they always say eat this? I think there's at least something else they say. What is this thing on my radar? It's the guinea pig. It walks straight into it. Stupid thing confusing me.
You're up. Stand up. Move.
I should get rid of this guy.
March.
Freeze.
Should we put him? That's how you move him around. How the fuck did that miss? That's weird.
Move along.
Oh, they're coming here.
Move along.
We're gonna see this one up close. Don't tell me. I think they might actually go in there. Fuck. Hold on. Or maybe it's just right here. If it tells them to move again.
March.
Oh, fuck. Oh, I think they might just go in there, actually. Either there or there. Or, wait, what the fuck? He's going back? What? Where is he taking it? What? That's weird.
March.
Huh? Did they get confused or something? What the fuck? What if I see him while this guy isn't... fuck it.
Move along.
What the fuck happened? Why did they go back?
Move.
Huh? What the fuck is going on? It's clipping through it. He's just going back and forth. What? Ah. Maybe the guy that I put there, the dead body, somehow fucked up this guy's script. This is some Phantom Pain shit. No, this is too funny. They just keep going back and forth. This is some shit that would happen in Phantom Pain, yeah.
Move along.
I don't believe it. Wait, maybe... No way.
Move along.
What? I've never seen this before. Okay. Well. I phantom pain MGS4. Maybe we should move the body. Oh shit, now he's coming this way. He's literally coming here. I thought this was a good hiding spot. Okay, he's going to the other corner. Maybe it's because I was hiding in there then? In that little grass there, a little bit of grass there.
Move along. See you in hell. Hey.
He wakes him up
Come on, wake up.
just to execute him.
Mark, huh? Hey. Come on, wake up.
He talks to him like he's one of his friends. Ah, fuck. Where is he moving? Oh, wait.
Eat this.
Ah, shit. Too late. Sorry. Ah, fuck.
Come in. This is HQ. The enemy is attacking from an unknown position. Alert status. Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
I guess doing these kind of scripts was never their strong suit.
How's that?
Oh.
We got company.
Let me slash this guy's ass in peace. Are they all dead now? No, there's a couple left. We good.
Send more units. Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements.
Can we save one of them at least? Oh shit. Ooh, that shit hurts a lot. Okay, there's one alive. Don't die. He can open the door. Only these guys can open. Oh fuck. Never mind. Only those guys can open that door, so if you want the stuff in there, you gotta save one. But yeah, okay, so that thing glitches, I guess, depending on your location.
Head for the research lab where Naomi's being held. It's to the north. Huh?
I'll fuck with it some other time. We should move on.
Go get the weapons!
Had to do all those calls ahead. Ah, fuck, that miss. That's gonna be a mess. You know, I did get both of them, okay.
Come on, wake up.
Oh shit. The guy kicked two of them awake. That's okay, Rose will save us from the caution.
This is HQ. Acknowledge. Sending reinforcements. Use extra
Snake, there's someone I'd like you to meet. A member of the mission staff. A psychological counselor.
Psychological counselor?
A lot of soldiers can't handle the stress of battle, end up panicking. She'll be useful in helping you understand the mindset of both the PMC and rebel soldiers.
She?
Rosemary.
Nice to meet you, Snake.
This is Rosemary. She used to work as a data analyst at the Pentagon, but moved to combat support during the Big Shell incident.
Yeah. She was in charge of Jack's files, wasn't she?
After that, she studied psychology. And now she's a counselor with CSP, the Combat Stress Platoon.
Yeah, I hear psychological counseling's the hot field these days. Increased combat efficiency and productivity, all without ever picking up a gun.
I'll be acting as your personal counselor on this mission. Since the passing of the new millennium, one of the most important issues facing today's military is the mental care of its soldiers. I can also provide advice on soldier psychology from a threat assessment perspective. Contact me anytime. I'll be standing by here at home with Roy, but I'm on a different circuit. The frequency is 147.79.
Her advice will have a positive effect on your psych gauge. Survival on the battlefield depends on your psychological well-being. Lose your cool and your body stops doing what you tell it to. Even a veteran soldier like you.
I know. Mind, body, technique. Some things haven't changed with time.
When your psyche is running low, ask her for advice. It'll help keep you in peak condition and focused on the mission.
By the way, Colonel, isn't that your house?
Well, yes.
Then the woman you married, the one that Meryl was talking about.
Is Rosemary, yes. Didn't I tell you before?
News to me. What about Jack?
Jack?
Jack, from Foxhound. Codename Raiden. I seem to remember him being engaged to Rose.
Oh. We lost all trace of him.
Jack's gone. I used to work with the guy. He saved Sonny from the Patriots.
He disappeared soon after that.
What about you? Jack disappeared and you just moved in on Rose?
I was consoling her over her loss, and one thing just led to another.
She's young enough to be your daughter.
Yeah, lucky me, huh?
Now I see why Meryl was so disgusted.
Meryl said something about me.
Yeah, I believe her words were, "I'll never forgive that womanizing piece of shit."
I see.
Colonel, you knew she was our informant in the Middle East, didn't you? Was it you who put her up to it?
Yes. I used my connections in the army to get Meryl the job.
You wanted your daughter someplace where you could keep an eye on her.
Look, everybody involved in the incident at Shadow Moses either lost their job and status, or in the case of Meryl and Mei Ling, got brushed aside.
Is Rose down there? She might be. He's holding her head down,
We
see?
can't all be as strong as you say. Some of us can't bear living like pariahs.
Since Shadow Moses, I've been branded a criminal.
I think of it as my own small way of making it up to my daughter. My own flesh and blood. In any case, call Rosemary if you ever need advice.
Alright, Rose calls. After MGS2, this is what you get. This has got to be the most fucking random thing. Pairing the real Colonel with Rose, who is also real apparently now, confirmed, yeah. After what was going on in MGS2 has got to be one of the most random or most spiteful troll decisions. Just to confuse people even more, yeah. I don't know. Because she was like, here you go, fuckheads. You want explanations that were never meant to exist? Let me just make some shit up. So that you'll shut up and stop threatening to burn my house down. I mean, essentially, that's what MGS4 is. Oh, fuck. Yeah. But yeah, let's do the Rose calls. So her calls change depending on how much psyche you have left. Or psych, as they call it in this game for some reason. So there's a set for having full, and set about half, and then low, and she talks about a bunch of shit. Eventually she talks about interesting stuff like the Solid Eye and Sonny, you know, being a little slow, but it takes a while to get there. There's a call about rations, Rose's cooking being terrible. Alright, let's do these.
Rose, got a sec?
Well, this is a surprise. What's the occasion?
Here you go.
Having these dreams.
Oh, nice. We can get the flashbacks already.
I'm sneaking around and suddenly someone shoots me from behind. Or I'm in a gun battle and I get shot through the heart.
You've faced being shot at countless times before, haven't you?
So?
In psychology, dreams are interpreted as messages from your subconscious. They may be trying to tell you that if you keep this up, you'll die like you do in your dreams.
So?
Calm your tits, Rose.
Not to repeat the mistakes I've made.
It's
in my
Campbell
dreams.
wearing stealth camo.
Okay.
Playing her tits.
I'll have to be more careful when I see enemies with guns. Maybe spend more time sneaking around their backs, especially when there's shooting going on.
That sounds like a good plan. Be careful, Snake.
Nope. Raiden saving Sonny and possibly, maybe, the part where they say that Campbell was worried because he was Raiden's commanding officer, which is complete bullshit. Maybe, possibly, hypothetically, theoretically, it would have been addressed in Rising. Maybe, if he had anything to do with it. Of course, Raiden saving Sonny from the Patriots was supposed to be Rising before it went to complete dog shit. And then, Raiden and Eva supposedly working together to get not one, but two bodies back. The real big boss in Solid is you know, Raiden knew that there were two. He just didn't tell Snake as a joke. And then Eva threw herself in the fire for Solidus as a joke. Yeah. That whole thing was just convoluted as fuck. No matter how you look at it, there's no good way that the real big boss is alive, and even Raiden got Solidus's body, but also Big Boss's real body, and that I wonder how they would have handled that, because it's tied with just Raiden saving Sonny, and it would have been some fucked up shit, because Raiden says, I was asked to do this in exchange for Sonny's location by Big Mama, yeah, and one of the calls ahead. So that would mean that Eva somehow knew where Sonny was. Didn't tell Raiden until he rescued Big Boss and or Solidus. But it doesn't make any fucking sense that Eva knew that, I don't know, the Raiden and Eva know somehow to retrieve 2 bodies, not 1. Okay. But yeah, at least part of that would have been the original story for the original concept for Metal Gear Solid Rising. But yeah, we all know what happened with that. They couldn't do it. They didn't know what the fuck they were doing. Gave it to Platinum, and now it's like, oh, we can't constrain Platinum bit with, you know, a story game between 2 main games like MGS2 and 4 like it was supposed to be. So now we got this bullshit that is Metal Gear Rising that has nothing to do with anything. And as a result, probably we'll never get that addressed. All that shit with Big Boss's body, Solidus's body, and Raiden saving Sonny, and maybe it would have also been an explanation for the call where they say that Campbell was involved with Raiden, because what the fuck, man, otherwise, what kind of fucking, I don't understand. At no point in history was the real Raiden, I mean, the real Campbell Raiden's commanding officer, so it would have been a fucking mess. I mean, it is already a fucking mess, I don't know. Yep. Anyway, let's do these Rose calls. Now, Rose also has a different sweater depending on which day of the week it is.
Rose here. How's it going?
She has this today.
You've got
On
plenty of
Saturdays,
sight.
she
You
has
should
a
be in good
cleavage
shape to complete the
one.
mission.
All right, then.
Snake, the gauge below your life gauge is your psych gauge.
Yeah.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Then you'll hear it again. The psych gauge affects the rate at which your life gauge recovers. In other words, how fast your wounds heal. It also greatly influences how well you perform various actions. When your psych gauge is full, your life recovers quickly and you shouldn't have any problems doing what you need to do. Remember, your body isn't the only thing driving your performance. Your mind
keep talking.
is every bit as important.
Hey, I don't let my mental state affect my combat efficiency.
You may think that, Snake, but the truth is, you're not as young as you used to be.
Could have fooled me.
It's your psyche that's keeping you alive inside. So you better take it seriously. Keep a close eye on your psych gauge.
All right.
Who knows where it takes place? We'll never know because they fucked up Rising forever. Can we get another checkpoint here, maybe? I wanted to. Is it a hummingbird? Oh, nice. Fuck. But how does it taste? For scientific reasons, you know, I wanted to change the date of my console to Saturday so that Rose will have her cleavage out. But let me get a checkpoint here. I don't think I've ever shot a hummingbird in MGS4 before. I didn't even know they were there. Damn.
Hey,
he could hit them. Tahiti pigs, yeah, but cool.
Is someone there? What's going on?
These nuts. Keep rolling.
Enemy contact.
That shit is Raiden shows up. Of course, after Rose shows up, Raiden has to show up.
Who is this? Snake. That voice. There's an ambush ahead. Government and PMC troops. You could be shot from anywhere. Watch your surroundings. Look to the distance.
Is this Jack?
Jack is dead. Snake. I'm at your side.
Wait.
Alright, let's do it. So this is
Rose here. How's it going?
her current sweater.
I'm impressed, Snake. You're
And
keeping your
Booba.
psych up better than I expected. Maybe you were right about not needing my help.
Alright, bye. Now let's save. And let's change this to a Saturday. So we can go back in time a couple days. 26th was a Saturday. You guys know that the PS3's date will only go up to 2099. What are we going to do in 70 years? 80 years from now? I'm gonna find out a PS3. Alright, now that it's Saturday, she should have the cleavage sweater on.
This is Rose. How can I help?
Oh shit.
I need a psych
Is
check.
it?
I'm impressed, Snake.
Wait a second. Is it not Saturdays? Guess not.
Yes, Snake?
Just
Okay, never mind. The Saturday sweater is a boring one. Shit, which one is it? Is it Fridays? Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense. My bad. Well, we got to see one more. Hey, we're Boopa. Alright, alright. Wait, no. Damn, that was a pretty boring one. Isn't that like her default one that she shows up with? Okay, let's check it out. Booba?
Need something?
There you go.
Up, Doc?
There doesn't seem to be any problem with your psych. So far, so good. Proceed with the mission.
Got it.
Snake,
She only has
your psych
one
gauge is
cleavage
affected
one,
by the
huh?
conditions you're in. Staying in a place that's too hot or too cold, or being exposed to combat conditions for extended periods causes stress to build up in your body and mind. The more tension you've accumulated, the more your psych gauge decreases.
Yeah, keep
As the
talking.
gauge decreases, it starts to negatively affect your performance. Your hands start to shake, and your life gauge recovers more slowly. Vision gets blurry, and you can't make out your targets. All of these things impair your ability to complete the mission. So be sure and keep an eye on your psych gauge at all times. Need something?
What's up, Doc?
You've got plenty of psych. You should be in good shape to complete the mission.
All right, then.
If you're that full of energy, there's nothing for me to worry about. You're doing fine, Snake. Go ahead and focus on the mission.
Yes, I'm focusing.
Hi, this is Rose.
I need an update on my psych.
Good for you, Snake. You're taking great care of
I
yourself.
think these are just
No worries on my
generic
end.
calls about
Glad to hear it.
being full anyway.
Snake, your psych is right where it needs to be.
Yeah,
Focus
this
your
is
energy
just
on the mission.
generic
Good luck.
calls. Once we start losing some of it, that's when she starts talking about
This
how
is
to
Rose.
recover
How
it
can I help?
and all the real life stuff about
I'm
it.
impressed, Snake. You're keeping your psych.
Okay. Let's go to sleep. Which doesn't make much sense that you lose psych for doing that, but whatever. You should recover if anything. I have no idea, Jaguar. She probably has no idea. Alright, now that it's low, we'll get all the good calls. Well,
Need something?
good.
What's up, Doc?
Calls.
You've lost a large amount of psych. You'd better take care of that right away.
Got it.
Snake, are you okay? Your psych's looking awfully low there.
Yeah. I can't seem to get out of this slump.
You should find a nice, safe place to rest and replenish your psych. It may help to equip some Munya, too, if you have any.
Munya.
It'll help you to relax, and should help your psych gauge recover faster.
Okay. I'll give it a try.
Need something?
What's up, Doc?
You've lost a large amount of psych. You'd better take care of that right away.
Got it.
Snake, what makes you tense? Stressors, the factors that cause stress, can be divided into several types. They can be psychological, social, biological, chemical, or physical. In battlefield terms, that corresponds to the presence of enemies, the battlefield environment, biological and chemical weapons, and physical wounds and hunger caused by combat. Any of these factors can cause stress to build up. So you need to pay attention not only to your health, but also to your psyche, especially when engaged in combat. Oh, hi, Snake.
Rose.
Your psyche is at an extremely dangerous level. You need to take immediate action to recover it.
Got it.
Snake, I think you've got a lot of stress built up. Try to relieve some of it. It'll help your psych gauge.
Oh, I think we need to close
What's on your mind?
Bodek.
Your psyche is getting dangerously low.
She's
You
not gonna
need to
go into the
recover it.
next call, otherwise.
I know.
Take my advice. Work on building back.
Yeah, if you don't close and reopen it, she's not gonna do the next unique call.
What's on your mind?
Just checking in.
You'll be putting yourself at risk if you lose any more psych. Take any steps necessary to recover it.
Will do.
Stress is an adaptive response your body takes to protect itself when confronted by a threat. It happens to everybody. There are no exceptions. Everyone gets stressed sometimes. Fear, anxiety, and worry are examples of psychological stress responses. Some people might not like to admit they have these negative feelings inside, but being aware of your own stress is essential to keeping it under control. You can't fight an enemy you know nothing about, right? The same is true of stress. To recover your psyche, you need to know where your stress is coming from. Give me a call whenever you feel it getting low. Yes, Snake?
Just here for my checkup.
Your psyche is at an extremely dangerous level. You need to take immediate action to recover it.
Got it.
In order to effectively manage your stress, you first need to assess it. Think about what happens to people when they get tense. Some people feel more tired than usual. Others experience stronger emotions or exhibit incoherent behavior or become dependent on things like alcohol or tobacco.
Tobacco, huh?
Some experience insomnia, depression, or have trouble concentrating. Others find themselves feeling apathetic, mentally drained. Everyone has their own way of reacting to stress. The important thing is to get a feel for what effect stress has on you. Pay attention to your psych gauge to learn what sort of situation causes it to go down. Need something?
What's up, Doc?
Your psyche is getting dangerously low. One method of managing stress is taking the more obvious routes. Overeating, drinking alcohol, smoking, complaining or acting irritable, relying on sleeping pills. These are only short-term fixes and may lead to addiction or other serious problems. In your case, Snake, smoking seems to help recover your psyche. But it's not a good idea to become dependent on it. I'd advise you to watch your intake. What's on your mind? Your psyche is at an extremely dangerous level. One method of stress management is to get your mind off the problem for a while. Watch TV or a movie. Look at paintings or pretty scenery. Get some rest. Take a break. Keep yourself busy with a hobby. All these things work well, but bear in mind they're really nothing more than emergency stopgap measures. There's still the matter of getting to the root of the problem.
I don't see any TVs around here. And the scenery...
Well, how about paintings or sculptures? Or listening to music, that works too. Or sometimes it helps if you stand by a river or a pond. Look around for a place or site that might help you recover your psyche. You'll be putting yourself necessary to recover it.
Will do.
The best methods for managing stress are comprehensive methods. Getting a healthy amount of exercise, meditating, letting yourself relax mentally and physically, not focusing on negative thoughts, counseling from a trusted professional. These approaches target both your body and your mind. But I know they aren't exactly convenient for someone in the middle of battle. So Snake, try one of the easier techniques instead. To keep your stress levels under control, use whatever method is available to you at the time.
Oh, I am.
That'll help you maintain a high level of psyche. I'm not sure if you consider me a trusted professional, but I am here if you ever need to talk.
I'm managing my psyche right now.
Rose, your psyche is getting dangerously low. You need to recover it.
I know.
Ever since the Iraq War, the U.S. military has deployed CSPs to the battlefield to counteract PTSD among soldiers. CSP stands for Combat Stress Platoon. They're there to care for soldiers' mental health. Each CSP, including mine, is comprised of a doctor, 2 psychologists, and 3 counselors. Nowadays, though, most cases are dealt with internally by nanomachines, the SOP system. I can't help but feel there are serious ethical issues with manipulating people's senses like that. Though I must admit, the system has led to a dramatic drop in the number of soldiers exhibiting symptoms of shell shock. Hello. You'll be putting your... The primary mission of CSPs like mine is to provide care for soldiers suffering from combat stress.
Sounds like a good gig.
The symptoms were first identified during the American Civil War. During World War I, they called it shell shock. Today, it's known as post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD.
You mean combat fatigue?
Right. That's how soldiers have referred to it. Unlike external wounds, psychological damage is not readily visible, making it that much harder to detect. The only way to diagnose it is to look at the victim's stress level and determine whether or not he's able to effectively engage in battle. This is your psych. In some cases, Soldiers display symptoms of PTSD immediately after undergoing a traumatic experience. When these symptoms persist for more than 2 days, it's referred to as ASD, or acute stress disorder. When they last for more than a month, it's called PTSD. Left untreated, ASD can develop into PTSD, so it needs to be taken care of as quickly as possible. If something stressful happens to you, let me know right away. Your psych is immediate action to recover it.
Got it.
When a soldier is suffering from combat stress, it's extremely important that we respond quickly and effectively. Today, we use the term 4R in PIES to describe this action. The 4R in 4R in PIES stands for 4 words that describe the response. Reassurance, getting the soldier to feel at ease. For example, we might get his commanding officer or supervisor to tell him he's okay. Rest, letting the soldier cool down mentally and physically. Replenishment, having the soldier recharge his batteries by eating and sleeping. And restoration, having the soldier talk about his feelings and getting him to calm down. The 4 R's represent the core thinking behind dealing with soldiers who suffer from stress. The PIES in 4R and PIES can be thought of as the principles that guide the execution of the 4 R's. Proximity, staying close to the soldier. Immediacy, acting quickly. Expectancy, giving the soldier hope that he'll get better. And simplicity, taking care of him in a clear and uncomplicated manner. Take the first letter of each principle, and you get the word PIES. Snake, you can apply these principles yourself when managing your own stress. When your psych runs low, act quickly and appropriately to remedy the situation. I'm trusting you to take care of yourself. What's up? Your psych is... In recent years, more and more Special Forces units have started to hold debriefing sessions after missions, giving team members a chance to talk to each other, which can reduce the risk of developing combat stress.
Debriefings are nothing new. We've always used them to deliver post-action reports.
Those reports are important too, but I'm talking about using debriefing specifically as a stress management tool.
They really do all that?
Yeah, they do. Let me give you an example of how to conduct a debriefing. First, everybody sits in a circle and goes over the rules. That is, they agree that anything discussed does not go beyond that room. Then they take turns and tell the others about what happened to them on the mission. It doesn't matter who goes first. After that, they describe the first thing they thought of at the time, relate how they felt and reacted. The realizations they come to during that process help them rearrange their thoughts. And at the end, they go over their feelings once again.
Adorable.
Sharing each other's experiences like this and having others understand where you're coming from helps relieve stress.
We should actually do that. Have a session for a Phantom Pain debriefing. All sit in a circle. Let's all sit in a circle and talk about it. So, during the mission, I noticed that Kaz was telling me to destroy my own base, to steal my own resources, and that I stole my own vehicles, and they reuse his picture everywhere, and the scripts break all the time, and the weapons have the wrong caliber, and I can't do this. Yeah, it's, oh god, you could make a list.
This is Rose. Your psych is getting... Snake, I think you've got a lot of stress. What's up? You'll be putting yourself at risk if you lose it. There's actually a term for these debriefings where everybody gets together and talks after the mission. They're called CISDs, Critical Incident Stress Debriefings. CISDs have become popular as a stress management technique among firefighters and others involved in disaster relief. They say being at a disaster site is just like being on a battlefield. The stress you endure is as serious as a soldier's. So the concept of CIS developed at around the same time the term PTSD first began to appear. Now, military and police organizations are starting to pick up on CISD. It's proving just as effective at dealing with stress among soldiers as it is among firefighters. What? You'll be...
Rose, don't some types of people get stressed more easily than others?
That's a good point. Go-getters for one, serious types also. Studies have shown that this type of person is more prone to stress. Lately, they've been doing physiological screenings through blood tests to determine which types of people suffer the most psychological stress in combat. The results are used to help determine which units soldiers should be assigned to. In a way, it's just another kind of threat management.
You can tell that much from blood.
Well, I wouldn't stake my reputation on it, but you could say there's kind of a trend. Some experts even claim that some genes may make people more susceptible to fear.
Kind of like the flip side of soldier genes.
Right. Soldier genes. You've lost...
Got it. Rose, how do I keep my psyche from going down? Isn't there a way to develop resistance to stress?
Well, there are many types of training that involve extremely high levels of stress, like escape and evasion or ranger training. But what you need is to focus on managing the stress as it accumulates. It's not healthy to let it build up inside. No matter how big the cup, keep pouring water into it, and eventually it's going to overflow. Snake, you have to dump some of that water out once in a while. Here's what you need to know. The best way for us to confront combat stress is not to train ourselves to resist it, but to train ourselves to recognize internalized stress early on and release it.
Recognize it.
In your case, you can assess your stress level by looking at your psych gauge. Always keep an eye on it. Oh, are you familiar with the term catharsis?
Catharsis, sure.
It comes from a Greek word meaning cleansing. When we remember a traumatic past experience, it causes us to feel afraid, distressed, insecure, and we tend to suppress those feelings. Allowing ourselves to express these pent-up emotions removes that burden and relieves our psychological tensions. It's called catharsis. We experience catharsis in our daily lives in many different ways. By telling others how we feel, or by painting a picture, watching sports, going on a trip, or even yelling at the top of our lungs. Snake, if you ever feel like a past experience is making you feel uncomfortable, talk to me about it. It could help you experience catharsis.
I'll, keep it in mind.
Your immediate action. The process we use to prevent or relieve stress is called coping. There are two basic
Here we
types,
go.
problem-focused
Copium.
and emotion-focused. The first type targets the stress factors themselves, while the second works to alleviate the suffering caused by that stress. Going back to what I said earlier, changing your environment by getting to a place where you can relax is problem-focused coping, while changing your mood by eating and resting is emotion-focused coping. Choosing the right coping technique for the right situation can save your life. I can help you with that, if you'll let me.
All right.
I cope with phantom pain
Oh, hi,
by
Snake.
showing the glitches in it.
You'll be putting yourself at risk if you lose any more psych.
What kind of
Take
coping
any
is
steps
that?
necessary to recover it.
Will do.
In psychology, mental and emotional wounds are known as trauma. Of course, in your line of work, you use the word trauma a little differently.
Yeah, like trauma pads. Body armor woven from high tensile fibers can stop bullets and shrapnel from penetrating. But in the end, it's no more than a piece of cloth. It does nothing to stop the bullet's kinetic energy from being transferred to the wearer's soft tissue. You're lucky if you get off with just bruises. More than likely, you're left with a few fractures, broken bones. That's why you wear trauma pads, to absorb the shock so it does as little damage as possible. They make all kinds of them. Some have steel plates designed to diffuse the shock of impact over a wide area. Others use shock-absorbing gels to convert kinetic energy into heat.
That's all well and good if you're only worried about your body, Snake. But so far, nobody's invented armor against psychological trauma. That's where I come in. If you ever need anything, don't hesitate to give me a call. You Are you familiar with the effects of relaxation?
As much as anyone else. I like to have a good time.
In a state of relaxation, muscle tension is released. Breathing and pulse become slower, and blood pressure is kept at reasonable levels. Brain activity also becomes calmer, inhibiting anxiety and depression. It helps you settle down and reduces the amount of stress you're feeling.
I could use some of that. It's hard to get anything done when you're flustered.
The simplest method of relaxation is muscle relaxation. Muscle relaxation involves tensing up a certain muscle and then releasing the tension to get it accustomed to feeling limp. As you repeat the process of tensing and releasing, the shift to the limp state, that is the relaxed state, gradually becomes more natural. The usual method is to start with your arm and face muscles, then move down through your chest and abdomen and finish with your legs. Tension can really build up in both body and mind on these long missions. I'd seriously consider taking a break and using relaxation techniques at least once every hour.
Thanks for the tip.
What's up, Snake?
Got an update for me?
One technique you can use to relax is autogenic training, which employs self-suggestion.
What?
It's a behavioral therapy in which you regulate both mind and body by changing their respective states. You assume a relaxed position and think of a formula that expresses your body's sense of weight and temperature. You then chant this formula in your mind until your body feels as if it's actually experiencing that state. Once you've mastered one formula, you move on to the next. In repeating this process, your body gradually transitions toward the state expressed in the formula, and eventually you learn to regulate body and mind.
I've heard something like that before. A guy from the New Zealand SAS told me about it. When it's cold outside but too dangerous to build a fire, they look at a picture of a fire instead. Said it made their bodies feel warmer.
You know, it's just another form of self-suggestion. If you think something hard enough, you can produce actual physiological changes in your body. They may have come up with that technique themselves through experience, but I suspect they had a little help from a psychologist.
Kind of like you.
Yeah, kind of like me.
Maybe if we think hard enough that Phantom Pain is finished, it will be finished.
Oh,
maybe if you look at a picture of Chapter 3.
Take care of that. We counselors often talk about stress assessments. I understand you soldiers have your own type of assessment.
Yep, Tim.
Threat assessment.
That came to mind, too.
Accurate evaluation of your opponent before you take action.
That makes sense. Incorporating enemy psychology into your threat assessment and management enables you to locate, evade, and engage the enemy more efficiently. Not only does it give you an advantage, it helps you seize the initiative on the battlefield as a whole. For someone in your situation, it's absolutely essential to remain sensitive to the enemy's psychological state, to their emotions. It's necessary. So this solid eye, it can detect and inform you of what emotions people are feeling? Dr. Emmerich told me all about it. The muscle groups in our faces move in specific patterns depending on the emotion being experienced. There's been a lot of research done on this, and the theory is being applied by intelligence and law enforcement agencies. Dr. Emmerich tells me the solid eye uses LiDAR to scan the target's face and pick up subtle muscle movements. And it picks up other physical reactions as well, like the way blood flows to the legs when we're afraid, or concentrates in the upper body when we get angry. Changes in pulse rate, skin temperature, sweat secretion. It takes all this information and calculates people's emotions with amazing accuracy.
No kidding. And here I thought it was all smoke and mirrors.
Our emotions have a significant impact on how we act. Knowing how people feel gives you a strategic edge. It must process data in much the same way as the nanomachines in SOP. I have to say, even speaking as a psychologist, your friend has developed quite a reliable system.
So are we supposed to believe that Otacon and Rose are talking on the codec every once in a while? Because you never see Otacon talking to Rose in this game, not once. Maybe they're having random calls while Snake is doing other shit. Okay.
Yes, Snake?
Just here for my checkup.
You'll be putting yourself at risk if you lose any more... The little girl you have with you, Sunny, right?
Yeah,
She's got a bit of a stutter, doesn't she?
yeah, she's been like that as long as I've known her.
I might have shot her mom with
There
tranquilizer.
are a lot of underlying factors, but at the risk of oversimplifying, I think we have to consider the possibility that living in isolation from the outside world is placing her under a lot of stress.
Stress? Sunny chooses not to go outside. It's what she wants.
It's what she thinks she wants. Sooner or later, she's going to have to breathe the outside air. She can see the outside through a window, but it's never going to be the same as reaching out and touching the real world.
I know.
Jack rescued Sunny from the Patriots, and you and Dr.
Hmm.
Emmerich are taking care of her.
Did he, though?
She hasn't been saved yet.
Look, we're only trying to do what Sunny wants. What do you want me to do?
Let her know she's not alone. The outside world is full of pain and suffering. You need to let Sunny know that you'll always be there for her. She's still just a little girl. Show her some sympathy once in a while, okay?
Yeah? Why didn't you teach her to cook eggs then? I think the Sunny call might actually be the last one.
Hi. You'll there. So this solid eye, it...
Yeah, she's repeating shit now. Alright. She still has a few calls about dying in different ways. Every time you die, in a few different ways, there will be like a flashback, a dream call about it with Rose, depending on how you died. There's quite a few. There's one for getting stabbed, getting shot, drowning, dying in an explosion. Trying to think, there's another one. There's a generic one for every other type of death. And I think this one time I figured out that there's like 2 for one type of death. There's maybe 2 calls for getting shot depending on how, or maybe 2 generic ones depending. But I haven't been able to recreate it actually.
What are you doing here?
It's really strange to me that there's a call about drowning when there's only like 2 puddles of water in this game. But there is swimming, still more swimming than a certain other game. You can drown and there's a call about it. There's 2 puddles of water in this game where you can swim. Here we go. Best guy. Best soldier in the PMC. Okay. I tried other stuff, like you can jump to your death if you fall off something, you know. You can die in a fire. You set yourself on fire. So, dying from heights or fire, that just triggers a generic call. You can also die by getting punched to death, because there's a bunch of enemies who don't have knives. So if you, the rebels don't have knives, so you can disarm them and then get punched to death. Those 3 are all the generic ones. The generic one. The generic call. I guess maybe you can also die by getting run over by a vehicle. I know you can die like that in Act 1 when the tank is around. You can get run over by the tank and die. But oh wait, I remember now. The other call about dying in a gunshot, but by a gunshot, is instead of having a normal enemy shoot you, it's by dying in one of those areas where you take damage over time. Because there's certain areas which is basically supposed to be stray bullets, right? But the way that they implement it is by just dealing damage over time when you're in certain areas. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think if you die to one of these stray bullets, damage over time, you know, it's not a particular enemy that shot you. It's just that you take damage while you're there because of the battle. Maybe that's how you get the different one. Fuck. Speaking of which, if we take these two guys out, then the rebels will come in and destroy the power station. Dying while asleep? How would you die while sleeping in this game? Maybe if they find you while you're sleeping and they shoot you. I don't think that matters.
Orders are go, go, go!
Orders are go, go, go. He interrupted himself. Wait, he was going to destroy it and now he got distracted. Yo.
What was that for?
Another guy had to come in to do it.
Snake, I see you found yourself a uniform from the old regime's army. It's just like the ones the rebels are wearing.
Yeah, just my size, too.
The rebels are a heck of a lot less likely to shoot at you if you're wearing that uniform. Don't hesitate to put it on if you're feeling a little naked.
I'll do that.
Of course, you have to act the part, too. Don't forget to play nice.
Don't worry. I'll behave.
The facility where Naomi's being forced to do research.
Yeah, okay.
The facility where Naomi's being forced.
There should be a call about the power station.
The facility.
Maybe not when we're in it, though. You can see the fans spinning while the power is on. Then they destroy the switchboard, or you can destroy yourself with some sort of explosive. When the power dies, the fighting kind of stops. The PMCs stop respawning when you do this. So whichever ones are left, once they're dead, the fighting stops. And the fans are stopped now. And more importantly, by doing this in the next area, there won't be any enemies. So it's kind of worth it. Oh, holy shit. Ah, fuck it.
Hey, we've got him! Grenade! After him! Move!
Who is still there? That should be everybody. Yeah, we did it. So there should be a call about this. But maybe we could have done it before. Should be a call about this billboard here with the French thing on it, and Snake talks about it with Otacon. But I don't know, lately I haven't been able to get it. Maybe it's not here. You'd think it would be here, like in front of it. Let me see.
Looks like the rebels succeeded in shutting down the power station. Now that they've lost one of their bases, the regime troops will be on the defensive. This is your opportunity to slip through. The battle at the power station seems to have died down a little, but the situation hasn't changed. Whoever wins has got the area in lockdown, so Snake, proceed with caution, and don't let—
Oh, come on.
Naomi's lab is to the—
Seriously.
Naomi's lab—
Why is this call such a pain in the ass to get?
Naomi's lab is to—
Oh, of course it's to the north.
the facility. Naomi's lab.
What an asshole.
The facility.
Is it maybe after the... Fuck, I remember getting this call here and then I can't get it anymore. I'll have to figure. Maybe it's the other one that does it. But there's another billboard here somewhere. It's up here maybe. Yeah, there it is. But,
The facility where Naomi—
Swear to God.
Naomi's lab is to
I guess you can also die by
the facility.
getting electrocuted.
Naomi's lab.
I never thought about doing that, actually. No, because you can get electrocuted in Shadow Moses, too. No, fall damage just gives you the generic call. I mean, we'll do the generic call, but there's a bunch of ways you can die that gives you the same result. But what about getting electrocuted at the power station? Fuck it. Okay, we can do 2 birds with 1 stone. If I die to, say, an explosion now, we can do the explosion death call. You can't die by smoking. And then we can also reset that way and get by the unless that gives you a checkpoint. I don't remember if it does. We can reset and get electrocuted before they turn off the power.
Snake! What happened? Snake!
Snake! Was he trying to fly there or something? I don't know. Okay.
Rose, you there? There's something I wanted to ask you.
You're not hurt, are you?
Hurt? What are you talking about?
Nothing. Just making sure. Forget I asked.
What's the matter?
I was catching a few minutes of shut-eye, and I had a dream. A dream where you were in an explosion. It seemed so real, I couldn't help but get a little worried.
Relax, I'm alive. Death by explosion, huh? It's true. 1 blast and I'm off to meet my maker.
Not
that
all
sentence is
explosives are the
completely
stationary
wrong.
Bomb type. For example, if you hear a pin being pulled out of a grenade, you know what's coming next. You need to be aware of these things.
Yeah, I'll make a point of it. Thanks for looking out for me, Rose.
Don't mention it.
1 blast and I'm off to meet my maker. None of that is accurate. First of all, you need 3 to die. And then, Snake doesn't have a maker. Come on, he's artificial.
So that's where you were.
1 blast and I'm off to meet paramedic. Maybe that's what he means. I don't know. Alright. Let's get electrocuted. It's probably gonna give me the generic call. Be crazy if there's... I mean, and again, there is a drowning call, which is almost equally as crazy. You can get electrocuted here, and I guess you can get electrocuted in Shadow Moses by turning on the power in Nautica's lab, but... or, you know, the electrified floor before Nautica's lab. But maybe it comes differently, because you have to do that one with the Mark III, I don't know. Don't let the stupid rebels in there. Leave these 2 guys up. I guess we can just leave 1 up. I gotta get in there somehow, though. Okay. Let's go get electrocuted. It's probably not gonna do that much damage. Let's see. Maybe I'll have to hurt myself with something else first. Yeah, it only does 25% damage. Alright, then we'll throw in an explosion or two. Okay. And we can do a little bit of fire for the next one. Okay.
Snake, are you all right? Snake? Snake!
Rose, I feel kind of dumb.
Yeah, this
bringing
is a
up,
generic
but
call.
It's okay. You can tell me.
You see, I died recently.
Died?
Well, I can't shake the feeling that I've died before. I can't quite describe the sensation. It's like I died and then restarted the mission. I also get the sense that I'm watching myself from a distance, over my own shoulder.
It may be a mild case of depersonalization disorder.
Meaning?
It's nothing to be concerned about. It could be caused by some trauma you suffered in the past.
In the past? What do you think it is?
I can't say for sure, but this feeling that you've died before, Snake, maybe it's a warning about death in real life.
What do you mean by warning?
Your subconscious is constantly trying to get you to visualize death in your explicit conscious.
So I should what? Act carefully? Avoid death?
That's right. It's making sure you know that even you should fear death. After all, everybody's praying for you to come back safely. So please, Snake, be careful out there. Use your head before you act.
I'll be more careful. Thanks.
Okay, so this is the generic call you get for a bunch of different deaths that have no specific call. The fire, fall damage, electrocution, punches, maybe something else I'm not thinking of right now. But those all give you this call. Let's do the stabby stab one, I guess. Because in this game, unlike a certain other game, enemies don't have infinite handguns and the floor is not made of rifles. So when you disarm them, yeah, they start stabbing you with their knives. Just saying. Get a rifle, get his handgun, and now he has a knife.
Snake, are you all right? Snake? Snake!
Yep.
Rose, I keep getting these visions of being stabbed to death whenever I see a knife. It's not quite deja vu, but just seeing one of those things gives me a feeling like I'm being stabbed.
I see. It's said that the shorter the physical distance between you and the enemy, the stronger your psychological resistance to violence becomes. It may be that the knife symbolizes close quarters combat, and it's evoking an image of your own death.
So, my subconscious is warning me not to get gutted?
Perhaps. It's only a
Shan't.
theory.
Wasn't real high on my to-do list anyway.
I know, Snake. If you encounter an enemy with a knife, watch out. What could you do? Let's see. You could avoid standing directly in front of them, or roll to the side, or step back to avoid a close quarters attack.
Don't go to
I know
London,
it must sound
Snake.
funny for me to be giving you this kind of advice.
No, it's good advice. I think it's helping.
Contact me anytime.
I didn't see that. Tim said the same thing.
What are you doing?
Let's see.
Oh, it was you.
We can't do the drowning one yet. We did the gunshot one, the regular gunshot one, just getting shot at normally. I want to try the stray gunfire, stray bullets. They might do something. They might give me a different call. I remember at the very least trying it. I don't remember if it was successful. But I think there are 2 calls for dying like that. One is regular gunfire, one is stray gunfire. In the middle of a battle. But yeah, we'll have to wait till the next area or so for some water that we can drown in. Get some sort of explosive here. Fuck it.
J-Lo, get behind him! Move! Ah! Fire! Go, go, go! Move! Fire!
Fuck.
Get down! It's the enemy!
Throwing grenades in a nutshell. That didn't go right at all. I'd be really surprised at this point if we can find another death call that we haven't heard before. Just trying to think any other way we could die. The only other thing we could try is vehicles. Maybe dying from the helicopter, or I'll have to go the long way instead of taking a shortcut to see that. No, if you call Rose during the boss fight, she just talks about the boss fight. So, I don't know. I'm thinking maybe something to do with the vehicles. There is one vehicle that drives down the road. Maybe we can get run over and see if there's something about it. Yeah, we should try that. We should try that, actually. Maybe if I get 99% camo or 90% camo, they'll run me over without noticing. I want to fuck with that now, actually. Or, we might not have time to get in front of it. I don't know.
Yo, over here.
Maybe your Gecko and Shadow Moses. Oh yeah, in the marketplace. No, cause like I think there's like more urgent shit going on there. I'm not even sure if she talks about it. We can try it though, yeah. getting kicked by the gecko. And what are they gonna do? Start talking about geckos and how to avoid them? It's probably just gonna be the generic one.
You've been following me. You seem like an interesting guy, so I decided to check you out. Sit down. A lot of legends about you out there in the intel community, especially in the CIA. You know those nanomachines I injected you with back in the Middle East? They let me track your location. Figures. The B&Bs are here. Things are about to get hairy.
Hey, Neri with the sub. Thank you. Good to see you.
Heard of them? They're Beauty and the Beast. Together they're called the B&B Corps. They're a squad of enhanced female soldiers, belong to the PMCs. Anytime there's a mess that needs cleaning up, they're on the scene leading the elites.
Only thing Snake heard, that's a female.
Probably freelancers hired by the PMCs. They run out of a separate parent organization. Guess it's time for good old Drebin to let you in on a few things. Ever since you showed up in the Middle East, the B&B Corps has got orders to kill. Their #1 priority is to eliminate some guy on sight. A guy named, Solid Snake. But from where I'm sitting, Old Snake seems a little more appropriate. Old, huh? Cheer up. That's the bad news. Word on the street says that beneath those ugly-ass suits, the B&Bs are real babes. Drop dead gorgeous. They also say each one of them's been traumatized by war. Badly. They weren't even soldiers to begin with, you know. More like victims of war. They suffered shell shock on the battlefield. Post-traumatic. It damaged their minds pretty much beyond repair. So the only way they could cope with the reality of battle was to become war machines themselves. The remnants of their human side are buried deep within. The beast, that's what you see on the outside. War transforms a snake into beasts.
War transforms us.
But deep within that shell, something human survives. A fragile, scarred heart. Without a shell to protect it, it's like the yolk of an egg. Word going round is their natural flesh and blood bodies can't survive in the open for more than a few minutes. And they've been convinced that by killing Snake, their minds will be cleansed. They think it's gonna free them from all the pain, and all the fury, and all the sorrow. Which makes these babes pretty much obsessed with killing you. 4 B&Bs have been identified so far. The one you just saw was Raging Raven. There's also Laughing Octopus, a master of mimicry, and Crying Wolf. She runs on 4 legs. And finally, the mistress of mind control, Screaming Mantis.
Mantis?
Yeah. There used to be a guy by that name in the US military. A Russian psychic. He could control people's minds. I guess she inherited the title. She keeps the other B&B's minds in check with her powers.
Octopus, Raven, Wolf, Mantis.
You got it. They're the Snakehound unit, and they've got you in their sights. Shit. I'd hate to be in your shoes.
Drebin. I thought no one was supposed to be able to hack into the system. Are you with the Patriots?
No, sir. I ain't no lale-lule. I mean, I'm no patriot.
You could say patriot. I guess that means you're clean, right?
The nanomachines I got in me are different from the military kind. No speech restrictions for me.
What the hell are these patriots? Are they human?
Not anymore, they ain't. They're the law of this world, created over the course of history. They're what holds this world together, keeps this whole mess in check.
We are formless. We are the very discipline and law that Americans invoke so often.
The Patriots are America, the world's greatest military power. They are the war economy, which makes you and me just cogs in a much grander schematic. I mean, someone obviously had to start the whole thing at the beginning, but now their law has taken on a life of its own.
A life of its own?
Yep. The country, the war economy, it ain't run by people. It's run by the system. No need for high-level decision-making authority. It's all handled by a massive, yet simple information processing system. An AI. It works just like natural law. The world's a much simpler place than most folks realize. Every aspect of the Patriot system is closely monitored by 3 peripheral AIs and a core AI that ties them all together. The SOP system is one part of that. It's all backed up by a foolproof control system. So not even yours truly can sneak inside the Patriots' AIs.
What if, hypothetically, someone found a way?
If they could fool the IDS. I guess they could use it as a haven to lay low.
Haven?
You know, like a tax haven. In the internet society, we have net havens, data havens. A haven is someplace where social conventions and the rules of the net don't apply. Back in the 20th century, the super rich would open bank accounts in countries without income tax laws. Not a bad way to evade paying taxes. Now we've got us a society where everybody's DNA and personal info is totally controlled by the nanomachines inside their bodies. Won't be long before people start using havens to escape from ID control. I guess you could say my gun laundering kind of borrows from the haven concept, after a fashion. Even so, good luck finding a way to access the Patriots' AIs from the outside. It's absolutely impossible. No chance in hell. Like I said, there's no breaking into those AIs from the outside.
But Liquid's got something in mind. You sure there's no way?
I'm just a gun launderer. Only reason I'm interested in you is because you start a lot of fires. All right then. You need me? Just give me a ring. Go on. Get your ass back inside. Now! I have you.
All Snake did was get a fucking monkey addicted to smoking cigarettes. What the fuck? Alright, so we destroyed the power station, so now there are no enemies in here. I usually go that way, because that's where the shortcut is. I know for a fact there's a vehicle going down the road there, but it's, I think, God, I haven't gone this way in a long time. Doesn't this take me to the same road? Maybe we'll be able to get in front of the vehicle this way. This definitely takes me to where the water is. Oh, it's so weird. I haven't been this way in such a long time. Oh no. But Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer.
This is Jack, isn't it?
I am Raiden. Jack is no more.
Where are you now?
I'm right beside you.
Raiden, where have you been all this time? What have you been doing?
On a mission. Finding something. For someone.
Finding what?
The corpse. Of Big Boss.
What?
I was asked to do this in exchange for Sonny's location.
Liquid?
No. The leader of a small resistance group. Her followers call her Matka Pluku.
Matka Pluku? Big Mama.
We'll finish this later. I'll follow your trail and catch up with you.
Wait, what about Big Boss's body?
It's with her now.
Her?
What's going on, Snake?
Rose, I just got a call from Raiden. It sounds like he's close by.
Jack?
Yeah.
Did he seem okay?
Yeah, as far as I could tell from his voice.
Really? That's great. Snake, I have a favor to ask.
What?
Don't let him know I'm involved in this operation, okay? I think it would be best to just leave him alone for now.
What happened between you and Jack?
After the Big Shell incident, he became unstable. Memories began to resurface from his childhood when he fought for Solidus in the Liberian Civil War. And in the midst of all of that, the baby we had together, it hadn't even been born yet. Jack slowly stopped coming home. And when he did, he'd be dead drunk, sometimes covered in cuts and bruises. Roy was worried. He was Jack's commanding officer. But Jack just avoided him.
What?
I was all alone. And Roy was so kind to me. He's the one who encouraged me to become a counselor. I know it sounds like I'm making excuses, but I needed to get over it. To move on with my life. I'm worried about him, of course, but I'm also afraid of him.
All right. I'll keep my mouth shut.
Thank you, sir.
I don't even want to deal with that right now. What fucking game did Kojima play where Campbell was Raiden's commanding officer? Let's drown. Still more swimming than a certain other game. Screaming underwater.
Come in, Snake! What happened? Snake? Snake!
Nah, it's not translation. Waterfall. Probably looks like shit. I don't know.
Rose, I know it sounds weird, but I can't shake this feeling that I've drowned before.
Like deja vu?
Well, more like I have this gut feeling, like I died underwater at some point.
Are you afraid of water?
I'm not afraid of anything.
Then I wonder what it could be.
Except now it feels like I'm more aware than ever of drowning. I'm paying more attention to my O2 gauge and coming up for air more regularly.
That's a good thing then. As long as you're aware of that danger and how to avoid it, you'll be able to respond more effectively to real-life crises.
You're right. No more risky underwater maneuvers for me.
Good to hear it, Snake. That's what we're all hoping for. That you'll finish the mission and come home safely.
That'd be nice. Anyway, sorry to bother you.
Not at all. You can call me anytime, Snake.
Alright, let's see if we can fuck with the vehicles here. If there's anything that... I'd be really surprised if there's another call I haven't heard. We might have to go back, actually, because... Oh, wait a second. Oh my god, that rendering distance. I didn't think it would render the guy there. I've been traumatized by a certain other game. No, he's right there. Not even any LOD issues. Nice. Okay, let's see. So the helicopter, maybe. There should also be a vehicle here. Let's see if I can get... Fuck it, this is just getting shot at. Let's see if it's any different. Probably not.
Snake?
I think they made it so you can't get run over by the vehicle. It's too fast. It gets there too fast. Let me see.
Rose, got a sec?
Well, this is a surprise. What's the occasion?
I've been having these dreams where I get shot and die. I'm sneaking around and suddenly someone shoots me from
We already
behind.
did this one, right?
Or I'm in a gun.
Faced being shot. Psychology. Dream. You'll die.
Yep, it's just... Whether it's a helicopter or those guys just getting shot at gives you that call. So... I don't think we can get run over by that vehicle. Maybe... Fuck it, let's set this up. Low health and stealth camo. And I'm just gonna run there and see if I can get run over by the vehicle. But... if we go back... Hold on. Nice. Something beefier. Okay. Low health. Stealth camo. And maybe we can intercept that other vehicle on the other side, if it still comes after I went this way. It should. Especially since actually now it's a good thing that we got that call with Raiden, because now it won't interrupt me when I go there. Yes, Three Dog doesn't sleep. Indeed, it is I, Three Dog. Suck my balls and all that. There, Al Brother, thank you for the raid. Welcome on in. The waterfall is disgusting. Why am I not surprised?
Oh, you again.
Okay, I'm gonna try and make a run for it, see if I can get on the road and get run over by the vehicle. I know you can get run over by the tank in Act 1, so that should be a thing. Hold on, am I going the right way? There's like 3 ways here. Nope. Nope, this way. Missed.
Oh, it was you. Let's go.
Okay. Fuck. Run. No. Fuck. Damn it. Did they make it so you can't get there in time? Hold on. Let's try it again. Holy shit.
Snake! What happened? Snake! Snake!
Faster. Run. Where's box 3 when you need it? Damn it! Ah, fuck. Maybe there's a better way. Ooh, maybe if I jump off from here, I can avoid this gap. Hey, asshole. Oh wait, my health is full now? Shit, I got a health refill? Shit. So... Fuck, so we only have one... Wow, shoot me, asshole.
Snake, you can't die.
But maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it does a lot of damage. I think they made it just so you can't get in front of it in time. Let's see. Maybe if I cut this way. No, probably not because. Nice.
Snake, what's wrong? Answer me, please.
Fucking barely.
Snake!
Okay. Okay, cool. Let's see.
Rose, I feel kind of dumb.
Yeah, it's the same generic call.
It's okay. You can tell
It
me.
was worth a try.
See, I died recently.
Okay, now I know that you can do this. Amazing. Let's go. Oh my god!
What happened?
Rules of nature. See, there's backflips in MGS4. No way. Swagmaster 420 is back. One more. You don't even need a stealth camera, it doesn't matter. Oh! Never mind, this guy fucked me up. Damn it!
Snake, what's wrong? Answer me, please. Snake?
Actually, speaking of backflips in MGS4, Brightcroft, thank you for the Prime sub. They're a real mechanic in gameplay, so that's not that impressive.
Snake, what happened? Snake?
Okay.
Snake!
The real use of backflips in gameplay is... I could have done this while I was trying to get stabbed earlier. Now let's let the vehicle pass. And they only jump scare. Let's disarm this guy. And then, when you get punched or stabbed, you press triangle as you fall backwards. See, you can recover from the fall like that. So. Oh, even forward. He got his gun back. Nice. So that's actually a thing. He really thought a grenade was the best way to handle this. He might have Muff Enjoyer, but at least this game has the decency to do it while you're not looking. Yeah. Let's see. I think we got all the death-related calls then. Jeez. This is like a weird area in which enemies always respawn, even if there's no alert. So it's not great to kill them, actually. But I don't know. I'm just fucking around now. Oh, these guys are escaping. Nice. Okay, we're gonna have absolute dog shit. Oh, no, we can't get run over by the dozer here. No. Maybe if I run straight in front of it. But yeah, no, now we know it's not gonna do anything. Let's recover. To recover, we can listen to Snake Eater, or also Sailor. Makes you heal faster. It's pretty fast. I wonder if Snake Eater is faster or it's just the same. Let's see.
This is HQ.
Should be the same.
Acknowledged. Sending reinforcements. Use extra caution.
What a thrill. With darkness and silence through the night.
Oh yeah, we need to try this, the stray fire thing. But we need some health to get there. That's what I feel is different. There's a call about dying in stray gunfire.
Who was that? Hey.
Snake, the rebels have got an armored dozer. They're probably gonna use it to bust their way into the mansion. Give it some cover and it might get you inside the compound.
That's CQC range. Alright, let's all sit here. Ah shit, I don't have time to get the other guy. Rip this guy.
Naomi's lab is somewhere inside those mansion grounds. Proceed immediately. Infiltrate the place and find out where she is.
So just by being around here, specifically here, maybe a little closer, you take damage every once in a while. You're supposed to believe that it's a stray bullet, right, from the gunfire going on in the background. But maybe it doesn't happen if you stay down. Maybe it depends on camo index, who knows. But here, you should take damage every once in a while. And it's more like an environmental thing. There you go, like that. Because, again, stray bullets from the fighting going on. So if we die from this, I'm wondering if it's different than dying from regular gunfire. Because nobody's shooting at me, it's just the scripted damage. And Boombeak said I don't regen health. Yeah, that guy too, yeah. Holy shit. Come on, shoot me, not the guy. Look at that guy's foot. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh, let's stop now. Come on, give me some more damage. There you go. One more probably. There we go.
Rose, something's going on. I've been getting this weird feeling, like I died once already, and it was from a gunshot. Just seeing an enemy carrying a gun has been putting me on edge.
Snake, your decades of experience might be trying to tell you something. Maybe it's a warning.
Is this
that the
different?
bullet that will finally kill you
I need
is
to listen to
coming
the
when
other
back
one.
is turned. Tell me, what would you do if you saw a teammate engaging in risky behavior? Say, recklessly charging the enemy, or letting their mind wander in the middle of a firefight.
I'd tell him not to get himself, or me, killed.
Well, think of it this way. There's another you inside your subconscious that's telling you the same thing.
I see. Get back to the basics. Use the right stick to look for the enemy. Move cautiously and stay out of sight. I should start listening to my other me.
Exactly. Take care of yourself out there, Snake.
Am I crazy or this feels like a different... Oh, fuck, I forgot. Let me die from gunfire. Regular gunfire again. Oh, you assholes! God damn it. No stabby stab. Oh, is that a grenade launcher? No. Okay.
Snake, are you alright?
Was that? Fuck. Was that a guy shooting me? I think so, yeah.
Rose, got a sec?
Well, this is a surprise. What's the occasion?
I've been having these dreams.
See, it's different.
I get shot and die. I'm sneaking around and suddenly someone shoots me
there
from
are
behind.
two calls for
Or I'm in a
getting
gun
shot.
battle and I get shot through the heart.
You've faced being shot at countless times before, haven't you?
So?
In psychology, dreams are interpreted as messages from your subconscious. They may be trying to tell you that if you keep this up, you'll die like you do in your dreams.
So, it's telling me not to repeat the mistakes I've made in my dreams. Okay. I'll have to be more careful when I see enemies with guns. Maybe spend more time sneaking around their backs, especially when there's shooting going on.
That sounds like a good plan. Be careful, Snake.
Yeah, I remember trying this out, viewer, but I forgot what each of the calls sound like. Which one is which. And, oh fuck, I forgot to put the guy to sleep. Yeah, I've done it before. I remember trying the thing with the straight fire and it worked. I just get confused between the two calls every time. Because they're very similar, come on.
Snake, the rebels have got an armored dozer. They're probably going to use it to bust their way into the
Let's see if we can get both of these guys now.
cover, and it might get you inside the compound.
Go, go!
Ah. Oh, what the fuck is... Oh, nope. There's two bodies now? Or maybe... No, that's a PMC guy. Okay, well, this is fucky now. Yeah, 2 calls for that. You're not a trustworthy human, are you? Hmm. Ah, wait, we can cover this better way. For porn. Could look up. Look how fast the thing shoots up the psych bar. Time to fap it. The sound effects. And now the finisher. Oh, there's a way to cut it off. And still screaming while we unequip it. Alright, done. Twice, even. Not bad for an old man. Yeah, that's true. There's another poster downstairs. I just don't usually look at it, or the one in Act 3. That one's way out of the way. And this junk we don't need here. Let's see. Let's do it somewhat normally, I guess. Did I not pick up the ammo here? Yep. Yeah, you can change the color of the vest, but it's useless. I mean, it's for looks, I guess. Although each act has its own chest rig collar. So the tan one is the Middle East and South America, and then I guess Act 3 doesn't have. No, it does. It's a black one that changes for the Eva cutscene, and then fuck, I don't remember. Wait, does it only use the tan and the black ones in the 5 acts? Don't remember. You can change it manually, but it changes when you start the act also. I think 1 and 2 is tan, 3 is black, maybe 4 and 5 as well? I don't remember. If that's the case, I never realized that it's only 2 of all the colors you have that get used in the story. Anyway, for some reason, we Call of Duty now, because I don't know. This game really had, bone to pick with FPS games back in the day, Kojima. And the trailers, this is no FPS, this is MGS. And then they do this shit. What? Okay.
Yes, the next test.
Naomi.
And things on your end? I see. We're on schedule here as well.
Guys, I am happy to announce that Three Dog will be taking over soon. All in the middle of this cutscene. We've been doing a couple of switches in the middle of cutscenes, actually. Kind of interesting. We don't usually do that. I'm just 2, 3, now 4.
Naomi.
Snake.
I bet you it's a whole marathon in itself.
You and I, neither of us can escape our fate. I haven't seen you since Shadow Moses. How long? 10 years?
You guys might have to ask Three Dog to do the upskirt.
And Dr. Emmerich, is he with you?
Maybe, no, she talks about it relatively recently in the cutscene, maybe before the save. We can catch a glimpse of Octopus a couple times here.
How is the good doctor?
Otacon's fine. He's the same as ever.
Otacon? I see.
Who were you just talking to?
Liquid. Although I suppose he's really Ocelot, from a medical standpoint.
I thought he was here.
He's not, at the moment.
Where are all the guards?
They know I won't escape. I'm powerless to resist. I have no choice but to cooperate.
Naomi, what happened in the Middle East?
What you saw was the soldiers' emotions run amok.
Another product of the system.
You don't trust me?
I'm not sure yet.
And if I answer your question?
Let's hear it first.
Liquid. We thought the SOP was an ID control system designed primarily to maintain order and control in battle. And we were right. But only partially. SOP had another function. To control people's senses. The nanomachines inside soldiers' bodies adapt to different conditions, promoting the release of neurotransmitters, hormones, and stimulants, giving them an edge in battle. They can create an artificial combat high by releasing endorphins at the same time a soldier kills an enemy. Or they can suppress hormones to neutralize the soldier's emotions, prevent them from panicking and engaging in friendly fire or needless massacres. It's all controlled by the system's core AI. It artificially controls the soldier's pain, emotion, senses. In other words, the essence of his being. The skyrocketing demands of the war economy have fueled the demand for more soldiers and more fighting. This in turn led to the development of technologies to rapidly improve their combat abilities and control their actions. The system ensures a steady supply of battle-optimized soldiers at a minimum of cost. But you, of all people, must understand, Snake, that unlike combat technique, a soldier's senses can't be taught. They must be earned through experience.
Does this have something to do with that test of yours?
The goal was to release the soldiers' nanomachines from the system, but we didn't know about the mental control.
And the nanomachines went berserk?
No. Our test was a success. At least it confirmed our hypothesis at the time. Just as we predicted, the nanomachines stopped functioning, and the PMC soldiers were freed from the grips of the system. But the moment the system stopped, all the pain and fury and sorrow, all the trauma and stress, all the hatred, regret, guilt, all the sensations that had been suppressed were unleashed within their hearts. Their memories, unlike their senses, weren't erased. Each enemy soldier they'd killed, each lost comrade, each threat of violence against the innocent, every act of war they'd committed was etched firmly in their hearts. In suppressing the user's mind,
Okay, the upskirt is soon, actually. We can do it.
the user's body rejects the nanomachines. This reaction must then be suppressed with drugs. Before the user knows it, his mind is in complete shambles. Snake. Remember Frank?
Frank Yeager. Gray Fox.
They twisted his body for their experiments and nullified his broken heart with nanomachines. SOP has taken it even further and applied it to living human beings. The sins of war these soldiers carried inside them returned to assault them in the form of unimaginable shell shock. The meaning in the system may have changed, but the battlefield hasn't. Until that point, war was like a game to them. And then suddenly, reality came crashing down.
Under construction. As soon as Naomi sits down here, Snake pretends to drop his cigarette, accidentally dropping his cigarette.
Our hearts are hardened through experience.
And there's a hidden L1 proc. The game doesn't tell you, but you can go in first person.
Live with an inescapable guilt they've had to overcome bit by bit
Oh,
through the years.
sitting.
And even
Let
then,
me-
it never truly goes away.
Let me drop my cigarette.
For a mind
Whoops.
lacking that essential experience,
And
is
look in
simply
first
too
person.
much to bear.
Okay.
But what about me? I've never been under the system's control.
That's why I want to examine your body. You need to know too. All right, Snake. Undress. Snake, what's gotten into you? Hurry up.
I had to show her my Magnum dong. It's wrinkly.
Oh my god. Snake.
All right, let's just get this over with.
Yes. Of course. I'm sorry. Snake, do you remember what I told you in my video mail about the first generation?
Watch when MGS4 comes out on PC, you'll be able to play as Snake in hospital pants.
The nanomachines are recharged by your body heat. They won't stop functioning until they're all extracted. Or until you do. Most of them were lost through bleeding and excretion, but around 30% still remain inside your body, attached to your cells. Not finished yet. The first generation were never ID registered, so they don't react in the same way as the SOP nanomachines. Ready? But they may be interfering with your body, and with your heart.
So, does the aging have something to do with Fox die too?
No. Your telomeres were intentionally set up to be short, regardless of the age of the original. One of the genes that inhibit reproduction and aging, the Clotho gene, was intentionally mutated as well. But more importantly, your chromosomes, like liquids, were provided with Terminator genes to prevent them from making copies.
Why?
Your clones created for one purpose: war. And so, in order to prevent you from being abused by clients or stolen by the enemy, they shortened your lifespan and removed your ability to reproduce. It was a safety device to ensure that the seed of Big Boss didn't end up in the hands of others. The reason you're aging so rapidly isn't because of disease, faulty research, or Fox die. It's how you were born. It's your natural lifespan.
Alright, we get the save prompt here. Let's hand over to save 3Dog. Yeah, later there's a thing where he looks at her boobs too. Alright, let's quit. Put this save on the USB drive. So later when Naomi mentions that Snake is aging rapidly, all that stuff, and he has 6 months, but it really is 3. But when she first says 6, he gets sad. He can see the psyche drop. And then immediately after that, she kind of crouches down in front of him while he's sitting, so you can see her cleavage. And if you look in first person, it's also a hidden first person prompt. Snake just received news that he's about to die, so he gets sad. But if you just look at Naomi's cleavage, it's all good. In fact, look, that's even a fucking thumbnail for the save. Yeah, you just look at her tits and Snake's psyche goes up again. So there's one for upskirt, one for tits. Yeah. Nice. Alright, I got this save on the USB drive. Let's fuck around with 3Dog gets it. Alright, whenever 3Dog is ready, I'll be heading over to the stream. It's gonna take a couple minutes, so I'm gonna fuck around the virtual range for a while. It's honestly more detailed than a certain other game, just the virtual range. Probably won't take longer than a minute or two, so. Let's see. I didn't go over any of the gun details. Well, a little bit, but not. I didn't really show off all the different guns and their details that are unique to each of them. Like, for example, Eva's gun. You can't reload unless it's empty. If you press circle, there's nothing. You have to empty the whole thing because it's like a stripper clip. That is an actual clip. This grenade launcher, if you look in first person, tells you the range that things are at. 17, 18. With the D-pad, you can adjust the range at which the grenades explode. So we can, with a minimum 5. So you can detonate the grenades. Airburst, it's called. So we can even, so we know these guys are about 18 meters away. We do 18. Even if I aim on top there, it detonates it in front of, and on top of them. It's a great way to kill the birds in Shadow Moses. Kill the ravens. Yeah. Oh, you just use it normally. We got Liquid's hand rifle thing here, 45-70. This one goes through multiple targets. Shit, it's almost impossible to see the red dot with this interface, though. It got the whole row of these guys. Nice. It's a single shot. Breech loader, 45-70. Oh. We have the MGS3 1911, which has a much higher rate of fire compared to the regular operator. It's just smooth instead of, I think it has more lock-on range too. One of my favorites is actually how open bolt submachine guns and machine guns work in this game. They actually get it right. Like with the MAC-10, you can see, if you look carefully, this is not a good camera angle, but there we go. You can see the round sitting there on top of the magazine, and the bolt moving, and, you know, closing to fire each time. A lot of games get it wrong. They have no fucking idea what an open bolt machine gun is, and the bolt stays closed after the last round. We have PKM, for example. That, you know, that part where Snake holds it, where the bipod is, that shit gets hot when you fire it. You're supposed to do that instead. Put the hand in the hole in the stock, like that. There's a few more unique things to each weapon. Yeah, they're not just generic. But yeah, 3 dogs ready. So that'll be it for now. Enough gun nerding. Guys, the stream is gonna go down in a few seconds, and 3 Dog will be continuing right where we left off with Naomi nonsense. So thanks for being here. Hope you guys enjoyed my segment. I'll be back in about 12 hours or so. Don't go anywhere. The stream is gonna go down just a few seconds. If your stream isn't back in like 10 or 20 seconds, just refresh the page and we will still be here. There's actually pretty good sound effects in here for switching as well. Alright guys, don't go anywhere. We'll be back. Cheers.